The entrance of the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University. Wu Yuan stretched his waist. I had so much fun yesterday that I arrived at my residence in the middle of the night, and I got up and went to work after 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Tired and tired. Wu Yuan is a traveler. Although he was a little confused at first, he quickly got used to it. After all, he can be 10 years younger. Not long ago, Wu Yuan was going to run for the 4th time, but now he has become a guy in his 20s. He is young and strong, and he has no beer belly. Wu Yuan is now the doctor in this hospital. It sounds pretty good, but it's actually not that great. Wu Yuan is a rookie doctor and has no skills. According to the normal development trajectory, 5 years later, Wu Yuan left the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University, went to the imperial capital, changed his career, and wanted to make a lot of money. Not only did Wu Yuan not develop well, but it seemed to be getting worse and worse. Now Wu Yuan has a chance to do it all over again, and he really wants to seize it. But being a doctor is different from others. The key depends on technical strength. Wu Yuan changed careers before being a doctor for a few years, so he didn't have much accumulation, and the biggest advantage of transmigrators was gone. Fortunately, Wu Yuan found that he had a new ability. After crossing, he became the system host and possessed the legendary check-in system. At this time, Wu Yuan walked into the doctor's office of general surgery, and then said in his heart, "Sign in. System, you have successfully signed in today, and you will get intermediate communication skills +1. Not bad, gained a bit of an intermediate skill. Wu Yuan can check in once a day at various places in the hospital. Signing in at the hospital can give you a different skill. Wu Yuan soon discovered that the skills he could acquire were different in different departments and locations. For example, in this office, you can only acquire skills related to the doctor's mind and mouth. If you check into the clinic, you can gain skills related to the level of the clinic. If you check into the operating room, you can gain skills related to surgical techniques. It's a pity that Wu Yuan doesn't have many skills in the operating room now, so he can only focus on his brain and communication skills in the office. At this time, Sun Jianzhong came in. Wu Yuan immediately said, "Hello, Director Sun, good morning." Sun Jianzhong nodded and sat in his seat. Sun Jianzhong was the deputy director of the general surgery department, and of course he belonged to Wu Yuan's leadership. Sun Jianzhong was the chief physician and had excellent surgical skills. In Wu Yuan's eyes at this time, he was a high-ranking figure. Wu Yuan came here after graduating from medical school and was a temporary worker with no formal establishment and poor salary. It was quite hard work. Fortunately, Wu Yuan may be lucky, or he may be too handsome and attractive, so he was assigned to this general surgery department, which is a department with relatively few bad things. Wu Yuan is not an elite who graduated from a famous medical school, his ability is relatively mediocre, and his enterprising spirit is not much stronger. What's more, Wu Yuan usually does chores, and the important work is not on his head, so he has nothing to do. But it's true that he earns less money, and now Wu Yuan's deposit has just reached 5 figures, which is very pitiful. This amount of money is not enough to even find a girlfriend, so I can only support myself. The key is that Wu Yuan is not a serious person. He often disturbs the beautiful little nurse with SAO, and later he has a big disaster. This is also the biggest reason why Wu Yuan left here later. Doctors from all walks of life arrived one after another, and the office became lively. Wu Yuan greeted these people. They were all lukewarm, accommodating at will. After all, Wu Yuan's level is not very good, and it is understandable that people are soft-spoken. At this time, Sun Jianzhong said, "Xiao Wu. Busy lately?" Wu Yuan quickly agreed, "Not busy, not busy." Sun Jianzhong, that's right. Recently, several of our consultation rooms are short of manpower. If you have nothing to do, run over there and help. Wu Yuan nodded quickly. To put it nicely, what Sun Jianzhong meant was to let Wu Yuan go to the consultation room to do chores. Wu Yuan is of course instinctively unhappy. But thinking about it carefully, no, he has more opportunities to sign in at the consultation room, which is a good thing. Wu Yuan immediately leaned over and whispered, "Director Sun, if there is a chance, can you let me go into the operating room to observe it more?" Sun Jianzhong glanced at Wu Yuan. "It's okay to observe and learn, but there are not many opportunities for you to go to the operating table." Of course Wu Yuan nodded happily. "As long as you go to those places often, you can sign in to learn medical skills." "This is beautiful." So, in the following days, Wu Yuan's life began to enrich. The next day, Wu Yuan entered the consultation room to sign in, and obtained the Intermediate Consultation Skill +1. This is really good. Wu Yun's mind suddenly felt a thrill, and he immediately mastered the intermediate consultation skills. Intermediate-level consultations can be defined faster and more accurately, at least at the level of associate chief physicians. On the third day, Wu Yun was fortunate enough to enter the operating room once, signed in quickly, and obtained the +1 for gastrointestinal perforation repair. Wu Yun was overjoyed. Gastrointestinal perforation repair is a secondary operation, but it is still difficult to master. It takes a long time to learn. Unexpectedly, Wu Yun grasped it at once. But learning it and learning it well are two different things. In the system, each skill is also graded. Each level basically has 10 levels, and some more difficult skills may be more. Yu reading www.yuyukeungshu.com. Wu Yun does not pursue every skill to be upgraded to the full level. In fact, as long as it reaches the 5th level, the skill level is quite enough to meet most needs. Moreover, a surgeon is partial to specialties, and it is impossible to master all surgical techniques. It is very good to be good at 2 or 3. Even a large number of chief physicians, the highest level figures in the medical profession, are only good at one type of operation. Wu Yun has the opportunity to sign in and acquire so many surgical skills, he may become a doctor against the sky. The next day, Wu Yun went to sign in even more madly. And if he has something to do, he will try his best to go to the operating room of the general surgery to sign in. The affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is not a big hospital, with only 2 operating rooms for general surgery. Wu Yun is also very excited. He is familiar with the cleaning staff, and he can mix in when cleaning the operating room. When he couldn't get in, Wu Yun went to the consultation room to sign in. After 3 months, Wu Yun's doctor's skills have greatly improved. Learned several first-level surgeries. Wu Yuan took the time to call out the system interface and glanced at it, and couldn't help but be elated. Name, Wu Yuan. Occupation, Junior Physician. Level, Junior Physician. Talent skill, helping others. Professional skill. Intermediate communication skills level 6. Intermediate consultation skills level 6. Gastrointestinal perforation repair grade 3. Gastroscope and colonoscopy biopsy level 4. Debridement and suture level 6. For example, the debridement and suture technique has reached level 6 all of a sudden, which is already an elite level master. Gastroscopy and colonoscopy biopsy also reached grade 4. Even the second-level surgical gastrointestinal perforation repair reached level 3. Wu Yun already felt that he had undergone a reborn transformation, and he felt that he would be horrified to live another 10 years. It's a pity that general surgeons work for 3 days and take 2 days off. Wu Yun can't come to sign in every day. It's a waste. At this time, Wu Yun found that there was a column of talent skills, and there was a skill called helping others. Wu Yun remembered that there was no such thing when looking at the system interface before. Wu Yun curiously opened helping others and wanted to see the detailed instructions. Helping others with pleasure. Help others to solve problems successfully, you can get a certain amount of money. The harder the problem you solve, the more money you get. Wu Yun understood. It means that if you help others, you can get money. The more you help, the more money you get. This is very good. Not only can you have a good relationship, but you can also get money. Maybe there is not much money, just make extra money. Mosquito legs are also meat. The next day, the general surgery department was very busy. Although Wu Yun was a chorus, he was too busy to touch the ground. Finally, when it was almost time to get off work, Sun Jianzhong came over. Sun Jianzhong, Xiao Wu, how are you? Are you tired? Wu Yuan, Director Sun, it's okay, I'm still young and in good health. Sun Jianzhong laughed, you mean I'm old? Wu Yuan quickly waved his hand, look at what you said, some people believe that you are a young man in his 20s. Sun Jianzhong, yo, you are quite good at talking. Wu Yuan hurriedly said a few words of modesty, and at the same time thought to himself, he is a person with intermediate communication skills level 6, of course he can speak. Sun Jianzhong patted Wu Yuan on the shoulder, Xiao Wu, there is such a thing, the emergency department is very short of people right now. The director's intention is to ask us to send people over here to help. I wonder if you have any ideas? Wu Yuan was stunned. Sun Jianzhong's intention was obvious, that is to transfer Wu Yuan to the emergency department. The emergency department is the dirtiest and most tiring department in the hospital, and most doctors are reluctant to go. Normally, Wu Yuan is of course not willing to go. Wu Yuan remembers that in the previous timeline, he decisively refused to go to the emergency room. Sun Jianzhong was not reluctant at that time. But now Wu Yuan has another idea, he should go to the emergency room. Why? Wu Yuan now has a physician check-in system. Then the emergency room has become a feng shui treasure, and there are many opportunities to obtain skills approved by cattle. After figuring this out, Wu Yuan said, Director Sun, this is just right. I really want to go to the emergency department to exercise, so let me go. Sun Jianzhong was quite surprised. When the others heard that they were going to be sent to the emergency department, it was too late to flash. This is Wu Yuan's good thing, so he will post it up. Wu Yuan, this kid, looked at the guy who was hanging Erlang, but he didn't expect that he knew how to do it. Sun Jianzhong patted Wu Yuan on the shoulder, well, Xiao Wu, since you want to go, I'll turn you around and exercise well, and I'll transfer you back when I have a chance. Wu Yuan, okay, Director Sun, I must study hard and strive to contribute to the general surgery department of our hospital. Sun Jianzhong encouraged Wu Yuan a few more words and left. At this time, Wu Yuan received the system information. System, help others succeed, and get 200,000 soft sister coins as a reward. Wu Yuan was startled when he saw it. Is this the power of helping others? Such a large sum of money, 200,000 yuan is in hand. This is too simple. Could it be fake? At this time, Wu Yuan's mobile phone received a text message. It's from the bank. Your bank account has received 200,000 yuan of soft sister coins, and the current balance is 216,845 yuan of soft sister coins. What the hell? It is true. Wu Yuan's cola broke down and suddenly became a household of 200,000 yuan, so he can be at ease. To be honest, Wu Yuan is about to pay the rent soon, so he is still thinking about how to save money. Well now, what a windfall. Within 2 days, Wu Yuan reported to the emergency department. There are 2 directors in the emergency department, one is a director and the other is a deputy. The director was a man named Yan Buiyuan, and the deputy director was a woman in her 40s named Xiao Qin. The emergency room is indeed quite short of people, but Wu Yun's transfer over did not get much response. But yes, it is better than nothing. Yan Buiyuan also arranged a master for Wu Yuan, that is Xiao Qin, the deputy director. It is indeed a common practice in hospitals to use the old to bring the new. It's just that the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is not a big hospital, and it has not been fully implemented. It took 2 years for Wu Yunlai to have a master. Zhao Qin is also a surgeon who came out of general surgery and is the deputy chief physician, and his level is quite good in this hospital. What Wu Yuan didn't expect was that the nurses in the emergency department were of high quality, and each one was more beautiful, gentle and lovely than the other. Relying on eloquence and good looks, Wu Yuan became acquainted with them in just a few days, and chatted together whenever he was free. When he arrived at the emergency department, Wu Yun really felt like a duck to water. Check in every day. The configuration of the emergency department is not the same as that of the general surgery department. There are offices, emergency rooms, observation rooms, and an emergency operating room. Signing in at the office is about the same as what general surgery gets. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com. Of course, the operating room will acquire surgical skills, and this does not change. The observation room is roughly equal to the ward, but there are some differences. Wu Yuan can sign in there to obtain more excellent doctor-patient inquiry skills. Signing in the emergency room, that's a whole different story. The emergency room is a unique place in the emergency department, which directly faces patients in various emergencies. By checking in every day in the emergency room, Wu Yuan can acquire various diagnosis and treatment skills. These are all dry goods. Both are techniques that require a lot of practice. Successful sign-in today, congratulations on getting +1 for primary trauma diagnosis. Successful sign-in today, congratulations on getting +1 for intermediate cardiovascular disease diagnosis. Successful sign-in today, congratulations on getting +1 for primary intracranial disease diagnosis. Successful sign-in today, congratulations on getting +1 for underarm odor excision. Successful sign-in today, congratulations on getting +1 for appendectomy. A month has passed quickly, and Wu Yuan has learned almost all the primary diagnostic skills in the hospital, and all of them have been upgraded to the highest level. Basic skills with full level will be automatically upgraded to intermediate skills if they continue to rise. During this period of time, Wu Yuan has also acquired a lot of intermediate skills. Although there are not many opportunities to enter the operating room, he has also gained something during this period, which has greatly improved Wu Yuan's overall doctor level. Wu Yuan is now a resident physician, and he is not yet qualified to take the professional title examination. If he can take the examination of the attending physician, he may pass it. On this day, because Wu Yuan went to the pharmacy of the hospital to get medicine, he had a whim and wondered if it would be okay to sign in here. Wu Yun thought to himself, sign in. System, successfully signed in today, congratulations on getting the intermediate skill augment oral liquid +1. Intermediate skill enhancement oral liquid. What is this? Wu Yuan immediately saw a bottle of blue potion appear in the system's dimensional space, and when he picked up the potion with his mind, he could actually see the instructions on the bottle. Function, after taking it, you can increase the level of any skill, 2 to 4 levels are random. Wu Yuan understood, this is a good thing. Would you like to use it? Wu Yuan suppressed this idea. If he really has good skills, he can use them again, otherwise it will be a waste. Since checking in at the pharmacy can get such good things, Wu Yuan decided to come more often. After a few days, I got all kinds of potions and pills, both Chinese and Western. Energy recovery tablet. Flexibility booster pill. Vision enhancing eye drops. Brain vitality gold. They vary in function and potency, some are limited in duration and others are permanent. Like the skill enhancement oral liquid, it is permanent, and its value and rarity are of course much higher. In addition to getting the intermediate skill augment oral liquid for the first time, Wu Yuan later got a bottle of primary skill augment oral liquid. Wu Yuan saved all these medicines, and just kept them in the system's dimensional space. At least not yet. On this day, Wu Yuan arrived at the emergency department early in the morning. He threw the bag on his seat and left the office. Just happened to see a person. It is Qin Yujia, a beautiful nurse. Chen Yujia is in her early 20s and looks very beautiful. Like Wu Yuan, she is a newcomer for a short time, and her working experience is shorter than Wu Yuan. When Wu Yuan saw the beautiful little nurse, of course he hurried to say hello. Chen Yujia also responded. She didn't pay much attention to Wu Yuan, after all, she was very beautiful and had many suitors. In fact, in the hospital, it is not enough for a doctor to be handsome. He also needs to be skilled in medicine, have a high professional title, and earn more money. Wu Yuan is indeed handsome and tall, but he has only been in the hospital for 2 years and is still a contract worker, so of course he doesn't earn much. However, surgeons still have an advantage, as they can make people look up. Wu Yuan can also feel this. Chen Yujia hadn't changed into the nurse's uniform at this time. She was wearing casual clothes and carrying a small bag, which looked very fashionable. Wu Yuan, beauty, it's so early. Are you on the day shift? Chen Yujia nodded, yes, you just got off work. Wu Yuan shook his head, I'm also a day shift, but I came early. Chen Yujia, then I'm going to change clothes. Wu Yuan, I'm quite busy. Chen Yujia, yes, there are several operations every day, and I have to go to the operating room to prepare. As soon as Wu Yuan heard it, Chen Yujia had the key to the operating room, so he could go to the operating room to check in today. To be honest, it has been more than a month since he came to the emergency department, and there are still not many opportunities to go to the operating room. Wu Yuan, that's right. When I went to the operating room yesterday, it seemed that something fell in it. I went in and looked for it. Chen Yujia glanced at Wu Yuan suspiciously. How could a doctor bring something irrelevant in during an operation? However, Chen Yujia didn't ask too much. The operating room is not a secret place. Wu Yuan is a surgeon, so he can enter if he wants. Wu Yuan waited for Chen Yujia to change into the nurse's uniform, and then entered the operating room together. Wu Yuan did not waste time. Just silently sign up. Successful sign in today, +1 for pancreaticoduodenectomy. What the hell? Pancreaticoduodenectomy. Tertiary surgery. Whether it is general surgery or other surgery, surgery is generally divided into 4 levels. Level 1 surgery is the easiest and most rudimentary, while level 4 surgery is the most difficult. When the operation reaches the 3rd level, the difficulty is quite high. Basically, only the deputy chief physician and the chief physician can master it. In the emergency department, or even in the entire hospital, there is probably only one doctor who can perform pancreatoduodenectomy. This may be the reason why Wu Yuan can acquire this surgical skill. Wu Yuan was a little excited, but he didn't expect that one of his contract workers actually learned the 3rd level surgery. Although it is only 1 level, it is also very popular. Wu Yuan suddenly thought that as long as he took the skill enhancement oral liquid, he could improve the pancreaticoduodenectomy. Wu Yuan couldn't help being excited, wishing he could drink the 2 bottles of oral liquid and try it now. Chen Yujia gave Wu Yuan a strange look, what's wrong? Did you find what you lost? Wu Yuan came back to his senses and quickly replied, no, I'm not here, maybe I remembered it wrong, sorry. Chen Yujia, it's okay, then you. Wu Yuan, okay, you're busy, I'm going out. Before Chen Yujia could react, Wu Yuan left the operating room. It was still early, Wu Yuan hid in the toilet, then exhaled the dimensional space, and took out the 2 bottles of skill enhancement oral liquid inside. 1 bottle of primary and 1 bottle of intermediate. Wu Yuan didn't think much about it. Yu reading www.yuukeungshu.com unscrewed the bottle cap and poured the primary oral liquid directly into his mouth. Wu Yuan suddenly felt a force bursting out from the inside out, almost punching him. Then, Wu Yuan heard the synthesized sound. System, congratulations, the pancreaticoduodenectomy has been upgraded to level 3. Wu Yuan was overjoyed, luck was good, and the primary oral liquid was upgraded by 2 levels. Do you still want to drink the intermediate oral liquid? Of course I have to drink. Level 3 surgery is a rare surgical skill in this hospital. Wu Yuan immediately poured the intermediate skill augmentation oral liquid into his mouth. What the hell? This medicine is so powerful. This intermediate oral liquid is much stronger than the primary impact. If it wasn't for Wu Yuan's good physical fitness, he might have fallen into the pit. System, congratulations, the pancreaticoduodenectomy has been upgraded to level 6. Wu Yuan was a little disappointed. The intermediate level of oral liquid only increased by 3 levels. But it's still okay, such a difficult third-level operation has reached level 6, which is already above the standard. It's a pity that Wu Yuan now has a lot of skills, but he doesn't have the opportunity to use it. At present, Wu Yuan's work is really not on the table, and it has nothing to do with surgeons in essence. Wu Yuan was thinking wildly in his seat when Qin Yujia suddenly broke in. Qin Yujia, are the 2 directors there? At this time, in addition to Wu Yuan, there were 2 doctors from the emergency department in the office. One is Zhou Changjun and the other is Yulin. Zhou Changjun was stunned. I'm not here, Director Yen seems to be on a business trip today. Director Zhao was on the night shift yesterday, and I'll be here later today, what's wrong? Qin Yujia was a little anxious. Then, come over and see. There is a patient who is in critical condition. Zhou Changjun and Yulin were shocked and they heard it, critically ill patients, it was really tricky. Including Wu Yuan, the 3 doctors present didn't think much and followed Qin Yujia out. Wu Yuan, where is the patient? Qin Yujia, it has been pushed to the emergency room. When the 2 came to the door of the emergency room, they heard some panicked shouts. Don't mess with him. Let him lie down. That's right. Boss, he looks quite painful, is he out of breath? Get on the ventilator, hurry up. Wu Yuan went in and saw that a man was lying on a movable bed, covering his stomach, looking very painful. The person who was called boss just now was the head nurse of the emergency department, Zhang Kailan, in her 30s. Zhang Kailan saw Qin Yujia and the 3 doctors who came with her, and asked anxiously, Director Yen, and Director Zhao. Qin Yujia, they are not here, just. Head nurse Zhang Kailan has a lot of experience and knows that most of these patients need big coffee to get it done. But now the 2 directors are gone, and there are 2 or 3 kittens, which makes it difficult to solve the problem. The patient's relatives were in a panic beside him, shouting for the doctor to take a quick look at what was going on. Zhang Kailan was very calm. On the one hand, she asked Wu Yuan and other 3 doctors to check her condition, and on the other hand, she called Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin. Wu Yuan, Zhou Changjun and Yulin surrounded him. The 3 of them are all junior doctors in the emergency department. Zhou Changjun and Yulin both focus on internal medicine, and only Wu Yuan is a purebred surgeon. Zhou Changjun and Yulin asked and touched, trying to find the cause. The emergency department is the busiest department in the hospital. Can you hear? Where does it hurt? Oh, here. Here. Zhou Changjun pressed the patient's abdomen, and the patient screamed even more. When Yulin saw it, he immediately said, acute cholecystitis? Zhou Changjun touched other parts again, it's very hard here. It's not ordinary cholecystitis, and there may be gallstones. Yulin was taken aback, acute cholecystitis, coupled with gallstones, is deadly enough. Zhou Changjun sighed, it needs surgery, wait for Director Zhao to come. Family, but he is in pain now. Zhou Changjun, first, we will give him pain relief first. It should be no problem until Director Zhao arrives. At this moment, Zhang Kailan came back with a solemn expression. Zhang Kailan, Director Yen went to another place for a meeting today. Director Zhao is also in a hurry. He won't be able to come in a while, so he has to wait a while. Zhou Changjun, then go to another department to find an experienced doctor. Zhang Kailan shook her head, it's not realistic, we haven't officially started work yet, and they haven't arrived yet, so we still have to wait. When the family heard this, they quit. How long will it take? Zhang Kailan, this, I can't say. In short, we will give him pain relief first, so you don't have to worry too much. Family member, can I not worry? Look at how painful he is. I'm afraid that it will cause more harm if it drags on for a long time. Zhang Kailan was about to say something, but she heard someone say, I'll do this surgery. Everyone was shocked when they heard it. It was Wu Yuan who spoke. Zhang Kailan, you? Wu Yuan nodded. I'm familiar with this kind of surgery, so it shouldn't be a problem. Zhou Changjun, are you more familiar? Wu Yuan let out a haha and replied casually, I have done some such operations in general surgery. Zhou Changjun and Yu Lin looked at each other, feeling a little bit of a fantasy. Wu Yuan has not been working in general surgery for a long time. How could it be possible to perform such a difficult operation? Surgery such as cholecystitis itself is not easy to do, the surgery is very large, and there are gallstones, and there may be a medical accident. Not to mention others, nurses like Qin Yujia also feel unreliable. Although Wu Yuan is also a surgeon, what kind of experience can he have at such a young age? But Wu Yuan obviously didn't think much about it, and immediately greeted everyone, don't be stunned. Hurry up, push me to the operating room. Zhang Kailan, Dr. Wu, are you really okay? This is not a joke. Wu Yuan waved his hand, Sister Zhang, the patient's condition is very critical now, and he can't be saved without surgery. Since Wu Yuan said so, Zhang Kailan didn't have much to say, so he let others prepare. Emergency surgery in the emergency department is frugal, and there are not too many procedures. It only needs to find a good anesthesiologist, together with a few experienced nurses, plus the chief surgeon and a chief surgeon's assistant. The question is, Wu Yuan is the chief knife, who will be the chief knife assistant? Zhou Changjun and Yu Lin were both in internal medicine. Minor surgeries were fine, but larger surgeries couldn't help at all. Wu Yuan waved his hand, no need, I'll do it by myself. Wu Yuan's confidence is simply outrageous, and it seems that no one can stop him from going to the operating table. The nurses were well trained and moved the patient to the operating room quickly. With the help of Qin Yujia, Wu Yuan changed into a surgical gown, Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com entered the operating room with his arms up. Qin Yujia was stunned by Wu Yuan's performance. I didn't expect Wu Yuan to be so powerful. People who didn't know him thought he was a big name among surgeons. In fact, Wu Yuan felt a little guilty in his heart. What he said just now that he had done such an operation in general surgery was absolutely nonsense. However, Wu Yuan is sure that the check-in in the past few months is not for nothing. In terms of Wu Yuan's level, there is really no problem with such an operation. To put it bluntly, a piece of cake. 5 people remained in the operating room. In addition to Wu Yuan, there was an anesthesiologist, 3 nurses including Qin Yujia, and Zhou Changjun. Zhang Kailan was really worried, so she suggested that Zhou Changjun also enter the operating room and be the second chief surgeon. Although Zhou Changjun couldn't do such an operation, at least he could see the problem. If there is a problem, if Wu Yuan is stopped in time, he can still be held, and there will be no major accident. As soon as the surgical spotlights are turned on, the surgery will enter the final preparation stage. Everyone's eyes turned to Wu Yuan, and their eyes were full of doubts and distrust. Wu Yuan didn't care about this at all, the little confidence in his heart disappeared long ago. Anesthesiologist, what now? Anesthesiologists are very experienced and of course know what to do, but the chief surgeon has to give instructions. At the same time, it is also the level of exploring Wu Yuan. This kid is so young, does he really understand, or does he pretend to understand? I just heard Wu Yuan say lightly, intubation for general anesthesia. When the anesthesiologist heard this, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The chief surgeon's instructions were correct. Everyone was also a little surprised. Wu Yuan seemed to have taken the right step, and he was quite imposing. After the anesthesia was completed, Wu Yuan had also entered the state. Wu Yuan, scalpel. A scalpel was handed over. Without raising his head, Wu Yuan said, "A small arc-shaped incision is made on the umbilicus, the pneumoperitoneum needle is punctured into the abdominal cavity, and 15 units of carbon dioxide gas are filled. These instructions are for the record and to let others know what he is going to do." Wu Yuan picked up the knife and dropped it, and started. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. Wu Qi's hand holding the scalpel was very steady, and he couldn't see any shaking. Only a veteran surgeon can have such a level. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yuan issued a series of calm instructions while performing dazzling operations. Laparoscope in place. Wu Yuan observed the depth of the incision through laparoscopy. The transverse colon from the hepatic flexure of the colon to the splenic flexure of the colon is closely adhered to the abdominal wall and is difficult to release, and there is no obvious abnormality in the rest of the intestinal tract and pelvic cavity. The gallbladder omental adhesions are obvious, and the gallbladder wall is inflammatory thickening. A stone was observed in the gallbladder, about 5 by 5 centimeters in size. Wu Yuan's voice paused for a while, and continued, "Cholecystectomy and stone removal are performed using the method of conversion to open surgery." When everyone heard it, their scalps were numb. Transition to laparotomy. The difficulty is greatly increased. Everyone is knowledgeable, knowing that this operation is not low, it is really fatal to them. "I don't know what to do. Zhou Changjun, how about we go out and ask the family's opinion?" Wu Yuan raised his head and glanced at Zhou Changjun. "I'm running out of time, I can't wait now, start right away." I saw that Wu Yuan's hand began to move, which was astonishingly fast. Fast, steady and accurate. The dissector separates the inflammatory adhesions between the gallbladder and the omentum. Gallbladder puncture. A traumatic forceps gripped the bottom of the gallbladder, moved to the gallbladder wall, and cut the cystic artery. The cystic duct was found and double ligated proximally. Gallbladder removed. The surrounding Zhou Changjun, Chen Yujia and other nurses were stunned. Wu Yuan's movements were like flowing clouds and flowing water, hardly any pause or hesitation could be seen. Everyone has seen the directors perform operations, and Wu Yuan seems to be more skilled. In fact, this is also normal. Wu Yuan's cholecystectomy has reached level 4, which is better than that of ordinary surgeons. Wu Yuan, tray. Chen Yujia, huh. Chen Yujia immediately reacted and handed over the tray. Wu Yuan put the cut part into the tray and made a pop sound. That is, along with the stones in it, were also pulled out. Then there's the stitching. For Wu Yuan, it was like digging into a bag to get something. After 3 or 2 strokes, it was cleaned up and the incision was sutured. Even the stitching is beautiful, it's amazing. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't dare to take a breath. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuan's gallbladder removal operation was so popular. Looking at the time again, it only took less than an hour. This is even more insane. Wu Yuan took off the blood-red gloves, wiped the sweat on his face, and glanced at the various instruments. "The vital signs are normal, there must be no problem, I'm a little tired, I'll leave the rest to you." Zhou Changjun woke up like a dream and couldn't help but let out an "ah." Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wu Yuan went out first. Wu Yuan was really tired, his legs felt soft, but fortunately there was no problem walking. Outside the door, the patient's family members gathered around and asked questions. Wu Yuan said, "It's all right, it's all right. The operations were all very successful, you don't have to worry." The relatives were very happy when they heard it, and of course they were grateful. Wu Yuan was so tired that he waved his hands and left. At this time, Wu Yuan heard the voice of the system. "System, help others succeed and get 50,000 soft sister coins as a reward. Another 50,000 yuan. Wu Yuan thinks it's pretty cool. This is more than the remuneration and bonus he gets for a single operation. Then, another message. System, laparoscopic cholecystectomy was successfully performed, and the grade of cholecystectomy was upgraded to level 5. Wu Yuan also understood one more thing. Surgery can also improve the proficiency of surgery, and the level of proficiency can be improved when the proficiency reaches a certain level. Anyway, this operation is really not a small collection. Wu Yuan didn't know that this operation caused a huge reaction, at least in the emergency department. Wu Yuan's performance really amazed everyone present, and also shocked others. Many young nurses were talking about it afterwards. Have you heard? Dr. Wu performed a very complicated operation. Hey, it's amazing. I was in the operating room at the time. It was a laparoscopic cholecystectomy, and there were gallstones in it. So powerful. Dr. Wu is so young to be able to perform such an operation. Aren't you afraid of accidents? Let me tell you, Dr. Wu is very stable and amazing. It feels like the best operation I have ever seen. It's really good. I didn't expect that Dr. Wu is not only handsome, but also very good at surgery. Why didn't you read www.yuukeungshu.com before? That's right, but unfortunately he is still a contract worker and has no staff. That's not necessarily true. Maybe Dr. Wu can turn into a regular. That's a potential stock. The little nurses chatted happily and excitedly. The head nurse Zhang Xiulan came over and scolded a few words, and the little nurses dispersed. Not only the nurses were talking about it, but even the doctors in the emergency department were very surprised by Wu Yuan's surgical performance. The two directors Yan Weiyuan and Zhao Qin also privately found the video recording of the operating room to watch, and they were quite surprised. Of course, cholecystectomy is not a particularly difficult operation. But Wu Yuan's performance was so impressive and amazing that the two directors were surprised. The little Dr. Wu Yuan, who usually doesn't show the mountains and the water, has such a strong surgical ability, which makes these two feel incredible. Especially Zhao Qin, she is also a very good surgeon, and she feels that even if she plays herself, she will not be able to surpass Wu Yuan's performance. Zhao Qin later asked Wu Yuan to talk about it. What can Wu Yuan say? You can't say that you are the system host. Can you sign in every day to get surgical skills and magical items? In that case, Wu Yuan will be regarded as a lunatic by Zhao Qin. Wu Yuan could only make up a few more lies, saying that he had done such an operation in the general surgery department, so he was fooled first. Zhao Qin was very happy to hear it and said with a smile, seeing that you have a good foundation, I will give priority to you if there is a quota. Wu Yuan was of course very happy to hear it, and at the same time felt that it was a logical thing to do. With his current strength, let alone getting the official establishment of the hospital, it is not a problem even if he is an attending physician. But Wu Yuan didn't pay much attention to it. Everyone knew that the establishment of the hospital was quite tight. There were too many monks and few porridge. As long as Wu Yuan continues to sign in every day and gets what he needs to take, he can make himself stronger. Wu Yuan carefully studied the system again. The system level also has a great influence on its own strength. Wu Yuan's current rank is a lower-level physician. This is not a domestic doctor's title, but a system-grade name. Lower physician is the lowest level, with intermediate physician, superior physician. Going up, it will be amazing, benevolent doctor, famous doctor, spirit doctor. Every time you upgrade a level, your comprehensive ability as a doctor will be greatly enhanced, and new talent skills will be added. For example, now Wu Yuan's talent is helping others with pleasure, and he can get funds if he helps others. Wu Yuan is very much looking forward to what kind of talent skills can be obtained after the upgrade. Are there any other doctors? Wu Yuan really didn't know. Anyway, if he reached the level of skilled doctor, it would be hard for him to imagine how powerful he would be. Is it possible to make people stay young forever, live forever, and achieve immortality? Probably not. Thinking about it is incredible. As for how to upgrade, Wu Yuan also found the answer. Each level has a comprehensive value, and you can upgrade to the next level if you exceed the comprehensive value. The comprehensive value is calculated based on Wu Yuan's physician ability. Wu Yuan took a look and found that he was about to reach the comprehensive value of the ability to upgrade. As long as he worked harder, he could be upgraded to an intermediate doctor. Wu Yuan felt that he was motivated, insisted on punching the card, and raised the level as soon as possible to wash away the taint of doctors in the past 10 years. Speaking of which, Wu Yuan's luck is also very good. Since he performed the cholecystectomy, his status in the emergency department seems to have improved. When Zhao Qin was on the operating table, she also deliberately gave Wu Yuan more opportunities. Needless to say, Wu Yuan certainly took advantage of these opportunities to gain more presence. Wu Yuan's performance often surprises Zhao Qin. Of course, as a leader, Zhao Qin didn't act too much, just praised a few words. How do you say it? Afraid of his pride. On this day, it was rare for Wu Yuan to get off work early, thinking about where to go for a good meal. At this moment, Wu Yuan suddenly felt someone tap his shoulder. Turning his head, it turned out to be Lu Yuheng. Lu Yuheng was Wu Yuan's colleague in general surgery, and the relationship was quite good. In a previous life, Lu Yuheng also left the hospital later. However, his situation is much better than Wu Yuan. He went to a second-class hospital in the city through his relationship. Although his level is still the same, he can still stay in the hospital anyway. Lu Yuheng, get off work. Wu Yuan, yes, where are you going? Lu Yuheng is not alone, there is another colleague named Chao Ligang. Wu Yuan and Chao Ligang didn't know each other very well, so they were just nodding friends. Moreover, Chao Ligang's relationship in the hospital is very strong. He belongs to the regular army. It is said that he will be officially established soon, so he more or less looks down on a bitter doctor like Wu Yuan. When Wu Yuan was young, he was quite concerned about this, but his actual psychological age was much older than it appeared, and he was used to seeing the warmth and affection of human beings, so he didn't care about the attitude of these people. Besides, Wu Yuan is the system host of the super doctor, and the level of Chao Ligang, the current Wu Yuan doesn't care at all. Lu Yuheng, let's go, let's have dinner together. Wu Yuan, what's the matter? Are you entertaining? Lu Yuheng, that's necessary. It's a bastard if you don't take advantage of it. Since someone invites you. Of course, Wu Yuan is also welcome. The three went to a restaurant near the hospital. This restaurant has a good environment. It mainly focuses on North-South fusion dishes, and the taste is okay. Therefore, hospital employees often come to have dinner parties. The three found a seat and sat down, ordered a few dishes, and started chatting. Lu Yuheng, Wu Yuan, how did you feel when you went to the emergency department? Wu Yuan chuckled, you see, I'm tired like a dog. Chao Jigang, the emergency department is a place to exercise people. You can learn your skills well. Wu Yuan glanced at Chao Jigang without saying a word. Wu Yuan's attitude made Chao Jigang a little unhappy. Lu Yuheng, by the way, I heard that the nurses in the emergency department are of good quality. Wu Yuan, it's okay. Lu Yuheng, aren't you cool? Wu Yuan waved his hand and joked, it's okay, handsome people are welcome wherever they look. Laugh. Chao Jigang sneered and didn't say anything, but there was an obvious yin and yang look on his face. To be honest, Wu Yuan is indeed not an honest person. During general surgery, he was constantly being called a scumbag behind his back, so much that Corey's little nurse avoided him for a while. It's not that Chao Jigang doesn't believe that Wu Yuan can handle any kind of nurses, at least the ones that are really high quality, certainly not beautiful ones. Wu Yuan is just bragging here. Just then, two more girls came in. Wu Yuan took a look. Yu reading www.yuukangshu.com really said Chow Chow is here. One of the two nurses in Jinghua's emergency department is Qin Yujia. Speaking of Qin Yujia, she is obviously a so-called high-quality beautiful nurse. Of course, the other little nurse named Feng Qing was not bad, she was quite handsome, but compared to Qin Yujia, she was still inferior. Qin Yujia and Feng Qing also found a seat and sat down, not far from Wu Yuan and the other three. Lu Yuheng was excited when he saw it. Look, isn't that Qin Yujia from your emergency department? Wu Yuan nodded. What? You know it too? Lu Yuheng, that's necessary. There are only a few beautiful nurses in our hospital, but they are all stared at. Wu Yuan, I think you are staring at me. Lu Yuheng, don't tell me you're not in the mood. By the way, are you familiar with them? Call the two of them over, how fun it is to eat together. Chao Jigang, Yuheng, don't make it difficult for him. That Qin Yujia has just come here and has high vision. He doesn't have the ability to call her over. Wu Yuan took a sip of tea, put it down gently, and said lightly, that's not necessarily true. Chao Jigang, yo, that's fine, you can try it. Wu Yuan ignored Chao Jigang and called out to Qin Yujia. Seeing Wu Yuan, Qin Yujia waved at Wu Yuan with a smile. Wu Yuan, come and join us. Qin Yujia and Feng Qing really came over. Qin Yujia, Dr. Wu, are you eating here too? Wu Yuan, yeah, how lonely you two are eating, let's go together, anyway, someone treats you. Qin Yujia really pulled Feng Qing and sat down. Although Lu Yuheng was the guest, he was too happy. It's really not interesting for the three big men to eat, and it's much more wonderful to have beautiful women. Lu Yuheng secretly gave Wu Yuan a thumbs up and whispered, yes, I have enough face. Chao Jigang's face couldn't hold back. Wu Yuan's mouth was slapped twice in public, and he couldn't fight back, which was really uncomfortable. Lu Yuheng called the waiter again and ordered a few dishes. A few people got together and it was very lively. Qin Yujia was obviously amazed by Wu Yuan's laparoscopic cholecystitis resection. He changed his cold attitude and treated him very well. Wu Yuan didn't show much on the surface, but he actually enjoyed this feeling very much. Lu Yuheng, two beauties, did our Dr. Wu cause you any trouble? Feng Qing, Dr. Wu's level is very good. He has been in the limelight recently in the emergency department. Qin Yujia, yeah, Dr. Wu's surgical skills are very high, which is eye-opening. Lu Yuheng and Chao Jigang looked at each other in surprise. They didn't understand what was going on. At this time, the waiter had already brought the food. Lu Yuheng, by the way, Jigang, I heard that a few will be compiled recently. Chao Jigang smiled slightly, yes, there will probably be 4 or 5. Lu Yuheng, more monks and less porridge, Jigang, I guess you didn't run away. Chao Jigang, not necessarily, there are many competitors. It is estimated that there will be internal assessments. Everyone can hear that Chao Jigang is actually determined to win. Chao Jigang's self-confidence is not blind, except that the relationship in the hospital is really hard. Chao Jigang's level can at least be shown by the younger generation. Qin Yujia turned to look at Wu Yuan, Dr. Wu, have you considered getting a system? Wu Yuan smiled and said, do your best. Chao Jigang glanced at Wu Yuan, then wish you good luck. Wu Yuan, each other. The two really feel a bit like Mars hitting the Earth. But others feel that Wu Yuan is unlikely to get the hospital's establishment. After all, there are too few places. Even if Wu Yuan is a bit level, he will not be too top-notch. The key is that Wu Yuan has nothing to do in the hospital. But Wu Yuan himself disagreed. Even in a second-tier city like Yanjiang, the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University is not a very good hospital. Wu Yuan is the host of the system, and his ability will only get stronger and stronger. How to say it, I don't keep the master here, I have my own place to keep the master. In the next few days, Wu Yuan returned to his previous life. Basically, when you arrive at the hospital, you sign in first, and then work. Wu Yuan found that the stronger his ability, the more interested he was in the subject of medicine, which was completely different from Wu Yuan's mentality when he was studying in a medical university. On this day, Wu Yuan went to the pharmacy to sign in again. System: if you sign in successfully, you will get Advanced Accuracy Amplification Capsule +1. Item description: greatly enhances the precise control of the fingers, greatly reduces the error rate, and the enhancement range is 100% to 300%, which is permanently effective. Wu Yuan's heart moved. This is a good thing. It is rude to say that it is more powerful than the six-fingered piano demon and the golden finger pinching. In the past, Wu Yuan signed in to get things that increase flexibility, such as flexibility enhancement pills. And the accuracy and flexibility are not the same. For a surgeon, precision is more important, so that both scalpel application and needle suture can be more handy. The key point is that this precision augmentation capsule is still advanced, and it is a very rare thing. Most of the special ability drugs obtained before are low-level and intermediate level. Take another look at the Advanced Accuracy Amplification Capsule and confirm that it is permanently effective. Wu Yuan couldn't help but hid in the toilet again and chose a fairly clean pit. Wu Yuan took out the Advanced Precision Enhancement Capsule from the dimensional space and held it in his palm. Looking at the appearance, it seems that it is not much different from the common capsule medicines, but it can be vaguely seen that the capsules emit a faint purple shimmer. Do you want to drink water? Forget it, just use saliva. What bike do you want? Without any hesitation, Wu Yuan threw the Advanced Accuracy Amplification Capsule into his mouth and swallowed it quickly. Just like last time, Wu Yuan suddenly felt a force bursting out from the inside out, almost punching him in a big somersault. And Wu Yuan felt like his whole body was burning. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds before it began to dissipate. Wu Yuan wiped the sweat from his face and moved his fingers. Hey, don't tell me, I feel so much more flexible, I just move my fingers before I even think about it, like I've smeared it with oil. Gold finger. Cow batch. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted outside, Dr. Wu, is Dr. Wu here? Wu Yuan was startled, felt like he had to wash his hands, and walked out of the bathroom. It turned out that the little nurse Feng Qing was calling Wu Yuan outside. Wu Yuan gave a and asked, what's the matter, while wiping his hands with his fingers. Feng Qing, Dr. Wu, there is some trouble in the treatment room, can you go over and take a look? Wu Yuan, okay, I'll go over right away. Strange, what's wrong with the treatment room? Wu Yuan followed Feng Qing and walked over there. As soon as he arrived at the door of the treatment room, Wu Yuan heard the quarrel, and it was estimated that there was another doctor-patient dispute. When I went in, I saw a woman yelling at Yulin, looking very vicious. The woman looked like she was in her 30s. She was dressed stylishly, looked good, and was well maintained. She should be a few years younger than her actual age. The woman was losing her temper at Yulin, looking like she was furious. Yulin himself is relatively honest, and naturally his face is red and his ears are red, and he is at a loss. The head nurse Zhang Kailan kept persuading the woman to calm down. Zhang Kailan, Ms. Yi, don't worry, let's go to the office and talk about a solution. Ms. Yi waved her hand, oh, what office are you going to? I'm going to make it clear to you here. Ms. Yi is obviously a stubborn stubble, and she doesn't listen to Zhang Kailan's tricks at all. Zhang Kailan felt very difficult. Wu Yuan didn't rashly go over to disturb, and pulled Chen Yujia next to him to ask what happened. Chen Yujia's thinking is very clear, and the matter is explained in a few words. Ms. Yi's name is Yi Zipping, apparently dissatisfied with the emergency room's handling, so she came to the hospital to settle the account. So what happened in the emergency room that made Ms. Yi Zipping so angry? Things are simple. Last night, Yi Ziping came to the emergency department of the hospital and said that her arm was injured. At that time, Zhou Changjun was on the night shift. Zhou Changjun checked and found that Yi Ziping's arm was slashed twice, and it was bloody, which was indeed quite serious. Yu Lin judged at the time that the wound needed to be sutured. Although Zhou Changjun is not a pure surgeon, he still has basic skills, at least he can move the needle and thread without any problem. Zhou Changjun stitched Yi Ziping's wound with a few stitches, bandaged it, and gave her a few boxes of medicine. Unexpectedly, Yi Ziping went back to take a look, and was quite dissatisfied with the suture effect. She felt that the wound was too ugly, and she couldn't see anyone. "No, I came here early this morning to find an explanation." Today, Zhou Changjun was resting, and Yu Lin was busy in the emergency room. This kid was caught by Yi Ziping just like that. In other words, Yu Lin was taking the blame for Zhou Changjun. "Yu Lin, Ms. Yi, listen to me, your wound is sutured without any problems, but it is still recovering now, and it will be fine in a while." Chen Yujia also went up to help. "Yeah, there are quite a few cases like this. You wait patiently for a while and you will recover. Once you remove the thread, you won't be able to see it." Yi Ziping waved her hands desperately. "Don't tell me if you have any of these, look at this wound, it's sewed in a mess, how can I go out now?" Wu Yuan walked over. "Sister Yi, you can go out, just wear a long-sleeve dress." Yi Ziping glanced at Wu Yuan, maybe that Sister Yi played a role, and the voice softened a little. "Long sleeves? How ugly, besides, I saw this ugly wound as soon as I looked in the mirror, which made me feel emotionally. It's very stressful, let me tell you, I didn't sleep all night last night, just thinking about it." Yi Ziping glanced at Yu Lin again. "I tell you, I haven't told you about the mental damage fee." Everyone listened and looked at each other. Yi Ziping is a typical strange patient, with a clear brain circuit, the kind of patient that the hospital is the most difficult to deal with. The present time is different from later generations. The hospital has not yet set up a department to deal with disputes between doctors and patients. Therefore, patients or their family members come to the hospital to make trouble and quarrel from time to time, which is very serious. Yi Ziping wasn't too violent, at least he didn't find a group of people to make trouble, that would make it even more difficult. Wu Yuan pondered for a while and said, "Sister Yi, otherwise, let me see the wound." "Yi Ziping, can you solve it for me?" Wu Yuan said calmly, "Do your best." Everyone looked at Wu Yuan and thought this kid was crazy. Isn't it okay to look for something? Zhou Changjun's basic stitching skills are still good, what he can't do, can Wu Yuan do well? The key point is that Yi Ziping's wound has been sewn up, so you can't take off the thread and sew it up again. That would be more troublesome and would definitely make the wound even uglier. Besides, Yi Ziping is so strange, can you agree? Yi Ziping agreed to let Wu Yuan see the wound. "Okay, then you can show it to me. If it can be solved, I will tell you if it can't be solved." Wu Yuan asked Yi Ziping to sit on the chair, then leaned over to look carefully at Yi Ziping's wound. Frankly speaking, Zhou Changjun's work is not too big a problem, can't say it is too good, but at least it is quite satisfactory. In the past, Wu Yuan really couldn't achieve the level of Zhou Changjun, and he would sew even uglier. But it's different now. After this period of time, Wu Yuan has acquired a lot of skills, including wound suture, and has reached the intermediate level of 7. This means that Wu Yuan can do better and more neatly than ordinary doctors, and the aesthetics of the wound will be greatly improved. Wu Yuan is confident that he can handle Yi Ziping well. "Yi Ziping, young man, is it okay?" "Wu Yuan, I can do it. Let me take care of it for you." "Yi Ziping, you deal with it." "How are you going to deal with it?" "Wu Yuan, I'll help you suture the wound again." Yi Ziping seemed startled. "Really? What are you going to do?" Wu Yuan said patiently, "Since it is restitching, then the thread has to be taken apart first, and then stitched again." "Yi Ziping, that's not good, how painful." "Wu Yuan, it's okay, don't worry about my technique, it's not that painful. Yi zipping, anesthetic. Wu Yuan nodded, take anesthesia. Yi zipping, that's fine, I'll give you one more chance. If not, there are some of you who look good. Everyone didn't expect Yi zipping to actually agree, and they all looked stunned and dumbfounded. In fact, Wu Yuan also spent a lot of thought. It sounds like only a few words, but it also uses special words. This is also the result of Wu Yuan checking in for so many days. But the question is, even if Yi zipping agrees to let Wu Yuan stitch the wound again, can Wu Yuan stitch well? How much better than Zhou Changjun? If Wu Yuan can't do well, who can appease Yi zipping's anger? But now there is really no other way. Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin are both busy people, one is going to a meeting, and the other is still undergoing surgery. I just heard Wu Yuan turn his head and say to Qin Yujia, give Sister Yi a local anesthesia first. Qin Yujia let out an ah with a puzzled look on her face. She glanced at Zhang Kailan, wondering if she should listen to Wu Yuan. Zhang Kailan was very decisive and nodded, go for it. Yulin couldn't help pulling Wu Yuan aside. Yulin, hey, do you really want to dismantle her and sew it up again? Wu Yuan, can this kind of thing be fake? Yulin, you are crazy, can't you see it? This person is here to find fault on purpose. Then. Wu Yuan chuckled, then just let her find the fault. Yulin was speechless for a while, and it took a long time before he said, well, then you can do it. If there is a problem, you are responsible for it. Wu Yuan waved his hand, meaning of course he was responsible. At this time, Qin Yujia had given Zhang Kailan a local anesthesia on her arm. As soon as the anesthesia takes effect, Wu Yuan will get started. He first tied a tourniquet to Yi zipping, and then quickly cut the surgical line on the wound with surgical scissors. Wu Yuan's movements are indeed very standard, which makes people feel bright. At this point, it's time to perform the skin suture. Frankly speaking, the difficulty of this secondary treatment will increase a lot. After all, there are already needle holes on the skin, and it is almost impossible to make it more beautiful. Wu Yuan thought about it for a while, and said to Qin Yujia, give me a round needle, 5 by 12. Both Qin Yujia and Yulin widened their eyes in surprise. Round needle? That's not skin stitching. Triangular needles must be used for skin sutures. After all, the human skin has a high density and is relatively hard. Round needles are only suitable for sutures of internal organs and soft tissues. And Wu Yuan chose the 5 by 12 model, which is the smallest suture needle model. Is Wu Yuan really stupid? This will go wrong. Even if a successful cholecystitis removal operation is performed, it will not be so inflated. But now that Yi zipping was present, other people didn't dare to point out Wu Yuan's mistakes, and things would get worse. Wu Yuan glanced at Qin Yujia and stretched out his hand, don't be stunned, bring it. Qin Yujia had no choice but to pass the 5 by 12 circular needle to Wu Yuan. Yulin shook his head and sighed slightly, looking at Wu Yuan like a hopeless lunatic. It's hard to imagine how Wu Yuan would end up in a while. Maybe he can't even get a needle in. But something miraculous happened. I saw the small needle and thread in Wu Yuan's hand fly up quickly, the speed was fast and accurate, and there was no sense of incongruity. The flimsy round needles not only pierced the skin, but look incredible with ease. Everyone's eyes widened with disbelief in their eyes. Stunned, dumbfounded. The needle and thread in Wu Yuan's hands were still running, making people dazzled. Wu Yuan used simple interrupted suture. This type of suture is very common, simple to operate, and most used. Each stitch needs to be knotted separately, and it is mostly used for sutures of skin and aponeurosis. But even with this common suture technique, Wu Yuan felt amazing to use it, because the speed was too fast, the needle movement was too accurate, not to mention the use of small round needles. This is also due to the effect of the high-level precision amplification capsule, which makes Wu Yuan's fingers have more vitality and strength than ordinary people. Only Yi Ziping herself did not dare to look at it because she was afraid. Yi Ziping, I said, you have to sew nicely, but if it doesn't look good, I won't agree. While moving the needle, Wu Yuan replied with a smile, Sister Yi, don't worry, my craftsmanship will satisfy you. Yi Ziping, yo, you are still blowing up, don't blow the cowhide. Wu Yuan hee laughed, is it bragging, you can see if you look at it. Having said that, Wu Yuan completed the last knot, and wound the tiny needle again. The whole movement was completed in one go, extremely smooth. Wu Yuan, surgical scissors. Chen Yujia was stunned for a long time, and it took a few seconds for him to react. He quickly responded and handed over the surgical scissors. Wu Yuan cut the surgical line without any hesitation. This means the entire operation is complete. It's astonishingly fast and breathtaking. Looking closely now, the wound on Yi Ziping's arm was completely closed. At first glance, there was really no wound. This is also because Wu Yuan used the thinnest surgical thread, and also adopted a special thread embedding technique for treatment. I have to say that even though it's just simple skin stitching, Wu Yuan's hands are too handsome. It is necessary to know that the simpler things are, the less people will study them. The skin sutures can be done very neatly and beautifully, which is only possible for those veteran surgeons who have been on the job for many years. It is unbelievable that a young man like Wu Yuan can achieve this level. This is not an easy task, Zhou Changjun can't do it, and Yu Lin can't do it. Anyway, Chen Yujia has been here for so long, and she has never seen a doctor who can sew faster and better than Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan loosened the tourniquet on Yi Ziping's arm, and said with a smile, Sister Yi, you can see the effect. Yi Ziping lowered her head and glanced at it, and let out a "huh" sound. Obviously, Yi Ziping had noticed a huge change. Of course it is. As long as you are not blind, you will definitely find out how different the current suture state is from the previous one. It is a world of difference. Wu Yuan, how is it? Sister Yi, do I need to give you a mirror to take a good look at? Yi Ziping nodded, yes, yes. Chen Yujia quickly brought a mirror over. Yi Ziping took the mirror and looked left and right, looked up and down, looked at it for a long time, but didn't say a word. Zhang Kailan couldn't help but ask, Yi, Ms. Yi, what do you think? Anyway, when I look at it like this, I can hardly see that you have such a big hole on your arm. Chen Yujia also responded, I can't see it either. Yi Ziping looked at Wu Yuan, who was standing beside him, and then looked down at her wound. Finally, Yi Ziping said, it's okay, young man, your craftsmanship is good, much better than the quack doctor yesterday. Laugh. Chen Yujia couldn't help laughing. Zhou Changjun also suffered from blood mold for 8 lifetimes, and was actually called a quack doctor. Fortunately, Zhou Changjun was not there, otherwise he would have been mad to death. Wu Yuan, Sister Yi, then you won't trouble us again, will you? Yi Ziping waved her hand, it scares you, don't worry, I'm not an unreasonable person, if you do a good job, then I'll admit it. Wu Yuan smiled happily, okay. Everyone was relieved. Yi Ziping really didn't go too far. Not only did he stop making noises and trouble, but he also asked Wu Yuan to open a bill and settle all medical expenses. This is also a great joy. A patient like Yi Ziping can find a way to deal with it. To be honest, Wu Yuan's busy meal really felt quite exhausting. After Yi Ziping, the great god, left, Wu Yuan found a chair and gasped for breath. At this time, a cup was handed to Wu Yuan. It turned out that Chen Yujia handed over a glass of water. Wu Yuan, thank you. Chen Yujia, you're welcome, Dr. Wu has worked hard. Wu Yuan waved his hand, feeling very satisfied. After all, it is not an easy thing to make a little beauty like Chen Yujia look like worship. Then, Yu Lin came over. Yu Lin, Wu Yuan, let me ask you something. Wu Yuan, ask it. Yu Lin, why is your skin stitching so good? How long have you been practicing? Wu Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at Yulin. He laughed, I have practiced for a long time, how can I put it, practice makes perfect. Yulin said, oh, then how to practice? Wu Yuan stood up, he smiled, and stretched out 4 fingers, 4 words, diligence, study, hard work, and practice. After that, Wu Yuan left the consultation room. Then, Wu Yuan received a system message. System, help others succeed and get 10,000 soft sister coins as a reward. I did a skin suture and got 10,000 pieces. Wu Yuan felt that it was acceptable, after all, it was not a big job. Speaking of which, Wu Yuan has made a lot of money recently through the talent of helping others, about 300,000 soft sister coins. Now, 10 years from now, 300,000 soft sister coins can't be considered a small sum of money. At least in Yanjiang City, you can buy a 2-bedroom house with full money, and maybe you can even save money for decoration, which is much more fun than renting a house. But Wu Yuan felt that now is not the time. If you want to buy a house, just buy a good one, buy a big one, and make more money. The emergency department has a characteristic. As long as there are no special circumstances, it is not particularly busy during the day, and it will only be busy at night. Wu Yuan works relatively few night shifts, so errands are easier than others. Of course, the work is easy, and the bonus is less. In addition, Wu Yuan himself is a contract worker, and his monthly salary is even less. After all, it didn't take long for Wu Yuan to come to the emergency department, and he needed some care. But now that Wu Yuan has a system, the life of hard criticism has completely changed. The money you get through helping others is much more than salary plus bonuses. Wu Yuan was not so kind before, helping here and there. It's different now. Wu Yuan has become a good young man with all-round development of morality, sports, beauty and labor. Help someone pour a glass of water and get 100 yuan soft sister coins. Help people make a cup of tea and get 180 yuan soft sister coins. Help someone clean the table, get 200 yuan soft sister coins. Press the shoulder to help people, get 250 yuan soft sister coins. Wu Yuan suddenly realized why he was like a worker in the dark shop. Making such a small amount of money is too outrageous and out of style. So, Wu Yuan began to help people selectively. Who to choose? Of course it's the beauty pageant. Wu Yuan quickly got along with most of the nurses in the emergency department. People who are handsome, can talk, and give some thoughtful help and greetings, of course, are all good. Including Chen Yujia, the impression of Wu Yuan has changed greatly, and he always likes to chat with Wu Yuan when he has something to do. In the face of these beauties, of course it is impossible to say that Wu Yuan has no thoughts, he is a normal man after all. But Wu Yuan also knew that it would be too naive to rely on this relationship alone to get beautiful women. For example, someone like Chen Yujia, who has high vision and good family conditions, can't impress people at all with small favors and favors. Wu Yuan is someone who has lived an extra 10 years, and his mentality is quite good. There is no need to worry about everything. Of course, Wu Yuan wasn't particularly popular in the emergency department, at least Zhou Changjun didn't have much of a cold with Wu Yuan. Before Wu Yuan came to the emergency department, Zhou Changjun belonged to the best junior in the department and had a bright future. It's better now. I stole the limelight by Wu Yuan several times in a row, and I have some opinions on Wu Yuan, and I am quite unconvinced. Yulin's attitude was a little better, but he still felt the kind of separation between face and spirit. This is not difficult to understand, the 3 people are about the same age, and they are all competitors. And Wu Yuan just came to the emergency department less than 2 months ago, and everyone is still running in. I'm back. Wu Yuan pondered that after a while, the system should reach the upgrade conditions. Once upgraded, Wu Yuan's ability will be improved again, not to mention the new talent skills. At that time, Wu Yuan's good days will not be far away. Wu Yuan was thinking about something good, but was called over by Zhao Qin. Wu Yuan patted his chest. "Director Zhao, what's the matter with you? Say it anyway, I'll do my best." Zhao Qin, "Hey, you put honey on your little mouth. It's sweet." Wu Yuan, "Director Zhao, this is from the bottom of my heart." Zhao Qin waved his hand. Okay, let me tell you, I will arrange a few more night shifts for you recently. You can adjust it first in the past 2 days. Wu Yuan was stunned, but did not speak for a while. How many night shifts should you arrange? Don't be exhausted then. Wu Yuan is not yet mentally prepared. Zhao Qin added, "Don't be reluctant, this is a good opportunity for you. Recently, there are several staffs in the hospital to be down, and our emergency department will fight for one." Wu Yuan suddenly realized. It turns out that Zhao Qin intends to create a system for Wu Yuan, which is indeed kind. Wu Yuan hurriedly said, "Director Zhao, thank you so much, don't worry, I will do my best to ensure that you won't be embarrassed." Zhao Qin waved his hand. "Okay, your recent performance is obvious to all, just keep it, don't make any mistakes." Wu Yuan nodded. "Zhao Qin, I can't guarantee that this will happen. I can only say that I will try my best. You should know that the staffing is very tight, and the leaders of the hospital also intend to let the competent people compete fairly." Wu Yuan, "Fair competition? What kind of competition law?" Zhao Qin, "I haven't decided yet. Anyway, prepare yourself mentally in advance." Wu Yuan responded. In the past life, an establishment would be a big deal for a contract doctor in a hospital, but at this time Wu Yuan was very calm. On the one hand, Wu Yuan lived for 10 more years, and many things were seen. Although the organization is important, he is not really worried about gains and losses like a young man, and he has no masters. On the other hand, Wu Yuan is the host of the super physician system and has enough confidence to deal with any opponent. It doesn't matter if you can't get the staff in this hospital, anyway, if you have the ability, you won't have to worry about wherever you go. However, Wu Yuan is still very grateful to Zhao Qin. Unlike the next 10 years, in this era, everything has to be about relationships. Like Zhao Qin, who is willing to promote juniors who have nothing to do with it, is definitely a very strong character. The night shift is about to start. Zhao Qin's so-called early adjustment is to let Wu Yuan pay more attention to rest during the day, so as not to disturb the biological clock and affect his work. As for Wu Yuan, he can't be idle. Wu Yuan was thinking about giving something to Director Zhao Qin Zhao. Although Zhao Qin was selfless and did not ask Wu Yuan to do anything, he still had to have the proper etiquette. As I said before, unlike the next few years, the current hospital system is still mainly based on relationship. Although Zhao Qin did not guarantee anything, and she was not one of those leaders who made decisions, it is very valuable just to have an expression. Wu Yuan didn't mean to bribe Zhao Qin, but just wanted to express his feelings. It was Wu Yuan's turn to take a break tomorrow. He planned to go to the mall and buy something for Zhao Qin. The next day, Wu Yuan rarely got up early and took the bus to the city center. Wu Yun suddenly thought, should he buy a car? It's too inconvenient to go out to work and go to get off work without a car. According to the development of normal time, Wu Yuan bought an economic car of about 100,000 yuan after he arrived in the imperial capital a few years later. But it's different now. Wu Yuan's deposit is already 400,000 soft sister coins, so it's easy to buy a car. But for now, let's do the business first, and don't worry about buying a car, let's talk about it later. Wu Yuan arrived at Wanqing Shopping Plaza, which is the most prosperous place in Yanjiang City. There are all kinds of specialized stores and shops, and it is a good place for shopping. Of course, the price of things sold in such a place is not much cheaper. Since it's a gift, you can't send some popular goods, at least you have to be able to get it. Besides, Wu Yuan is not a poor man now, he has rice in his pocket, so he doesn't have to worry about things. Wu Yuan has lived for 10 more years, and it seems that he has never felt this way in his memory. According to the normal development process, whether it is now or in the next 10 years, life will be tight. Wu Yuan entered the shopping plaza, turned around on the first floor, but found nothing, and went to the second floor again. Wu Yuan, a big man, really has no talent for picking gifts, so he can only wander around and watch. At this time, Wu Yuan happened to see an Apple store. Speaking of which, the children of Zhao Qin's family are probably all in junior high school. Wu Yuan pondered that sending electronic products is a good way, not tacky, but also able to get it. The most important thing is that it is not eye-catching, and it is not easy to be singled out. As far as Wu Yuan knows, Zhao Qin is very simple, not the kind of woman who particularly likes luxury goods. Wu Yuan went into the Apple store, turned around, and fell in love with an iPad. With thousands of soft sister coins, Wu Yuan bought it easily. Just then, someone else came in. Wu Yuan looked up and was stunned. Two people came in, a man and a woman, one of them a girl. That girl Wu Yuan is really familiar, it is none other than Wu Yuan's ex-girlfriend Hu Yunting. Hu Yunting was originally Wu Yuan's high school classmate. When they were in high school at that time, Wu Yuan and Hu Yunting had a good impression of each other and secretly made music. "You little brat, you don't understand shit." But due to his young age and strict school rules, he could only engage in underground activities. After high school, Wu Yuan was admitted to a medical school in Yanjiang City, and Hu Yunting also attended a key university in the city. The two schools were not far away, so they naturally came together. But the good times didn't last long. In high school, everyone was pure and had no other ideas except true love. But when you get to university, it's completely different. Precocious students have some slightly complicated ideas, especially girls, and their requirements for boyfriends tend to be higher. Wu Yuan was a poor student at that time. He was born in a county under Yanjiang City, and his economic conditions were at best average. The family conditions are just average. If Wu Yuan is excellent, that's fine. Unfortunately, the opposite is true. Except for his appearance, Wu Yuan is mediocre in other aspects, so normal that it can't be normal. Hu Yunting is precisely the kind of precocious girl. Such girls tend to be more realistic in their way of thinking. Hu Yunting's looks and figure are very good. After seeing the world in college, she has a higher vision. Naturally, the more she looks at Wu Yuan, the more she feels that she has no future and no rush. There is only one result of this situation. Wu Yuan and Hu Yunting broke up after more than 2 years of love. I have to say that this incident caused a huge blow to Wu Yuan at the time and suffered for a long time. Later, he embarked on the road of messing around with flowers and messing with flowers. For Wu Yuan, counting the 10 years of his previous life, more than 10 years have passed since this incident. It feels like a historical story from the last century, and he doesn't care that much now. If it wasn't for Wu Yuan's good memory, he would have forgotten what Hu Yunting looked like. But seeing Hu Yunting now, there will inevitably be some emotional fluctuations. There is an inexplicable feeling of Yi Qing Hui. At this time, Hu Yunting also saw Wu Yuan and couldn't help being stunned. The man next to him saw Hu Yunting's reaction and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Then, following Hu Yunting's gaze, he discovered the existence of Wu Yuan. That man. Wu Yuan also knew his name, Tian Baohui, a classmate of Hu Yunting. In college, Tian Baohui was one of Hu Yunting's suitors. Seeing Hu Yunting's ex-boyfriend at this time was like seeing a fly. Tian Baohui sorted out his complicated feelings, and suddenly looked at Wu Yuan and laughed, "Yo, this is not classmate Wu Yuan, long time no see." Wu Yuan thought to himself, "You small group of children, if I hadn't had a good memory, would I know who you are?" Wu Yuan responded indifferently on the surface, "It's been a long time, are you shopping?" Hu Yunting responded quickly, "Ah, let's come to buy something." Tian Baohui, "Yeah, Yun Ting wants to get a new mobile phone, I'll help her advise. Wu Yuan joked, what else is there to be a staff officer? You can help buy it. Tian Baohui glanced at Hu Yunting and was about to speak, but Hu Yunting said first, I changed my phone, not him, I just bought it myself. Wu Yuan said, oh, and didn't say any more, it had nothing to do with him anyway. Tian Baohui, what are you doing here? Wu Yuan, I also bought something. Tian Baohui looked at Wu Yuan a few times, what's the matter? You also want to buy a mobile phone? Wu Yuan didn't like Tian Baohui's tone very much, and said lightly, can't I buy a mobile phone? Tian Baohui, there's nothing wrong with that, but Apple's mobile phones are not cheap. By the way, what do you do now? Tian Baohui was obviously looking for trouble for Wu Yuan, and he had nothing to say. It seems that most of Tian Baohui has not dealt with Hu Yunting, otherwise he would not have performed so hard. Wu Yuan, I'm a doctor, is there any problem? Tian Baohui, doctor, the salary should not be low, right? By the way, do you have a staff now? I heard that doctors without staff have very low wages, just like temporary workers. Obviously, Tian Baohui knew about Wu Yuan's situation, and he was still making a fuss here. It was either stupid or bad, which made people uncomfortable. However, Wu Yuan's mentality is not that of a young guy, so he didn't say anything. Hu Yunting was afraid of Wu Yuan's madness, so she glanced at Tian Baohui and whispered, hey, don't talk nonsense. Tian Baohui laughed twice, then looked at Wu Yuan with contempt. Wu Yuan ignored Tian Baohui, who would have the same knowledge as such a childish guy. Wu Yuan called the clerk of the Apple store, help me get an iPhone, an iPad, and a MacBook Pro, all of which are top of the line. Yo, this is a big client. The clerk responded and went to prepare. Hu Yunting and Tian Baohui both widened their eyes, looking at Wu Yuan with incredible eyes. Apple's 3-piece set, and it's still top of the line. Don't look at the phone, tablet, and laptop, if all of them are top of the line, you can get tens of thousands of soft sister coins. This can't help but make people feel surprised, so spending money is too big. Both of them have a certain understanding of Wu Yuan. Now he is working as a contract worker in a not-so-remarkable hospital. Yanjiang City is not a first-tier city, so Wu Yuan's salary is even more pitiful. Under such conditions, how could it be possible to spend tens of thousands of yuan at a time to buy the top-matching 3-piece Apple set? Is this kid joking? Still pranking? But if you are angry, you can just buy a mobile phone. The cost of spending so much money is too high. After a while, the clerk came over with a few handbags. Shop clerk, sir, do you think these are the things you want? Wu Yuan glanced casually and nodded, okay, that's it, check out. The clerk said quickly, please come with me. Wu Yuan just followed the clerk to the cashier, took out the bank card, and quickly finished the card and settled the bill. This series of operations is too awesome. What is there to say? The most handsome appearance of a man is when he swipes the card to check out. Wu Yuan waved to Tian Baohui and Hu Yunting, I've finished shopping, you can take your time. With that said, Wu Yuan left the Apple store, calm, unrestrained, and resolute. Hu Yunting couldn't help but say, he seems to be developing pretty well. Tian Baohui made a cut, I have seen people like Wu Yuan a lot, and it is estimated that they have spent all their belongings. Hu Yunting said nothing. Frankly speaking, Tian Baohui's statement is not impossible. Wu Yuan does sometimes slap his face and pretend to be fat. At the same time, Wu Yuan came to the Starbucks on the first floor of Wanqing Shopping Plaza with a few bags of apples. Wu Yuan is tired of shopping after not shopping for a long time. He plans to rest here for a while, have a drink anyway, and then go back after a short rest. Wu Yuan ordered a cup of coffee at the cashier, then found a window seat and sat down. Originally, Wu Yuan didn't plan to buy an Apple mobile phone and a laptop, but he was simply provoked by Tian Baohui. Although Wu Yuan's mental age is quite old, he is also a little juvenile. But it doesn't matter, anyway, Wu Yuan is not bad for these tens of thousands of soft sister coins. And his broken computer should really be replaced. You can also install batches with Apple computers, it's worth buying. After the coffee was seated, Wu Yuan came over and took a sip, which was considered to be refreshing. It may not be because of the weekend. At this time, there are not many people in Starbucks, there are about a dozen people. Wu Yuan raised his head and glanced, and there was a person who caught his attention. It wasn't a beautiful woman, on the contrary, it was an old gentleman, looking young, about 60 years old. This old gentleman is not old-fashioned, well-maintained, and has the temperament of a cultural man. But when the old man served coffee, Wu Yuan always felt that something was wrong with those actions. The old gentleman was not alone, there was a young man sitting beside him. The two didn't say anything, just sat and drank coffee. Occupational disease committed, Wu Yuan thought helplessly, he withdrew his gaze and continued to drink his coffee. When Wu Yuan was walking on the street recently, he could not help but observe passers-by to determine what diseases they might have. Pretty boring behavior. Even if he could see that they were sick, Wu Yuan didn't plan to meddle in his own business. There are so many sick people that doctors can't really handle it. Immediately afterwards, the door of Starbucks opened again, and two people came in. It was none other than Hu Yunting and Tian Baohui. It's not that enemies don't get together. This is also normal, Hu asked that there is a coffee shop nearby. Hu Yunting also saw Wu Yuan, opened her mouth, but did not speak. Tian Baohui glanced at Wu Yuan, his face darkened. Wu Yuan pretended not to see them. Hu Yunting and Tian Baohui actually sat with the old gentleman. It looks like they are together. The old man's name is Fu Pingyi, a highly respected entrepreneur and a successful person. What is the relationship between Tian Baohui and Hu Yunting and Fu Pingyi? Actually, it doesn't matter. Mainly, Tian and Hu were reporters from a media in Yanjiang City, and they asked Fu Pingyi to conduct an interview here. Speaking of which, Tian Baohui still has some way of doing things. It is not easy to ask a person like Fu Pingyi to do an interview. The main reason is that Tian Baohui entrusted several layers of relationships. In the face of such a big man as Fu Pingyi, Tian Baohui and Hu Yunting must of course be extremely cautious. The two were afraid of delaying the boss's time, so they were well prepared. Tian Baohui, I'm sorry, we're late. Fu Pingyi waved his hand, it's not too late, we came early. Tian Baohui, then let's start now. Fu Yui took a sip of coffee and replied, yes, yes. Hu Yunting took out her laptop from her bag and prepared to record the interview. In this way, they started to ask me to answer, you said that I would write, and chat about some or not. Wu Yuan finished drinking a cup of coffee and was ready to pack up and head home. It's a rare holiday, and it's better to go back to make up for sleep than to do anything. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Squeak. Bang. Suddenly there was a table, and the sound of chairs sliding and crashing on the floor was very harsh. Wu Yuan turned his head to look, startled. Fu Pingyi actually fell to the ground. There was chaos in Starbucks. Although there were not many people in the store, there were about 20 people with a few clerks. Everyone gathered around at once, wanting to see what was going on. Tian Baohui, Hu Yunting, and the young man who was with Fu Pingyi were already panicking. Tian Baohui wanted to help, but the young man hurriedly shouted, don't move. Don't be turbulent. There may be problems with tampering. The young man's name is Zhou Qiang, and he is Fu Pingyi's driver and assistant. Others are quite clever, knowing that the current situation is unknown, and they cannot move around. Tian Baohui yelled again and again, what's going on here? How did you do it? What happened? No one could answer Tian Baohui. Tian Baohui was even more panicked. After all, Fu Pingyi was the one who made the appointment. If something happened to this old man, then he couldn't get rid of it, and he wouldn't necessarily take any responsibility at that time. Hu Yunting was not much better, she was completely at a loss and was about to collapse. Zhou Qiang didn't speak, took out his mobile phone, and dialed the emergency number. At this time, Hu Yunting suddenly looked at Wu Yuan and said loudly, Wu Yuan, will you come and have a look? Tian Baohui said, he can't do it, he doesn't understand. Hu Yunting, but he's a doctor, let him see, he should be better than us. In fact, Hu Yunting regretted saying these words. Wu Yuan is of course a doctor, but his level should not be very good. In case Wu Yuan acts his own way and makes things worse, it will be a big trouble. Zhou Qiang immediately said to Wu Yuan, are you a doctor? Then, please come over and take a look. When the crowd heard that a professional was leaving, they quickly gave way. Wu Yuanka walked over, squatting beside Fu Pingyi, regardless of the psychological activities of these people, and began to check his situation. In fact, Wu Yuan noticed Fu Pingyi's actions just now, and there were some bad omen, but he still couldn't determine what was wrong with him. When Wu Yuan came over just now, he had several speculations about medical pathology in his heart. Fu Pingyi's situation did look quite bad, his eyes were closed, his head twitched slightly, and there was a slight murmur in his throat. Wu Yuan opened his eyelids and saw that his pupils were turned up. Zhou Qiang couldn't help but ask, how is it? What's the situation? Hu Yunting, Wu Yuan, if you are not sure, just wait for the ambulance to come. Wu Yuan waved his hand, when will the ambulance come? Zhou Qiang, there's a traffic jam around here. They said it would take half an hour. Wu Yuan looked solemn, it's too late, this is epilepsy, and in half an hour, it may cause irreversible brain damage. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed greatly. Wu Yuan, this old man is not too young, the risk is very high, and emergency treatment must be taken immediately. Tian Baohui, emergency treatment. Who will do it? Wu Yuan ignored Tian Baohui, turned to the clerk and said, first aid kit, bring the first aid kit here. Generally speaking, such shopping malls, or storefronts, should prepare first aid kits. But the clerk hurriedly said, yes, there is a medicine box, but there is no first aid kit. Wu Yuan was helpless and had no choice but to say, bring it here, hurry up. The medicine box was brought over. Wu Yuan quickly searched for it. Basically, they were all simple hemostatic drugs and bandages, and basically nothing could be used. Wu Yuan, knife and straw. Shop clerk, Wu Yuan, stop it, hurry up. The clerk went quickly. Zhou Qiang, what are you going to do? Wu Yuan, his throat is stuck with phlegm, and he must have a tracheotomy as soon as possible, otherwise he will be suffocated. Hu Yunting and Tian Baohui's expressions changed. Tracheotomy. It's not a good thing to hear. The clerk brought a fruit knife and a thick straw. Wu Yuan actually used this kind of thing for surgery. What an international joke. Tian Baohui's eyes widened, you, don't mess around. This is not a joke. Who is responsible if something goes wrong? Wu Yuan glanced at Tian Baohui and replied coldly, are you responsible? To tell the truth, Wu Yuan also saved people like putting out a fire, and drank it out. If something really happened and he failed to save people, then Wu Yuan would really be responsible. If the matter was serious, he might not be able to keep his doctor's license. Tian Baohui, this can't be done. You can't do this. A little doctor like you can't afford it. Wu Yuan, stop talking nonsense. Do you really want to save people? Tian Baohui was a little hysterical, trembling all over, pointed at Wu Yuan and shouted, your level is not good. Wu Yuan waved his hands in disgust, without even looking at Tian Baohui. Wu Yuan said to Zhou Qiang seriously, if you don't want this old gentleman to be in trouble, let this kid shut up. Zhou Qiang glanced at Tian Baohui. Tian Baohui acted cleverly and dared not speak again. Wu Yuan, lighter. The clerk made arrangements quickly. Others can probably guess that lighters are used to sterilize fruit knives. Wu Yuan lit the lighter, baked the blade twice, and then waited for the blade to cool before starting the operation. Everyone's eyes widened, their expressions twisted and painful. Especially Hu Yunting, who wanted to watch but didn't dare to watch, seemed particularly tangled. In fact, what Wu Yuan did was a tracheotomy, which is commonly used in first aid. The principles and steps are not complicated. As long as he is a medical student with a solid foundation, he can do it. But the problem is that Wu Yuan has no suitable surgical tools on hand, not even a scalpel, let alone a metal trachea. Fortunately, there are small oxygen cylinders in the first aid kit, which may be available at that time. Wu Yuan laid Fu Pingyi's body upright, and then slightly propped up his head with something. As for anesthesia, Fu Pingyi is now completely unconscious and can't feel pain. Now it's a race against time. To be honest, Wu Yuan was indeed a little nervous. After all, no matter how superb his medical skills were, he could not guarantee 100% that there would be no problems or mistakes. Wu Yuan peeled off Fu Pingyi's shirt, then picked up a fruit knife, and cut the skin and subcutaneous tissue along the midline of the front of the neck from the lower edge of the thyroid cartilage to the position close to the suprasternal fossa. Because there is no scalpel, this step is quite difficult. Too much power will not work, and less power will not work. If it wasn't for Wu Yuan's very skillful use of fingers and moderate strength, it would be hard not to have problems. Wu Yuan, prepare the hemostatic bandage. Zhou Qiang was a little panicked, and quickly picked up the bandage and replied, okay. Something wonderful happened. Although the opening was not long, the cut was deep, but the blood was not as much as imagined. There is no such scene of spraying on the blood column. This made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. He was also amazed at Wu Yuan's level. Insiders watched the doorway, laymen watched the fun. If the insider sees it, it will not only be amazed, but will be very surprised. This shows that the wound caused by Wu Yuan not only avoided most of the blood vessels, but even the muscle fibers were taken into account. This is something that only a high-level physician can do. The next step is to separate the pretracheal tissue. This step is the key. Wu Yuan, wine. Zhou Qiang, huh? Wu Yuan, give me spirits. Zhou Qiang, how intense is it? Wu Yuan, as fierce as it is, it must be as fierce. The clerk was conscious, and immediately found a bottle of Cuban rum with a high number of heights. This is for making coffee, and I can't use a bottle for a month. Wu Yuan fell well and fell directly into his hands. No way, in order to save people, disinfection must be in place. In fact, this step requires the use of vascular clamps, but now there are no conditions, so I can only do it with bare hands. Fortunately, Wu Yuan's fingers are not vegetarian, golden fingers. Wu Yuan reached into the wound with his fingers, separated the sternohyoid and sternothyroid muscles, and exposed the thyroid isthmus. Wu Yuan found that Fu Pingyi's isthmus was too wide, which was a little troublesome, but it was not difficult for Wu to be too much. He hooked the trachea a little on the lower edge of the isthmus. The daring person was still watching, and the timid person ducked to the side and turned his head away, but looked over curiously from the corner of his eye. This kind of scene can only be seen in the movie and TV series. This is a real live broadcast. The truth is even more surprising. Hu Yunting couldn't help seeing such a scene, but she was not so scared. She found that when Wu Yuan did these actions, she was so calm and unhurried. Is this still the Wu Yuan she knew? Or the very frizzy poor boy in my mind? How did Wu Yuan become like this? Just like two people. Incredible. 1, 2, 3. Wu Yuan actually counted the rings of the trachea. In the third ring of the trachea, he cut a small incision with a fruit knife. This step is also critical and is a delicate operation. The blade tip should not be inserted too deep, otherwise, the posterior wall of the trachea and the anterior wall of the esophagus may be injured, resulting in a tracheoesophageal fistula. Wu Yuan picked up the straw, tore off the outer wrapping paper, and carefully inserted the straw into it. Done now? Of course not. Wu Yuan took out the medical strip from the medicine box again, tore a small section, and glued it at the junction of the straw and the wound. Frankly speaking, this step is not very compliant, and Fu Pingyi is at risk of infection. But the situation is urgent, and there is not much to worry about. Besides, as long as the ambulance personnel came over, they would definitely give Fu Pingyi antibiotics. After Wu Yuan got all this done, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no problem in the middle, otherwise it would be a big trouble. Although Wu Yuan has the system to help, he sometimes has to pay more attention. After all, the system is not omnipotent. At this time, Zhou Qiang asked, "Is it all right now?" Wu Yuan shook his head, indicating that it was not over yet. Next is the one thing that Wu Yuan is the least likely to do. Because Fu Pingyi's throat and trachea will have secretions more or less, so Wu Yuan must clean up these things. How to clean it up? It's a little disgusting to say, and it has to be sucked out with a straw. In fact, similar news is often seen on TV news. Fortunately, there is a straw, so that it will not directly contact the patient, otherwise it will be more difficult to rescue. Fortunately, Wu Yuan controlled the heat very well. After taking a sip, he immediately lowered the straw. I saw a lot of unknown liquid flowed to the ground through the straw, which was quite viscous, a bit like white sesame paste. After about 3 or 5 minutes of flow, Fu Pingyi's originally rapid breathing calmed down, and his body no longer twitched. Wu Yuan wiped his sweat and said, "It's stable." Zhou Qiang, this is enough. Wu Yuan nodded, "Okay, they will take care of it when the ambulance comes." Zhou Qiang, "It's not a big problem." Wu Yuan, "It's not a big problem." Zhou Qiang breathed a sigh of relief, "Thank you so much." Tian Baohui reacted and said quickly, "Mr. Zhou, don't listen to his nonsense, his words are not accurate." Zhou Qiang glared at Tian Baohui, "What he said is not accurate, what you said is accurate." Tian Baohui was at a loss for words. Look at Fu Pingyi's situation. As long as you're not a fool, you can clearly see that things are much better. This old man seems to be sleeping, even a layman can tell that he is indeed stable. Hu Yunting looked at Fu Pingyi and then at Wu Yuan, trying to say something, but couldn't say anything. Wu Yuan suddenly seemed to be a lot more reliable. In fact, it's not sudden, after all, I haven't seen each other for several years, but the contrast between the front and back impressions is too great, giving people a feeling of being caught off guard. At this time, Zhou Qiang quickly fixed the straw and the wound with a sterile bandage, which could also achieve the effect of hemostasis. Wu Yuan nodded, thinking that this is appropriate, at least the old man is no longer in danger. Wu Yuan did what he could, and then he waited for the ambulance to come and do the follow-up first aid. What should we do now? Go, or stay here? Logically speaking, Wu Yuan has done enough, so there is no need to wait here all the time. But even if Wu Yuan wanted to leave, Zhou Qiang and the others would not necessarily agree. Not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. If there is any problem with Wu Yuan's handling, he is still to be found. Just then, a whistle sounded outside, and an ambulance was coming. Then, Zhou Qiang greeted him. Now that the ambulance has arrived, Wu Yuan can't leave right away, so just wait a little longer. He went back and sat in his original position, watching the news on the phone leisurely. A few minutes later, someone came in with a flat cart from outside. In front was Zhou Qiang with an anxious look, followed by several medical staff, including 2 female nurses and a doctor on board. Zhou Qiang pointed at Fu Pingyi and said, "Dr. Shi, that's him. The doctor's name was Shi Yoha. With a solemn expression on his face, he immediately walked over and squatted down to check on Fu Pingyi's condition. Shi Yoha only glanced at it, then pointed at the straw in surprise. Who made this? Zhou Qiang pointed at Wu Yuan. It's him, by the way, he is also a doctor. He said that the situation was very urgent just now. If it is not dealt with as soon as possible, it will cause brain damage. Shi Yoha nodded. This is epilepsy. If suffocation occurs, it will indeed cause irreversible brain damage over time. Since it is a doctor who visits with the car, he must have very rich experience in first aid, and his level is beyond doubt. Zhou Qiang, yes, Mr. Wu said the same. Shi Yoha glanced at Wu Yuan, but didn't call out to him, and asked Zhou Qiang, what kind of emergency surgery is this used for? Why did you even use a straw? Zhou Qiang looked embarrassed. He is not a professional, so it is really difficult to explain, but he still knows the ins and outs, and replied, but maybe there is no professional tool. At that time, the situation was urgent, so I used a fruit knife and a straw. Shi Yoha was shocked when he heard this. When Tian Baohui saw Shi Yoha's appearance, he immediately said, I'll just say, he's messing around. Dr. Shi, will there be any problem? If there is a problem, he can't be let go. Shi Yoha waved his hand, no problem. These hands are amazing. You can do emergency surgery with a fruit knife. I only heard my teacher say this, and no one has practiced it. Shi Yoha immediately stood up, walked up to Wu Yuan, reached out his hand and said, hello, today I have opened my eyes, I didn't expect to be a master. Wu Yuan also stood up, shook hands with Shi Yoha cordially, and said a few words of modesty. Everyone is a doctor, and there is still some resonance. However, Shi Yoha was a few years older than Wu Yuan, so in the eyes of others, he still felt a bit inconsistent and unbelievable. However, the two female nurses also began to discuss each other. It's quite a coincidence that this wound was opened. That's right, it's still scratched with a fruit knife. How did this happen? I really don't understand. Let me tell you, I've seen it in movies. In reality, even if there is no scalpel, ordinary doctors would not dare. These conversations, listening to Tian Baohui in Hu Yunting's ears, really made them both anxious. Tian Baohui felt like he was in a dream, and it was a disgusting dream, and the worldview had been turned upside down. As for Hu Yunting, she felt as if she had never known Wu Yuan. The only advantage of Wu Yuan in the past was one word, handsome. Others can be described in 3 words, unreliable. How to say it? Doing anything gives people a not very reliable and stable feeling. This is also the reason why Hu Yunting finally decided to break up with Wu Yuan. But now Hu Yunting regretted it again. She should have given Wu Yuan some more chances at the beginning to see the situation again. But no one can predict the future. Who would have known that Wu Yuan would grow so fast after all these years? At this time, Hu Yunting really wanted to chat with Wu Yuan, but she was not too embarrassed. If Wu Yuanjun had just graduated a few years ago, he might still have some thoughts about Hu Yunting. It's a pity that his actual age is over 10 years old, so he doesn't care what Hu Yunting thinks of him for a long time. How do you say it? A good horse doesn't eat grass. At this time, Wu Yuan observed Fu Pingyi's situation again, and said to Shi Yoha, the follow-up will be handed over to you. His current state is quite balanced, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Shi Yoha nodded, yes, it's not a big problem. Wu Yuan, I still have a few things to do, so I'll go first. Speaking of which, Wu Yuan was about to leave with a few bags of Apple products. But Zhou Qiang stopped him. Zhou Qiang, Dr. Wu, why don't you leave your contact information, and we will thank you later. Wu Yuan was stunned. According to his previous personality, he would really leave a contact information. But it's different now. Wu Yuan wants to help others with pleasure. It's too much to leave a name. If you don't leave your name when you do good deeds, it's just crazy and cool. Wu Yuan waved his hand. Forget it, it's not necessary. This time it was the other people's turn to be stunned and speechless. What the hell? This kid really does a good job without leaving his name. It's so stupid now, not right. Is live. You must know that Fu Pingyi is an entrepreneur. To put it bluntly, he is a rich man. This is a life-saving thing, human life is at stake. Leave a name, and they may give you a reward for your boss when they come back. And by the way, engage in personal debt. Wu Yuan doesn't want all of them. Outrageous. It's outrageous. In fact, they overlooked one point. Wu Yuan didn't know Fu Pingyi's identity at all, he just thought he was an ordinary little old man. If he knew, let alone leave his name, he would probably leave his address. I was afraid that Fu Pingyi would not go to thank him face to face. Zhou Qiang, yes, which hospital do you work in? Wu Yuan waved his hand. Small hospital, nothing to talk about, goodbye, take good care of the old man. I didn't even leave my name or phone number, not to mention my workplace. After that, Wu Yuan walked out of Starbucks. This made everyone present even more stunned for a while, and their eyes were dumbfounded. What the hell? Really good-natured. What a brave young man. The leaders are really blind for not giving him a big red flower. The people around started to talk again. This person is so awesome, he's just an idol. Not only is the medical skill high, but the character is good, but I don't know if there is a target. Whose girl wants to marry such a young man? What a blessing she has accumulated in her previous life. Last life? I think it's 8 lives, 18 lives. By the way, does the doctor make a lot of money? I don't know how much the average doctor earns, but if you are skilled in medicine, you must be earning a lot of money every day. These people are watching the fun and don't think it's a big deal, and both men and women can gossip. Hearing it in Hu Yunting's ears, it was even more unpleasant. Tian Baohui's face turned blue, and the series of blows made him lose the strength to speak, and he didn't even dare to look at Hu Yunting's expression. At the same time, Wu Yuan stood on the side of the road and wanted to take a taxi home. At this moment, Wu Yuan received the message from the system. System, help others succeed, and get 2 million soft sister coins as a reward. Oh, you did a really good thing just now, saving someone's life. The good guys who don't name names have done it, the system can't be too closed, and they have to give some money to spend. How much did this get? Okay. A lot of 0. What the hell? Wu Yuan's eyes widened for a while, showing an unbelievable look. How much is this? 2 million soft sister coins. Soft sister coins. God damn it. Wu Yuan is also used to seeing strong winds and waves. But according to the normal historical process, he is still a fighter in the hanging wire, let alone 2,200,000 soft sister coins are a lot of money. Why did the system suddenly reward Wu Yuan with so much money for a helpful activity? Is it because this emergency surgery is more important? To save a life? So worth it? Wu Yuan can only think so, otherwise there will be no other explanation. In fact, the most important factor is because of Fu Pingyi's net worth, he is a very rich man. It's so realistic. There were 2 million soft sister coins in the bank account all of a sudden, which made Wu Yuan really feel that the sky had changed. More blue, more beautiful. Even the clouds in the sky are like stacks of banknotes, which makes people feel particularly rushing. What does this mean? In the days of 10 years ago in this life, 2 million soft sister coins can buy a lot of things. With a car, of course there is a house. Just about to take it home someday. In the next 2 days, Wu Yuan's work was quite easy, and there were no twists and turns. This may have been deliberately arranged by Zhao Qin, so let him make some adjustments. This day after work, Wu Yuan found an opportunity to follow Zhao Qin to the door of the hospital and stopped her. Zhao Qin, Xiao Wu, what's the matter? Wu Yuan handed the bag in his hand to Zhao Qin. Director Zhao, someone gave me this a few days ago. I don't need it. It just so happens that you have children, so you can take it back and use it. Zhao Qin was stunned. What? Wu Yuan, look at it. Zhao Qin took the bag suspiciously, glanced inside, and was taken aback. Yo, is this a tablet? Apple? Wu Yuan, yes, Director Zhao, you really have eyesight. You know, I have never liked to play with this thing. It's a waste to keep it. You can take it back for your children's study. It's just right. Wu Yuan was just talking nonsense, but it was also half-truth. Wu Yuan is someone who has lived an extra 10 years, and is indeed not as concerned about electronic devices as he was when he was young. If it wasn't for Tian Baohui's excitement before, it is estimated that he would not even replace the broken mobile phone, let alone the tablet computer. The key point is that what Apple has produced now is also very backward in Wu Yuan's view. Compared with the full-screen, gesture operation, and high-pixel multi-large cameras that came out in the next 10 years, it is simply something used by primitive people. Zhao Qin immediately waved his hand and stuffed the bag to Wu Yuan. Hey, what are you doing? This is too expensive. No, I can't take it. Wu Yuan didn't answer either, and said, Hey, don't be polite, I really don't need this thing, it's just a table leg when I put it at home. Wu Yuan added, Director Zhao, don't get me wrong, I really didn't try to curry favor with you, so just accept it. Zhao Qin saw that Wu Yuan was very sincere, and his attitude seemed to be loosened. Zhao Qin's family has a daughter, and recently she really wanted to buy a tablet computer for extracurricular tuition. However, she is not short of this money, but she is not good at electronic products and is worried about what to buy. Zhao Qin, Xiao Wu, if you can't use these thousands of dollars, you can sell them. Wu Yuan, isn't that a second-hand dealer? I'll have to do it. Zhao Qin, yo, you're quite strong. Hearing Zhao Qin's tone, Wu Yuan was about to accept it, so he waved his hand, Director Zhao, I have something else to do. You have to slow down on the way. After that, Wu Yuan ran away. Zhao Qin called twice and didn't call back, so forget it. In fact, Zhao Qin is not a 3-year-old child. Knowing what Wu Yuan's intention is to give this thing, it is nothing more than interpersonal communication, and it is a courtesy. Zhao Qin thinks Wu Yuan is a really good guy. He is not only capable, but also has high emotional intelligence and is grateful. Zhao Qin felt a little close to Wu Yuan, thinking about helping Wu Yuan as much as possible. Wu Yuan sent things out, but it was a worry. The next step is to get on the right track, continue to check in, increase your ability, and strive to save some good things. During this time, Wu Yuan gradually gained a deeper understanding of the system. When Wu Yuan's various diagnostic skills or surgical skills increase, it does not only affect specific skills, but also improves his overall medical ability and understanding of medicine. It's just that each improvement is very small and difficult to detect. But how to put it, water droplets pass through the stone, and the accumulation of small amount will eventually lead to qualitative change. Knowledge can be integrated. And Wu Yuan's psychology has also changed a lot. Normally, although Wu Yuan became a doctor, he was not very interested in medicine, and everything was to support his family. But now the mentality is completely different, I feel interested in medicine, and it is more and more interested. If it weren't for such a change, and when I wouldn't look at passers-by, I would involuntarily judge whether they were sick or not. For example, for the old man Fu Pingyi, the reason why he could make a diagnosis so quickly is because Wu Yuan made a basic judgment before Fu Pingyi became ill. This is a good thing. Of course Wu Yuan will feel happy, and the doctor will not feel uncomfortable doing so. With the enhancement of his medical ability due to signing in, he has a strong sense of accomplishment. On this day, another high-level meeting is being held at the management meeting of the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University. In addition to the dean, 2 vice deans, and other management personnel, the directors and deputy directors of each department also basically arrived at this meeting. This kind of scene is rare. After all, department directors are very busy people, and meetings are too time-consuming. But there is clearly something important to discuss today. The principal's name is Tian Hongchun, a man in his 50s, wearing glasses, quite thin and gentle, a typical intellectual figure. Tian Hongchun picked up the teacup and took a sip. You may have heard that the city has allocated 5 staffing places to our hospital, and the situation has not changed, there are still more monks and less porridge. Let's discuss how to allocate and choose people today. As soon as they heard the compilation, of course everyone was excited. This is a big deal. Everyone started arguing with each other. Although the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is not a big hospital, although the sparrow is small, it has all the internal organs. There are 5 in most departments alone. However, Tian Hongchun also said that these 5 establishments are all aimed at medical technology departments. Namely internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, ENT, stomatology, ophthalmology, dermatology and emergency. After all, there are 9 departments. After all, it is a general hospital. There may not be enough doctors, but all departments must be complete, otherwise, it will be at a disadvantage when approving funds. But there are only so many establishments allocated, which has become more monks and less porridge. How to distribute is the big question. Everyone expresses their opinions, they are very slippery, and they all speak righteously, but no one can convince anyone. The crowd quarreled for a long time, but there was still no conclusion, making Tian Hongchun's head loud. This is the time to exert the authority of leadership, and it is necessary to speak. Tian Hongchun, it's all right, don't make a fuss. If we really can't achieve unity of opinion, then let's go through the evaluation. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. According to comprehensive assessment. I've done it before, but it doesn't make sense at all. The assessment and evaluation are done individually by each department, so wouldn't it be a higher score for the candidate than which department? It took a long time, and in the end, the big guy had to have a good fight. As I have said before, in this period, the selection in the hospital, the relationship is still very important. Of course, everyone wants to let the person they recommend get the system. Tian Hongchun knew what these people were thinking, and explained, I'm not talking about the evaluations that we do. I mean that we re-evaluate the candidates nominated by the department. At this time, everyone suddenly realized, revealing the original look. Lu Dazhu, the director of the internal medicine department, said, President Tian, how should we evaluate it? Do you want to set up a working group? Tian Hongchun nodded, yes, the working group is mainly composed of the directors and deputy directors of each department, and the work will be started immediately, and the establishment must be placed on the most useful talents. Tian Hongchun's words are a bit like empty words and clichés. Even if a working group is established, there will definitely be a lot of wrangling in it, and it may be even more chaotic by then. However, Tian Hongchun also said that they, the hospital management, will also participate in the whole process and supervise to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Then everyone quieted down and accepted the matter. Although it is a bit troublesome, the process that should be taken still has to go. At that time, whoever wins and whoever loses will depend on their own abilities and strengths. So in the end, it depends on whether the relationship is stronger or not. At this time, Tian Hongchun asked people to turn on the projection to display the doctors nominated by each department. The last chapter was blocked, I don't know when it will be unblocked. There are 9 departments, and each department has 1 or 2 people nominated, so the number is still quite large, there are about 20. Among the people nominated by the emergency department, in addition to Wu Yuan, Zhou Changjun was also mentioned. This kid Zhou Changjun is also a bit of a doorman. He is mainly promoted by the director Yen Buiyuan. Of course, Zhou Changjuan's expression in the emergency department is really good, but his strength is incomparable to that of Wu Yuan now. Especially in the recent period, Wu Yuan's performance can be described as, like a god's help. He has performed 2 very difficult operations in succession, and he has completed it as the main surgeon alone. This is a rare performance among young surgeons. In addition to the 2, there is also Chao Jigang, who Wu Yuan has dealt with before. Unsurprisingly, Chao Jigang is the first candidate for general surgery. This isn't an unexpected thing either. Chao Jigang has a very hard relationship. He is close to Wang Jinlu, the vice president, and Sun Jianzhong, the director of general surgery, naturally has to push him. Of course, Chao Jigang's level is indeed more powerful. Before Wu Yuan obtained the super doctor system, he was completely crushed by Chao Jigang. This shows that Chao Jigang is very talented in surgery. Strength plus a little relationship factor, it is equal to invincibility. At this time, when Sun Jianzhong saw Wu Yuan's name, he couldn't help but look surprised. Sun Jianzhong looked at the 2 directors of the emergency department. Wu Yuan. Do you want to push Wu Yuan? Yan Weiyuan, this is the candidate recommended by Director Zhao. Zhao Qin immediately explained, Wu Yuan has been in the emergency department for a while, and his performance is remarkable. He has done a lot of things and is a talent. Sun Jianzhong showed a more suspicious look. Talent? Outstanding performance? This is Wu Yuan. Are you sure it's not another person? This Wu Yuan, is this Wu Yuan? Or did the emergency department submitter pick the wrong one? Wu Yuan has been working for more than 2 years, most of the time in Sun Jianzhong's general surgery department. Sun Jianzhong believes that he still knows Wu Yuan quite well. Wu Yuan, this boy, why can't he be the first to be lazy? Occasionally, I also shared some unclear things with the little nurses. In addition to his pleasing appearance, there is really no obvious advantage from Wu Yuan. But Sun Jianzhong saw that Zhao Qin didn't seem to be joking, and praised Wu Yuan seriously, which made Sun Jianzhong feel even more outrageous. Could it be that Wu Yuan worked hard on Zhao Qin behind his back? This possibility is very high. But this kind of thing is not something that can be done by pulling relationships and doing small tricks. It also requires real talents. After all, medical technology is on the table and cannot be faked. How to say it, as soon as the expert makes a move, you will know if there is any. If Wu Yuan is nothing in terms of medical attainments, then endorsing him is definitely the stupidest act. Of course, Sun Jianzhong didn't think Zhao Qin was a fool. Although Zhao Qin is only the deputy director of the emergency department, but also the youngest deputy director in the hospital, he must have a way. But why did Zhao Qin push Wu Yuan? It doesn't make sense. It definitely doesn't matter if Wu Yuan is in the hospital, and Sun Jianzhong is absolutely certain of this. Although Sun Jianzhong was full of disbelief in Zhao Qin's words, it was not easy to get to the bottom of it on this occasion. And Sun Jianzhong felt that this matter was very strange. Of course, it is nothing more than one more competitor, and it is a less powerful competitor, so there is no need to care too much. Anyway, that's how it was settled. The number of places to be established in the hospital is not big or small. Anyway, everyone has their own little 99 in their hearts, and there will still be a lot of interaction secretly at that time. As for Wu Yuan, his current mind is not here at all. He is now working in the hospital with ease, and there are still more than 2 million soft sister coins in the bank account. Therefore, Wu Yuan has no pressure at all. Now he only needs to check in every day and strengthen his strength. This afternoon, Wu Yuan was chatting with 2 little nurses, so he felt uncomfortable. As soon as life problems were solved, Wu Yuan started to think about flirting with girls in his spare time. Then, a girl appeared. Wu Yuan glanced at the other party, showing a surprised look. The girl was wearing the hospital's white hexagram, with an employee card pinned to her chest with the name Fang Yangyang written on it. The name is kind of funny. Weird and cute. But looking at Fong Yangyang, this girl is really young, she looks like she is in her early 20s, she is quite beautiful, not inferior to Chin Yujia. What department is such a beautiful girl from? Wu Yuan came to be interested. Looking at the employee card again, Wu Yuan couldn't help being stunned. It says the name of the department is Emergency Department. Wu Yuan was stunned. Is this little beauty a doctor in the emergency department? Impossible, Wu Yuan has never seen her. Not to mention in the emergency department, even in the entire hospital, there is no such person in my impression. But it could also be new. As far as Wu Yuan knows, there have been many interns and contract doctors in the hospital recently. At this moment, Yu Lin came over. Stop talking, let's have a meeting. Wu Yuan said, oh, just us doctors. Yu Lin, no, everyone, the nurse will also go. The department meeting, it looks like the neighbors have something important to say. All but the people on the rotating duty went to the office, where the emergency department usually meets. Wu Yuan went in and saw that the young female doctor named Fong Yangyang was also in the office. Both directors Yen Buiyuan and Zhao Qin are present. After all the staff arrived, Yen Buiyuan cleared his throat and said, today, I will introduce a new member of the department to you, this one, Dr. Fong Yangyang. Sure enough, this little beauty is a newly transferred doctor, no wonder she is so young. Yen Buiyuan, Yangyang, just say a few words and introduce yourself to everyone. Fong Yangyang made a brief self-introduction with a smile. This Fong Yangyang really just graduated and came to the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University for an internship. However, Fong Yangyang is not an ordinary intern. Her father and grandfather are leaders of the Municipal Medical Doctor Association, and they are quite prestigious. To put it bluntly, it is easy for a character like Fong Yangyang to make a weave, it depends on whether she is happy or not. As for why I chose Yenjiang University affiliated hospital for an internship, I don't know. Perhaps Fong Yangyang just wanted to find a relaxing place to live a relaxed internship life. After playing enough and getting to know each other well, he would transfer to another better hospital. Fong Yangyang's ability is also quite large, he can do both internal medicine and surgery, and he is considered an all-rounder. But she also said that what she is best at is internal medicine. This is also normal. Although people who study medicine cannot avoid seeing blood, it is one thing to be afraid of it, and it is another matter to like it or not. Compared with doctors in other departments, surgeons in surgery have to put in more effort to be successful. It is only possible, talent is extremely important to surgeons, and it is a gap that cannot be bridged no matter how much effort is put in. Take Wu Yuan, for example. He worked hard for a long time in his last life, but he couldn't make any progress in surgery, so he had to change his career in the end. In this life, if it weren't for the help of the super doctor sign-in system, of course, it would not be any different from the previous life. Therefore, there are not many female surgeons like Zhao Qin who can go to the operating table. As soon as the meeting was over, everyone went back to work. The seat Yen Buiyuan arranged for Fong Yangyang happened to be right next to Wu Yuan. This is convenient for Wu Yuan to act. Wu Yuan leaned over and asked, Beauty, my name is Wu Yuan. Fong Yangyang, I know, isn't it written on your employee card? Wu Yuan, if you have anything you don't understand, just ask me, and I will answer everything you know. Fong Yangyang replied lightly, I see, thank you. Fong Yangyang doesn't seem to care much about Wu Yuan, obviously not affected by Wu Yuan's handsome appearance. This is also normal, Fong Yangyang belongs to the arrogant daughter of heaven, and no matter how handsome a handsome guy is, she will become very ordinary here. This kind of girl often pays attention to strength. Seeing that Fong Yangyang didn't give him much, Wu Yuan naturally stopped working hard. Wu Yuan has passed the age of stalking and will not put too much effort into women who are not interested in him. In the next few days, Fong Yangyang's performance was very eye-catching. No wonder this little beauty is so arrogant, she does have 2 brushes and is very fast in diagnosing the condition. After all, it is a medical family, and the medical talent and attainments are definitely not ordinary. If you compare the previous Wu Yuan with her, it will definitely be appalling. It belongs to the strong contrast between hanging silk and goddess. But it's different now. In Wu Yuan's view, Fang Yangyang's medical potential is very strong, but compared with the current Wu Yuan, it is still far behind. The intern is too young. On this day, Wu Yuan began to work the night shift. Unexpectedly, Fang Yangyang is also a night shift. This is a good thing, beauty, even if Fang Yangyang ignores him. Wu Yuan, just looking at it will be eye-catching. What makes Wu Yuan even more happy is that Chen Yujia is also on the night shift today. Come on, you can have a good chat with the beauty. Fang Yangyang was really not optimistic about Wu Yuan. Physicians still have to rely on real skills. What skills can a small doctor in Wu Yuan have? Mostly just chores. Fang Yangyang's thoughts are not outrageous, normally it is true, but Wu Yuan is not a normal person at all now. If nothing else, he is a gentleman who has lived an extra 10 years. At night, Fang Yangyang was checking the department's information on the computer in the office. The door opened, and the beautiful little nurse Chen Yujia came in. Chen Yujia, is Dr. Wu there? Fang Yangyang glanced at Wu Yuan's seat, which was completely empty. Where is Wu Yuan now? Hiding in the toilet to smoke. Fang Yangyang said, no, what happened? Chen Yujia, a patient has been brought here, come and have a look. Fang Yangyang cheered up and followed Chen Yujia to the consultation room. As soon as I entered the consultation room, I heard a cry of, "Io, Io." It seems that the patient's condition is still very serious. It was a man in his 40s, accompanied by 2 family members. Chen Yujia put on the stethoscope and walked over. What's wrong? One of the female family members, who should be the patient's lover, replied, I don't know, I suddenly fell ill just now, and the pain seems to be unbearable. Fang Yangyang asked, what's his name? The family replied, the surname is Li. My name is Li Changfa. Fang Yangyang said earnestly, Mr. Li, I'm a doctor in the emergency department, can you hear me? Li Changfa nodded with difficulty, I can. I can hear. Fang Yangyang, where are you hurting? Li Changfa covered his abdomen for a while, here, I feel pain here. Fang Yangyang was stunned, and pressed Li Changfa's abdomen, here. Li Changfa didn't anymore, and shook his head, generally. Fang Yangyang, general. What is general? Does it hurt? Li Changfa, well, it seems to hurt, but it doesn't seem to hurt. Fang Yangyang was speechless for a while, she thought it was acute appendicitis. If it wasn't as painful, it wasn't. Fang Yangyang pressed another spot, Mr. Li, what about here? Li Changfa showed a very tangled expression, but still shook his head, it doesn't hurt. Fang Yangyang changed the place and pressed, here. Li Changfa shook his head, no. Fang Yangyang pressed another place, what about this side? Li Changfa shook his head again, it's still not. Fang Yangyang was a little crazy, what is it or is it not? Is it really? Li Changfa, it's not, it's not. Fang Yangyang showed a helpless look. Chen Yujia also looked at each other with Feng Qing, the nurse next to her, and exchanged views secretly. It seemed that she encountered another, difficult, patient. Fang Yangyang, Mr. Li, are you feeling better now, and there's no more pain anywhere? When Li Changfa heard this, he quickly shook his head and covered his stomach, no, I still hurt. It really hurts. Fang Yangyang also began to feel a headache. The 2 family members also saw that Li Changfa was wrong and asked in a low voice, husband, is he mentally ill? Li Chang got angry and sat up all of a sudden, I have a mental illness. You are talking nonsense. Your whole family has a mental illness. Li Changfa is indeed too mentally ill, and the symptoms are very serious. Fan Yangyang almost asked the nurse to call the mental hospital. At this moment, the door of the consultation room opened, and a person walked in. It was Wu Yuan who swayed in. Chen Yujia immediately walked over. "Dr. Wu, come and see, this patient is a little restless." Wu Yuan made an "oh" and asked, "What's the situation?" Chen Yujia described it clearly in a few sentences. In any case, the patient feels the pain, but does not know exactly where the pain is. After Wu Yuan heard it, he also felt strange. Fan Yangyang was helpless, and of course he didn't have any hope for Wu Yuan. This patient is so evil. However, Fan Yangyang was quite surprised by Chen Yujia's reaction. Chen Yujia seems to have confidence in Wu Yuan. Of course, it may also be that the two are familiar with each other, so Chen Yujia naturally finds Wu Yuan first when he has something to do. Wu Yuan looked at Fan Yangyang, didn't find the problem. Fan Yangyang, no, he doesn't know where the pain is, so he can't find out. Wu Yuan did not diagnose like Fan Yangyang did. Judging by his experience, it should be of no use. Wu Yuan turned his head and asked Li Changfa's family, "What did he eat at night?" The family thought for a while and replied, "He just ate a few dumplings and drank a bowl of porridge. Yes, it's white rice porridge, and he didn't eat anything special. The dumplings are also made at noon, they are quite fresh, we eat them. There's nothing wrong with it." Wu Yuan nodded, and indeed felt that the patient was a little strange and behaved strangely. Another family member suddenly whispered, "Doctor." After he finished eating, he said that there was an old man in his mouth. Halfway through the family did not continue, as if they had some scruples. Wu Yuan asked curiously, "Old? What is it?" "You finish your sentence." Family member, he said that a mouse got in when he opened his mouth. Except for Wu Yuan, all the doctors and nurses present were stunned when they heard it, and then looked at each other. Fan Yangyang's expression was strange, and he seemed to be holding back a smile. Chen Yujia and Feng Qing were not much better either. What is this with what? After all, they were all young girls, and it was hard to hold back when they heard such a thing. It's not watching cartoons. How could it be possible for mice to dig into their mouths in reality? Wu Yuan was unexpectedly calm, and he lived an extra 10 years, but not only had more experience, but his temperament was also able to hold. Wu Yuan turned his head and asked Li Chang, "You mean, the mouse got into your mouth?" After listening to Li Changfa, his eyes widened, showing a horrified expression. "Yes, yes. It got in. I saw it with my own eyes." "Wu Yuan, you saw a mouse?" Li Changfa nodded abruptly, afraid that Wu Yuan would not believe it, and gestured, "Yes, it's so big." "Wu Yuan, how did you get in? What posture did you use?" Li Changfa thought about it and said, "It should be the front paws stretched forward, the hind legs together, and the swish came in all of a sudden." "Wu Yuan, how did you feel at the time?" Li Changfa thought about it again. "At that time, I felt that my mouth was bulging a lot, and then I just swallowed." "Wu Yuan, how do you feel now?" Li Changfa, "It hurts." "Wu Yuan, where does it hurt?" Li Changfa, "My stomach hurts, just here." Saying that, Li Changfa pointed to his abdomen again. Others watched Wu Yuan question Li Chang, as if he was trying a prisoner. It's a very absurd feeling, and I don't know if Wu Yuan is serious. At this time, Wu Yuan asked again, "Then why didn't you start talking?" Li Changfa, "I am afraid to say, you will treat me as mentally ill." Fan Yangyang glanced at Li Changfa, thinking that this was probably a mental illness. At this time, Fan Yangyang found that Wu Yuan's expression was unexpected, without any smile, and the first impression he gave was completely different. Shouldn't Wu Yuan really believe this kind of nonsense? How could a mouse get into a person's mouth? Wu Yuan is also mentally ill. The family member looked embarrassed. "Husband, did he have any hallucinations?" Wu Yuan didn't answer, and said to Li Changfa, "Sit up." Li Changfa was in a hurry. "Doctor. Hurry up and help me operate. Help me get the mouse out. Otherwise, he will bite my intestines." Wu Yuan repeated again, "You sit up." Li Changfa had to sit up according to the words. Wu Yuan took out a candy from Bai Dagua's pocket. That was the mint that Wu Yuan took at the front desk of the emergency department, ready to put it in his mouth to chew and play. Wu Yuan shook the sugar in front of Li Changfa's eyes. "Did you see it?" Li Changfa nodded, "I see." Wu Yuan, "What did you see?" Li Changfa, your hand." Wu Yuan, "What am I holding in my hand?" Li Changfa, "One candy." Wu Yuan, "By the way, it's just a candy." Fang Yangyang was bewildered, and Wu Yuan's behavior was also very strange. "It does seem like a nerve." Fang Yangyang couldn't help but say, "What are you doing?" Wu Yuan smiled slightly, "Take a small test." Fang Yangyang, "Small test? What test?" Wu Yuan didn't look up. "You'll know in a while." Wu Yuan held the candy and moved it up. "Can you see the candy in my hand?" Li Changfa was stunned, "I can't see it." Wu Yuan moved a little to the left of Li Changfa's head and asked, "Can you see it?" Li Changfa shook his head. Wu Yuan moved to the right again. "What about now?" Li Changfa, "I can't see." Fang Yangyang showed a strange look. Qin Yujia and Feng Qing looked at each other again. "It's so weird. Wu Yuan's movement is not large. If it is normal, it can definitely be seen." But Li Changfa said that he didn't see it, which was incredible. By the way, maybe Li Changfa is lying. Wu Yuan, "What color is the mouse you saw?" Li Changfa, "Black, it's black." Wu Yuan nodded. Li Changfa, Doctor. Quickly operate on me. Bring me that mouse." Wu Yuan, "Just wait a moment." Family member, "Doctor, what's wrong with him? Is there a problem with his eyesight?" Wu Yuan, "Don't worry, I'll check his brain CT first before making a judgment." Fang Yangyang had a stunned expression when he heard it, as if he had thought of something. Fang Yangyang, "You mean?" Wu Yuan nodded, "Check it first, and you won't know until you've checked it out." Fang Yangyang said, "Oh." At this moment, she suddenly felt that Wu Yuan was a bit unpredictable and profound. Originally, Wu Yuan's cynical behavior seemed to be completely incompatible with Dr. Wu at this time. Li Changfa was pushed to the CT room of the brain. To be honest, it is really rare that the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University can still have a brain CT machine. However, it is also a general hospital, and it has the name of a medical school, so it is still very financially strong. The emergency department is directly connected with each examination room. As long as the patient is sent there, it can be done immediately, and the examination report can be issued quickly. A moment later, Wu Yuan got Li Changfa's brain CT examination film and examination report. Fang Yangyang came over and said, "How is it? Is there a problem?" Wu Yuan handed the film to Fang Yangyang, "Look at it." Fang Yangyang took the film and looked at the lamp on the ceiling. His expression changed. "Yes, there is a tumor." The film is a projection of Li Changfa's brain, and Fang Yangyang did see shadows and black blocks from above. It's not big, but it does appear to have an effect on the brain. Wu Yuan, the tumor compresses the optic nerve, which affects his vision, and sometimes dark spots and shadows appear. Fang Yangyang, he took the shadow as a mouse. How is that possible? Wu Yuan, of course it's possible, a black shadow flashes by either a mouse or a black cat. Fang Yangyang's eyes widened. What logic is this? Wu Yuan touched Fang Yangyang's head. Little girl, anything is possible in this world, learn more, tell his family, and let them arrange a brain tumor biopsy as soon as possible. It's best if you can brain tumor removal surgery. After speaking, Wu Yuan waved his hands and left without leaving a shadow. Fan Yangyang is now stunned and speechless. Where is this Wu Yuan sacred? It's too tiring. At this time, Chen Yujia came over. Where's Dr. Wu? The family members are still waiting for a reply. Fan Yangyang came back to his senses. The result is out, I'll go tell them. Fan Yangyang stopped and asked again, by the way, Yujia, Wu. How long has Dr. Wu been here? Chen Yujia, it didn't take long, maybe a month or two, what's wrong? Fan Yangyang shook his head, nothing, just curious. Fan Yangyang murmured in his heart, this Wu Yuan looks very young, not a few years older than her Fan Yangyang, but looking at him, he looks like an old doctor who has been practicing medicine for decades. Fan Yangyang felt that Wu Yuan must be an outlier in the medical world, and his behavior was different from ordinary people. It must be garlic, right? But when Wu Yuan judged the condition, he did have a hand. If you encounter a patient like Li Changfa, you will basically think about mental illness. Who would have thought that he would have a tumor in his brain? Maybe luck. Fan Yangyang could only think so. The next day was still night shift, so Wu Yuan didn't need to go to work during the day, he just slept at home. However, Wu Yuan slept until 11 o'clock in the morning when he was disturbed by the ringing of his mobile phone. Wu Yuan saw that it was his mother Zhang Liping who called. Wu Yuan pressed the answer button. Mom, did you finally remember that you have a handsome son? You Li mean, oh, sorry, I made a typo. Wu Yuan was speechless for a while, and his mother was naughty again. Wu Yuan hurriedly said, don't call me, just chat about a few dollars. Zhang Liping, okay, I don't have time to chat with you. Let me tell you, Xiaohao may be looking for you in the past 2 days. You can accompany him if you have time. Xiaohao is Wu Yuan's cousin named Wu Yuhao. Wu Yuan and Wu Yuhao have a good relationship. They belong to playmates who grew up wearing a pair of pants when they were young. Unlike Wu Yuan, Wu Yuhao has not come out in recent years, and has been doing business in his home county. It is said that the business has been good in the past 2 years, and I have saved some money. Wu Yuan asked strangely, what is Xiaohao doing in Yanjiang? Zhang Liping, he said he wanted to buy a car. He wanted you to help him advise. Wu Yuan, yo, not bad, this is a lot of money. Zhang Liping, anyway, you can see the situation. If you catch up with you to rest, let's go and have a look. Wu Yuan, okay, it's definitely no problem. I'll ask him when he will come, and try to pick my off-duty time. Wu Yuan and Zhang Liping chatted a few more times, and then hung up. After this phone call, Wu Yuan couldn't sleep even if he wanted to. He pondered for a while, since Wu Yuhao wanted to buy a car, it was just right that he could buy one himself. It's good to have a look together. Wu Yuan made up his mind, and sent a message to Wu Yuhao, telling him that Wu Yuan was off work recently and that he could watch the car together. Wu Yuhao was of course very happy, and replied, okay, thank you brother, I will invite you to eat meat later. Wu Yuan, you are a guest from afar, so I should invite you. Wu Yuhao was also polite, of course it's fine, I like rubbing it the most. 2 days later, Wu Yuhao notified Wu Yuan in advance that he was coming. Of course Wu Yuan had to pick it up. But I don't have a car now, so I have to take a taxi to pick it up. Wu Yuhao came by long-distance bus, and Wu Yuan went to the bus station to wait for him. Waiting for someone is the hardest time. Wu Yuan has nothing to do when he is idle, so he can smoke a cigarette. Wu Yuan is actually not addicted to smoking. After all, he is a doctor, and smoking is not good. That is, when it is too boring, or when thinking about things, I will take one to kill time. Before he finished smoking a cigarette, he saw a familiar and unfamiliar figure. After all, Wu Yuan lived an extra 10 years, and he often saw Wu Yuhao in that lifetime. But Wu Yuhao at that time was different from now, he is much younger now. So when Wu Yuan saw Wu Yuhao now, he really had mixed feelings and had some surreal feeling. Regardless of the 10-year difference, Wu Yuhao is much more energetic now than back then. After all, Wu Yuhao has not yet experienced the tempering of life and years. The development trajectory in the future is a bit unsatisfactory. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of bitter tears, and it's not easy for anyone. Seeing Wu Yuan, Wu Yuhao hurried over and greeted Wu Yuan. To Wu Yuan's surprise, Wu Yuhao did not come alone, but brought two people with him. One young, one older, both female. Wu Yuan looked at the young man and suddenly realized that it was Wu Yuhao's girlfriend Lu Ying. Normally, Wu Yuan should have never met Wu Yuhao's girlfriend, but it will be different 10 years later. At that time, Wu Yuhao's two sons were running all over the street and were about to enter junior high school. As for the older woman, who is somewhat similar to Lu Ying, she is Gao Jiangmei, Wu Yuhao's future mother-in-law. Acquaintance is acquaintance, but Wu Yuan still has to pretend, and quickly pretend to let Wu Yuhao introduce him. After the introduction, Wu Yuan took them to a nearby hotel by taxi. After all, they took the bus for 2 hours. On the one hand, they could go there to rest for a while, and on the other hand, they could have something to eat and drink. The four of them sat down, ordered a few dishes, and chatted. In the beginning, it was mainly Wu Yuan and Wu Yuhao who talked. Wu Yuhao belongs to the poor-mouthed type. As for Wu Yuan, although he has become a bit sullen now, he is very capable of getting along with acquaintances. After the talk was over, Wu Yuan went straight to business. Xiaohao, are you going to buy a car this time? Wu Yuhao, yeah, I was thinking that I should have a scooter, it would be more convenient to go anywhere. Having said that, Wu Yuhao also glanced at Lu Ying. This kid speaks sanely, but in fact, it is not for the convenience of making objects. Wu Yuan, what car do you want to buy? Wu Yuhao, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's take a look first. Isn't there a street in Yanjiang that is full of 4S shops? Wu Yuan nodded. The 4S store is in the eastern suburbs of Yanjiang. It's not too far from here. You can get there by taxi in a while. At this time, mother-in-law Gao Jiangmei said, you still have to buy a car to be satisfied, it can't be too bad. Wu Yuhao immediately nodded and said, that's for sure, we have to choose carefully. Wu Yuan sighed secretly. Wu Yuhao's future mother-in-law is not a vegetarian, so it's not easy to deal with. Wu Yuan still has a deep impression on Gao Jiangmei. Wu Yuan recalled that in his previous life, he also experienced the incident of his cousin Wu Yuhao buying a car, and Wu Yuan did have a deep impression at that time. Wu Yuhao's development process was not smooth this time. Wu Yuhao actually only wanted to buy an economical car of about 100,000 yuan. After all, he was doing business now. Although the situation was good, it was not considered a monthly income, so he could not spend money lavishly. However, in the future, mother-in-law Gao Jiangmei doesn't look down on a car in the early $100,000 range. It is strongly recommended to buy a car that costs tens of thousands and 200,000 soft sister coins. That is beyond Wu Yuhao's economic ability. It is not impossible to buy an expensive car, but you must take a loan, and the repayment pressure is not small. Moreover, Wu Yuhao felt that it would be good to have a scooter, and there was no need to earn face for it. In short, Wu Yuhao was still quite embarrassed at that time. However, it was Wu Yuhao who bought the car after all. Later, he bought a car that cost 120,000 to 30,000 yuan. That time, Gao Jiangmei, the future mother-in-law, was very unhappy. She thought Wu Yuhao was too buckled, and she thought it was shameful to drive the car out. If Lu Ying hadn't persuaded Gao Jiangmei for several days, Wu Yuhao and Lu Ying's marriage might have been messed up. Anyway, in the end Wu Yuhao and Lu Ying succeeded and got married. These two people are still in love and harmony. Although they occasionally quarrel, they are all small quarrels and cannot survive the night. Although Lu Ying doesn't talk too much, she is still very virtuous and not bad in appearance. Wu Yuhao's luck is still good. What is it called? There is a face. At this time, Wu Yuhao began to solemnly introduce Wu Yuan's identity, and then blew a rainbow fart. Wu Yuhao, my cousin is amazing. After graduating from the medical profession, he went to the hospital to become a doctor. We will see him if we are sick or not. As soon as Wu Yuan heard it, what Wu Yuhao said was a human thing. What does it mean to show him whether he is sick or not? Is it possible that you can see the disease even if you are not sick? This cousin won't praise anyone, it's just outrageous. The key point is that Wu Yuan can't say anything. Gao Jiangmei looked at Wu Yuan a few times. Yo, doctor. That makes a lot of money, right? Wu Yuan waved his hand and said casually, generally, I haven't worked for 2 years. It's true that Wu Yuan's salary is not high, but there are more than 2 million soft sister coins in his bank card, and he can be considered a well-off. Of course Wu Yuan would not say that his wealth is not exposed. Gao Jiangmei couldn't help but pouted, thinking that she really couldn't save much money after being a doctor for 2 years. No wonder he didn't even buy a car. It is estimated that the medical skills are not too high, and most of them are still doing chores. Wu Yuan didn't know what Gao Jiangmei was thinking, otherwise he would vomit blood. But generally speaking, this is also true. If Wu Yuan didn't have the help of the system, he was a rookie, and he was not wronged. Everyone was so full, Wu Yuhao was about to go to the front desk to check out, but Wu Yuan stopped him. Wu Yuan, I'll come. Wu Yuhao, I'll come. Wu Yuan, you are the guest, I am the master, you should stand aside. Wu Yuhao didn't insist either. After all, the two are very close, and there are not so many things. This time Wu Yuan invited him, and next time Wu Yuhao will invite him back. After Wu Yuan settled the bill, he took everyone to the street lined with Auto 4S shops and dealers. On the way, Gao Jiangmei also asked unintentionally, by the way, your doctor really earns so little? It's not that you can't even afford a car, right? Lu Ying pulled Gao Jiangmei, Mom, what are you asking? It's rude. Wu Yuan glanced at Gao Jiangmei, you're really right, I'm about to buy a car, this time I'll go around with Xiaohao. Buy if there is a suitable one. Gao Jiangmei made a cut, without words, of course 10,000 people didn't believe it in her heart. Pure bullshit. Wu Yuhao whispered to Wu Yuan, I'm sorry, she insisted on coming. Wu Yuan waved his hand, it doesn't matter, she is not my future mother-in-law. When Wu Yuhao heard it, he showed a wry smile, brother, you really can't open the pot, which pot can you lift? As mentioned earlier, there are many 4S shops on this street, almost every car brand has them. As for which brand of car Wu Yuhao wants to buy, of course he already knows. Wu Yuhao thought about it and figured out several brands, one is Volkswagen, the other is Toyota, the third is Honda, and the fourth is Buick. Nothing new, but it also meets Wu Yuhao's needs. After all, they are all economical civilian brands, which are more affordable and reliable in quality. Why don't you buy a domestic car? At this time, unlike 10 years later, domestic cars are not good enough. In addition, the vehicles of these joint venture brands have a large number of vehicles, and the technology is mature, and they are easy to repair if they are broken. Wu Yuan's idea of buying a car is almost the same. Although he can buy a better car, such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW and Audi, he still wants to keep a low profile. Just imagine, if Wu Yuan drove a BMW X7 to work in the hospital, he would definitely be stabbed in the spine, saying that there was a problem with the money he made. Of course, if it is the chief physician or the deputy chief physician, there is no such trouble. At those two levels, the ability to make money is still very strong. The bonus for an operation is indispensable, and it is not a problem to drive a luxury car. As long as you have a goal, Wu Yuan will follow Wu Yuhao's family around. After turning around, I still returned to the Volkswagen 4S store. Wu Yuan, co-author, you don't want to buy a Volkswagen? Wu Yuhao, well, the public, Deutsche Tech, with a sense of luxury, look at the sound of the door closing. With that said, Wu Yuhao walked to golf and followed, opened the door and closed it again. Hearing the bang sound, Wu Yuhao smiled happily. Wu Yuan was speechless for a while, feeling that Wu Yuhao was really low. But thinking about it is right. At this time, I really like listening to the sound of the door closing. The public really does, how to put it, it has a sense of luxury, and the sound is beautiful. It's okay, just close the door and listen, it's cool. Wu Yuan didn't say anything, just like it. Lu Ying, Xiaohao, what car should we buy? This one. It looks a little small. Lu Ying opened the golf back seat to take a look again, and couldn't help shaking her head. It's too small, I'm panicking when I sit in it. Wu Yuhao still likes the Volkswagen Golf. When Lu Ying didn't like it, he said, this one is a little small, why don't we choose that one? Wu Yuhao pointed at a small car. Wu Yuan glanced at it, it was a Levita. Tokuhara Lang, who has been dominating the domestic car sales list for more than 10 years, is indeed a magic car. Wu Yuhao and Lu Ying walked over to take a look. Lu Ying felt that it was okay, the space was quite large, and it was much more comfortable than Golf. Of course, it is a German original domestic special car. Tailor-made for the people, the best choice. At this moment, Gao Jiangmei came over and shook her head when she saw Tokuhara Lang, obviously very dissatisfied. When Wu Yuhao saw it, his heart came to his throat. Of course Gao Jiangmei had something to say, and it was definitely not a good thing to say. Wu Yuhao's worries were indeed right. Gao Jiangmei, you just want to buy this car. Wu Yuhao scratched his ears, yes, what do you think? Gao Jiangmei pouted and said, what do I think? How do I think this car is a bit stingy, and it's no different from a car that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Gao Jiangmei, how much is this car? Gao Jiangmei glanced at the price tag next to Yuan Lang, and pouted again, hey, it's only in the early 100,000s, no wonder it looks so cheap. Wu Yuhao was speechless for a while. Gao Jiangmei estimated that it was a domestic car, and tens of thousands of yuan could indeed buy an A-class car. In fact, it is still different. The Volkswagen logo can be worth tens of thousands of soft sister coins. Wu Yuhao can't say these words, it's useless to say it. Looking at Gao Jiangmei's expression, I just don't like this divine car Tokuhara. Why? Probably just too cheap. But Wu Yuhao couldn't figure it out, why didn't he feel that this Tokuhara Lang dropped in price? It doesn't look small, and it's bigger than a hatchback Golf. Wu Yuhao had no choice but to say, Auntie, which one do you like? Can you make a suggestion? When Gao Jiangmei heard it, she became energetic, pointed to a car over there and said, at least it has to be like that. Wu Yuan, Wu Yuhao, and Lu Ying followed what Gao Jiangmei pointed to. It turned out that Gao Jiangmei was interested in an SUV, the Volkswagen Tiguan. I have to say that Gao Jiangmei's taste is really good, and I can see which car is better. At that time, SUV models were not as popular as a few years later, and most people preferred sedans. For example, the Volkswagen Passat in this store is also very atmospheric. It is estimated that in the eyes of Gao Jiangmei, a big car is a good car, and the Tiguan is bigger than the Passat. If nothing else, the Tiguan car at least looks a little more imposing than Tokuhara Lang. It is taller and larger, and it really makes people feel very imposing. Of course, Wu Yuhao also likes the Volkswagen Tiguan very much, no need to ask. But there is a problem, the price is expensive. How much is the Volkswagen Tiguan? Low-end models also cost 200,000 soft sister coins. Needless to say, the high match will cost 300,000 soft sister coins. A Tiguan is equivalent to 2 Tokuhara Lang. Is this worth it? Greatly exceeded Wu Yuhao's budget. As the best girlfriend, Lu Ying certainly knows Wu Yuhao's difficulties. Lu Ying said to Gao Jiangmei, Mom, don't make trouble. Gao Jiangmei, why did I cause trouble? Didn't he ask me to make suggestions? Lu Ying, then you can't make suggestions. Gao Jiangmei was not convinced. Why did I mention it? That car is already very good. It's much better than the car, he said. Lu Ying was about to speak, but Wu Yuhao stopped her. Wu Yuhao, otherwise, let's go and have a look. So, a few people went to see the Volkswagen Tiguan car again. Gao Jiangmei circled the Volkswagen Tiguan twice, and the more she looked, the more she liked it. Gao Jiangmei opened the cab door. Look, this car is different, much stronger and more advanced than the one just now. Gao Jiangmei closed the car door and made another bang sound. Gao Jiangmei gave a thumbs up, heavy. Advanced. Gao Jiangmei opened the door of the back seat and looked inside. Look at it, this space is really big, and the three people are not crowded at all. Gao Jiangmei opened the trunk again. Did you see it? The space is too big. How many things can be placed here? It is estimated that 7 or 8 bags of rice are no problem. Gao Jiangmei's posture is more competent than selling cars. When Lu Ying heard this, she couldn't help laughing and crying, Mom, what are you doing pulling so much rice? Can you finish it? Gao Jiangmei, what's the matter? Be prepared. But then again, Lu Ying really likes this Tiguan very much, and it is indeed a long way from Tokuhara Lang's grade. The difference between a 100,000 level car and a 200,000 level car is so big. Just then, a salesperson from the 4S store came over. Salesperson, are you optimistic? Which one are you going to buy? I can report the configuration and price to a few of you. Wu Yuhao was also moved, and asked, by the way, is there any discount on this Tiguan? The salesperson nodded, you are lucky, our Tiguan here is doing a promotion, and the whole department offers a discount of 20,000 soft sister coins. The whole series of Volkswagen Tiguan is discounted by 20,000, which means that the lowest equipped model can reach the level of 180,000 to 90,000 soft sister coins. The price is really not high. But Wu Yuhao still can't afford it. It's too much beyond the budget. Of course, he can take out a loan, but that's a lot of pressure. Lu Ying pulled Wu Yuhao, it's too expensive, let's look at other things. It was Lu Ying who was considerate and deliberately stepped down for Wu Yuhao. Gao Jiangmei didn't say anything, but she rolled her eyes and looked down on Wu Yuhao. According to the normal historical process, Wu Yuhao did not buy a Volkswagen Tiguan, but brought a magic car, Tokuhara Lang. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, Yo, Dr. Wu. Wu Yuan was stunned, are you calling him? When he looked back, he was really surprised to see Yi Ziping, a former patient. At that time, Yi Ziping's arm was injured, and she was very dissatisfied with Zhou Changjuan's handling, so he made a scene in the emergency department of the hospital. If Wu Yuan hadn't used his superb fingering to retreat Yi Ziping's wound, I don't know how this matter would have ended. At this time, Yi Ziping was still dressed stylishly, and her hair was permed, which made her look extravagant. Wu Yuan immediately said hello, oh, what a coincidence, Sister Yi. Yi Ziping, what? Dr. Wu, do you want to buy a car? Wu Yuan, yes, do you want to buy a car too? Yi Ziping, what kind of car do I buy? I own this store. Wu Yuan was stunned. Yi Ziping is really a big sister, she actually runs a Volkswagen 4S store. Although Wu Yuan said at the beginning that Yi Ziping had a certain wealth, he did not expect to be such a rich woman. You know, it takes a lot of wealth to run a 4S store, not to mention a public 4S store. Yi Ziping's net worth is at least over 100 million. The conversation between Wu Yuan and Yi Ziping made Wu Yuhao and the other three not react for a while. However, the salesman greeted him, Mr. Yi, are you here? Yi Ziping nodded and said to the sales staff, please go to the lounge, I'll be there in a while. The salesperson responded immediately and said to Wu Yuan, several, come with me. Wu Yuhao, Lu Ying, and Gao Jiangmei's eyes widened, looking surprised. Obviously, this President Yi is the owner of the 4S shop. And this boss seems to know Wu Yuan. It looks quite familiar. What's wrong? If you go into any 4S store, Wu Yuan can meet acquaintances, which is too coincidental. Wu Yuhao couldn't help but leaned over. Brother, do you know the boss here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wu Yuan replied helplessly, nonsense. How did I know? I didn't even know she was the boss. Wu Yuhao, how did you know her? You two are not. Wu Yuan gave Wu Yuhao a punch. Don't talk nonsense, where are you going? She is one of my patients. Wu Yuhao, you cured her. Wu Yuan, yes, or else. If she can't be cured, she won't be able to cut me with a knife. With Yi Ziping's violent temper, it is entirely possible for her to be dissatisfied with Wu Yuan. When Wu Yuhao and Wu Yuan were talking, Gao Jiangmei and Lu Ying were also muttering behind. Gao Jiangmei, this boss is so familiar with his brother. What's the situation? Lu Ying, how do I know, Mom, don't talk nonsense and make people laugh. Gao Jiangmei, where is your daughter from? Why are your elbows twisted out? While speaking, everyone came to the so-called reception room. The salesperson poured a few cups of coffee on the coffee table according to the number of people, and said, everyone, please sit down and wait for a while, Mr. Yi will be here soon. Wu Yuan nodded, okay, hard work. Together with the sales staff, everyone began to visit here. This lounge is really quite big, there must be 200 or 300 square meters. The interior is really nice and there are plenty of entertainment facilities. Not to mention sofas and large LCD TVs, as well as electric massage chairs and game consoles. In addition, here, drinks and snacks are also full, you can take it as you like. Gao Jiangmei sat on the soft sofa and couldn't help but admire, the service here is quite attentive. Come here, just wait. Wu Yuan also sat down, taking his time to relax and enjoying himself. Wu Yuhao whispered to Wu Yuan, brother, do you think this boss Yi will give us something cheaper? Wu Yuan waved his hand, let's talk about it when the time comes, don't think too much. In fact, Wu Yuan also guessed so. Since it is an acquaintance, it will give some face and be cheaper. It's hard to say how much cheaper. After a while, Yi Ziping walked in. Dr. Wu, I'm sorry for making you wait a long time. Wu Yuan said quickly, Sister Yi, don't say that. We just came in. Besides, you have everything to eat and drink, so it's comfortable to stay here. Yi Ziping, Dr. Wu, how can you speak so well? Yi Ziping sat opposite Wu Yuan and said a few polite words to him. Wu Yuhao and the other three were completely speechless. Speaking of which, Yi Ziping really deserves to be a rich person, or a boss. Her aura is not comparable to that of ordinary people, and the image of a strong woman is completely different from that in the hospital. Anyway, Wu Yuan lived 10 more years, and now he is next to the system again, he is very confident, and he is more and more confident. When he talks to Yi Ziping, he will come and go, and he will not fall behind. After a few words, Yi Ziping started talking, Dr. Wu, have you seen the car? Wu Yuan pointed at Wu Yuhao and replied, it's not that I want to buy a car, it's them, this is my cousin. Yi Ziping made an "oh" and said to Wu Yuhao, have you made your choice? I just saw that you were looking at the prototype of the Tiguan. Wu Yuhao said honestly, hey, it's very good, very stylish. Yi Ziping, yes, Tiguan is one of the best models in our store, you have a good eye. Wu Yuhao responded embarrassedly, it's just too expensive, I can't bear it. Yi Ziping waved her hand, what is expensive or not, it's hard to say. You can choose whichever you choose, no money. Laugh. Wu Yuan just drank the tea in his mouth and almost sprayed it on the coffee table. Wu Yuhao, Lu Ying, and Gao Jiangmei were even more stunned, dumbfounded. They were all dumbfounded. What's going on? For free. Why does this lady boss send the car if she doesn't agree? The one who was most surprised was Wu Yuan. Didn't he just sew a few stitches on Yi Ziping's arm? why did he receive such a big gift? This Yi Zipping can't be funny, can she? That car is more than 200,000. Yi Zipping, you are Dr. Wu's cousin, and that's not an outsider. You're welcome. What the hell? What logic is this? Incredible. Wu Yuhao opened his mouth and was speechless. Wu Yuan hurriedly said, Sister Yi, stop joking. Yi Zipping, who is joking with you? I mean it. Wu Yuan, you can just give a discount. It's good if it's a little cheaper. It's too much to give it away for free. If you dare to give it, we don't dare to ask for it. Isn't it? Xiaohao. Wu Yuhao could only nod his head. For him, of course, it's best to give it away for nothing. Who wouldn't want to prostitute it for nothing, but he also felt that it was impossible. Yi Zipping, that's fine, just give 20,000 yuan. Drive away. Wu Yuan rolled his eyes and stood up, Sister Yi, if you say that again, we can leave. Yi Zipping hurriedly stopped Wu Yuan, seeing that Wu Yuan insisted so much, it was no longer so exaggerated. In the end, Yi Zipping waved her hand and gave Wu Yuhao another 50,000 soft sister coins cheaper. 50,000 yuan, including the 20,000 yuan discount given earlier, this is a direct reduction of 70,000 yuan from the car guide price. If Wu Yuhao buys the beggar version, he can control the price of the car within 150,000 soft sister coins. 150,000, buy a Tiguan. In this day and age, it is simply a fantasy. Even the most unscrupulous novelist can't write like that. The price of a car of 150,000 is still a bit expensive for Wu Yuhao, but as soon as the boy stretched his neck and stared, the decision was made. Moreover, Yi Zipping was really interesting, and even wiped out all the miscellaneous expenses, and even reimbursed part of the purchase tax. There is nothing to say, just sign the car purchase contract. Wu Yuhao spent hundreds of thousands of soft sister coins, and he almost lost his pants, but he was still excited. In this way, it is not much more expensive than Tokuhara Lang. Now the business is in a good state. The big deal is that after going back to eat pickled vegetables for 2 months, it will slow down. I have to say that if Wu Yuan was not there today, Wu Yuhao would definitely only be able to pick up a Volkswagen car, Tokuhara Lang. This is how history develops. But now it is completely different. The shotgun has been replaced by the gun, and the original Tokuhara Lang has been directly upgraded to the famous Tiguan, and the economic car has been replaced by an urban SUV. It's different when you drive it out. If you drive it comfortably, you can put it aside first, so that people will have a good face when they see it. Lu Ying is also very happy. Women's vanity is inherently stronger than men's. It's really fun to drive the car out. How to say it, Lu Ying liked Wu Yuhao originally, but now he likes it even more. As for Wu Yuhao's future mother-in-law, Gao Jiangmei, she can't say anything now. Gao Jiangmei didn't like Wu Yuhao at first, and felt that the conditions were too ordinary, and she thought it would be fine to mix it up, but she didn't expect Wu Yuhao to have such a cousin who was a doctor. The boss will directly send a car with more than 200,000 soft sister coins, which is too much of a face. Gao Jiangmei felt that she underestimated Wu Yuan too much. Not to mention Gao Jiangmei, Wu Yuan didn't understand why Yi Zipping was so fierce. Didn't it just sew a few stitches on her arm? It's pretty, but it's not a life-saving thing. After Wu Yuhao and the other 3 discussed the color and model, Yi Zuiping asked the people below to go through the formalities as soon as possible. Wu Yuhao did not have any loans, and his main job was to pay taxes and get licensed. Generally speaking, it did take a few days to pick up the car, but with the instructions given by Yi Zuiping, of course those staff members had to run and break their legs, so they rushed to do it. There is a car now, and the result is that the car can be directly driven away in the afternoon. Wu Yuhao was so happy that he thought he would come over to pick up the car, but he didn't expect it to be done in one day. At this time, Yi Zipping asked Wu Yuan to go to her office alone to talk. Wu Yuan felt as if he owed Yi Ziping a favor and should thank him in person. Yi Ziping asked Wu Yuan to sit down and poured him another cup of coffee. Wu Yuan, Sister Yi, thank you, I owe you a big favor. Yi Ziping waved her hand, Dr. Wu, what is this? You're welcome, I just gave you tens of thousands of yuan cheaper, it's a drizzle. Wu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, no, tens of thousands of yuan is also money. For a wealthy sister like Yi Ziping, tens of thousands of soft sister coins are really nothing, but for ordinary wage earners, it is still a considerable sum of money. Yi Ziping, Dr. Wu, I won't hide it from you. I want to ask you a favor when I look back. Wu Yuan was stunned, help. What are you busy with? Tell me. Yi Ziping, I have a friend who is ill. Wu Yuan almost spit out the coffee in his mouth. Yi Ziping's words were too ugly, how could she feel that she was scolding that friend? However, Wu Yuan is a professional doctor, so he immediately responded, what kind of disease does your friend have? Yi Ziping, hey, it was because of an accident 2 years ago that I suffered a little injury to my neck. Maybe I didn't take care of it at that time, so I left one. Saying that, Yi Ziping also pointed to a spot on her neck. Wu Yuan, scar. Yi Ziping nodded, yes, right here, it's quite obvious. Wu Yuan, on the neck, it shouldn't be a problem. Yi Ziping, that won't work, my friend loves beauty very much. Wu Yuan, female. Yi Ziping, what do you think, it's my little sister. Wu Yuan said, oh, Yi Ziping loves beauty so much, so of course the little sister loves beauty even more. Wu Yuan took a sip of coffee and said, then how can you ask me to help? You can't let me sew her a few stitches, right? Yi Ziping, that's what I meant. Laugh. Wu Yuan spit out the coffee, and quickly wiped the coffee on the ground with a tissue. Wu Yuan waved his hand, no, Sister Yi, don't think I'm an immortal. I'm not omnipotent. If there are scars, it will be difficult to deal with. Yi Ziping, Dr. Wu. You can go to help and see, if there is really no way, there is no way, if there is a way, wouldn't it be better? Wu Yuan pondered for a while, and it was nothing to go and see. If it was really difficult then, he wouldn't be able to tell the truth. When it comes to buying a car, Yi Ziping is really happy. But then again, why do you want to find him Wu Yuan for this kind of thing? Going to the plastic surgery clinic should be the right way, right? Wu Yuan reminded, Sister Yi, you should find an expert in plastic surgery for this. It's not the same thing as me. Yi Ziping waved her hand, I've looked for it all, and I even flew abroad to find someone to look at it, but I can't figure it out at all. Wu Yuan's heart skipped a beat, he couldn't even go abroad to see it, so he was even more uncertain. However, Yi Ziping insisted on letting Wu Yuan see it. Wu Yuan couldn't refuse, so he agreed. And it didn't happen right away. Yi Ziping's little sister went out of town and couldn't come back for a while. When she returns, Yi Zuiping will notify Wu Yuan again. After a while, the formalities were completed, and even the temporary license plate had been obtained. Wu Yuhao checked the inside and outside of the car and was so excited that he was like crazy. It was getting late, and since the car had been mentioned, Wu Yuan asked Wu Yuhao to drive his future daughter-in-law and mother-in-law to the house. Before leaving, Wu Yuhao almost wanted to kiss Wu Yuan, but Wu Yuan hurriedly beat him away with 3 punches and 2 kicks. Wu Yuhao, brother, I'm in a hurry to go back today and I won't say anything else. When I come back when I have time, I must ask you to have a good time. Wu Yuan, okay, hurry up. After a while, there will be traffic jams during the rush hour. Wu Yuhao, okay. Wu Yuhao and the other 3 started the car and walked away. After such a toss, Wu Yuan is not in the mood to buy a car, anyway, the money is in his hands, and he is not in a hurry. The next day, Wu Yuan was on the day shift, but still got up late and arrived at the hospital a few minutes late. Fortunately, Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin were not there, one was in the operating room and the other was in a meeting, and they were still very busy. There were only Zhou Changjun and Fang Yangyang in the office. Yu Lin was on the night shift and didn't come. Zhou Changjun and Fang Yangyang got together and didn't know what they were talking about. Zhou Changjun is obviously quite afraid of Wu Yuan now, not only because Wu Yuan has shown extraordinary medical level recently, he may also know that Zhao Qin has reported Wu Yuan to compete for a place in the establishment. There are only 5 places in 9 departments, and it is thankful that the emergency department can be assigned to one. Both Wu Yuan and Zhou Changjun could get the system, which is simply a fantasy and impossible. Therefore, Wu Yuan became a major threat to Zhou Changjun, and his confidants were in serious trouble. Wu Yuan didn't feel it at all. Isn't it just a weave? To Wu Yuan now, it's not important at all. Fang Yangyang was still skeptical about Wu Yuan's ability, and felt that the last time he diagnosed Li Changfa with a brain tumor was mostly by chance and luck. However, Fang Yangyang's attitude towards Wu Yuan is much better than before, at least he will nod to him when he sees too much Wu. Wu Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to what others thought of him. He sat in his seat, turned on the computer, and started writing his medical records. Wu Yuan used to hate medical records the most, and it was a big headache, but recently Wu Yuan has also acquired the skills of paperwork, handling medical records quickly and well, and is handy. It used to take a whole day to write a medical record, but Wu Yuan can now do it in an hour. Efficiency is greatly increased. At this moment, Feng Qin hurried in. Zhou Changjun stood up. What's wrong? Is there a patient coming? Feng Qin nodded. It looks serious because of the car accident. Zhou Changjun, push it to the consultation room. Let's go over immediately. Let's go, Yang, let's go take a look. Fang Yangyang nodded. Feng Qin nodded and said, the head nurse said, let Dr. Wu go too, and surgery may be required. Zhou Changjun said, oh, but naturally he couldn't say anything. It's normal. After a car accident, it's a trivial matter, and if it doesn't work out, you'll have to go to the operating room. Zhou Changjun is good at internal medicine, and he can do some minor operations, but serious operations still have to be done by a surgeon. So, Wu Yuan, Zhou Changjun and Fang Yangyang went to the consultation room together. There were quite a lot of people there, both parties involved in the accident and their families were there, as well as 2 traffic policemen. The person involved in the car accident was a man named Zhang Weiqi. He looked quite young, maybe not even 30 years old. While driving normally, he was hit by a reckless van. It was about 50 mph at the time. This is a great fortune in misfortune. If it was faster, it is estimated that Comrade Zhang Weiqi would be sent away. Zhou Changjun and Fang Yangyang went to check the situation. Wu Yuan asked the family members present to spread out a little, leaving 1 or 2 important ones. Zhang Weiqi's body was dripping with blood, and his consciousness was not very clear, and he felt like he was dying. This startled Fang Yangyang and Zhou Changjun and panicked a little. In the past, such serious injuries had to be handled by directors Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin. Now that the 2 of them are not there, there is a feeling that the backbone is missing. That's why head nurse Zhang Kailan asked them all to come over. Zhang Weiqi's family members looked very anxious, eager to ask the doctor to rescue them. Chen Yujia was present and asked anxiously, what should I do now? Zhou Changjun came back to his senses, take the guardianship, inhale oxygen, hurry up. After the monitor was connected and the oxygen mask was put on, Zhang Weiqi's condition improved slightly. Fang Yangyang was quite calm, put on gloves, checked Zhang Weiqi's body, and frowned. Fang Yangyang, Dr. Zhou, look, the right thigh seems to have an open fracture. Zhou Changjun nodded, with such a strong impact, there may be combined abdominal organ damage. Chen Yujia, the blood loss is estimated to be around 2,000 milliliters. In the ambulance, a tourniquet was used to stop the bleeding intermittently, and 1,500 milliliters of blood have been transfused. Chen Yujia, and blood pressure, 75/44. Chen Yujia glanced at the instrument again, the ECG shows atrial fibrillation. I have to say that although Chen Yujia is young, she is getting more and more capable, and she is calmer than some older nurses. Fong Yangyang saw such a tragic situation for the first time since his internship. Dr. Zhou, what should I do? In Fong Yangyang's opinion, Zhou Changjuan's level in the emergency department should be the best except for the two directors. Zhou Changjun was hesitant, not knowing what to do for a while. There is no way to determine the specific condition now, and it stands to reason that the test should be done first. But in the process of testing, you can't help but do first aid. How to deal with this Zhou Changjun is really undecided. The family members are anxious. Doctor, don't be stunned, hurry up. What should I do? Wu Yuan came over. Zhou Changjun couldn't help but step aside. Wu Yuan shouted to Zhang Weiqi, can you hear me? Zhang Weiqi didn't respond. Wu Yuan opened Zhang Weiqi's eyelids and glanced, and immediately said seriously, hemorrhagic shock, establish central venous access, and check the full set of blood in the emergency room. Wu Yuan turned around and said to Zhou Changjun, a full set of laboratory tests, blood preparations, and an emergency blood transfusion plan. Wu Yuan took another look at Zhang Weiqi's situation. There are also electrocardiograms, abdominal ultrasounds, all of them. Zhou Changjun and Fong Yangyang were all stunned on the spot. Wu Yuan's series of instructions made them all bewildered. Wu Yuan said loudly, don't be stunned, what time is this? Hurry up. Zhou Changjun came back to his senses, responded with a reflex, and immediately went to open the order to arrange. Fong Yangyang was still very stunned, Wu Yuan's posture was too strong, and Zhou Changjun was stunned for a while. I just heard Wu Yuan say to Chen Yujia again, Yujia, notify the operating room and the anesthesiology department to prepare for emergency surgery. Chen Yujia responded, okay, I'll go right now. Wu Yuan stared blankly at Fong Yangyang, and shook his hand in front of her. Fong Yangyang, what? Wu Yuan, have you been on the operating table? Fong Yangyang, I didn't. I only watched. Wu Yuan, it doesn't matter, you can be the second chief swordsman, just follow my instructions. Fong Yangyang was startled, huh? Wu Yuan, don't worry, this person's injury is still unclear, time is waiting for no one, you should hurry up and prepare. Fong Yangyang didn't care whether she could do it or not. Seeing Wu Yuan like this, she felt very stable, so she went to the operating room to prepare. Wu Yuan asked other nurses to push Zhang Weiqi to the operating room quickly. Wu Yuan turned to Zhang Weiqi's family and said, you hurry up and pay the fee. After paying the fee, go to the door of the operating room and wait for the signature. Don't be late. When the family heard this, they nodded quickly, feeling that this Dr. Wu was different and very quick. To be honest, Wu Yuan didn't have a clue in his heart. In this case, the condition of the injured person's internal injuries is unknown, and it is really hard to say whether they can be rescued or not. Wu Yuan put on a full set of sterile surgical gowns and entered the operating room with his hands up. Chen Yujia and Fong Yangyang were both there, and the others had already taken their places. The injured person is now under general anesthesia and lying flat. Wu Yuan glanced at the monitor, and now Zhang Weiqi's vital signs are still balanced. Wu Yuan settled down, stood on Zhang Weiqi's left, and said, let's start. Fong Yangyang was nervous. This type of rescue operation was the most difficult, and there were many unexpected situations. If it is an experienced old doctor, it is fine, but Wu Yuan is too young, and it is impossible to have too much experience. Is it really okay to do this? Wouldn't it be too sloppy? There were a lot of question marks in Fong Yangyang's mind. Can Wu Yuan have surgery? You're not trying to be brave, are you? If she knew that Wu Yuan had just completed a laparoscopic cholecystectomy not long ago, she would be very surprised. At this time, I saw Wu Yuan's scalpel in hand, and slowly opened Zhang Weiqi's abdomen through the sterile drape. Fong Yangyang's eyes widened. It was too stable. Wu Yuan's hand holding the scalpel was terribly stable, without the slightest shaking. Fong Yangyang watched multiple surgeries and watched some surgeries, but this was the first time he saw such a steady hand. Next is the point. Wu Yuan must find the injured internal organs as soon as possible, stop the bleeding, and carry out emergency treatment. This requires a great deal of experience to be able to accomplish. Normally, Wu Yuan certainly couldn't have any surgical experience, let alone how rich he was. But now it is different. My mind is full of knowledge in cases related to surgery. Even the operating experience has been instilled in the brain. This means that Wu Yuan already has experience in at least hundreds of operations. At this time, Wu Yuan quickly discovered the difference. Wu Yuan showed a dignified expression and said softly, "It's the spleen rupture." Fong Yangyang was taken aback. "This is incredible, the situation is very critical." Fong Yangyang, "Ah. Then, what to do? Do you want to call Director Zhao?" Wu Yuan raised his head and glanced at Fong Yangyang. "No, it's too late, we must deal with it now, otherwise there will be problems." Without waiting for Fong Yangyang's response, Wu Yuan looked down and said, "The blood accumulation in the abdominal cavity is about 300 milliliters, and there is a 5 centimeters long gap in the upper level of the spleen. No obvious active bleeding, bile and pancreas, and there is no obvious abnormality in the bowel, and there is an accessory spleen." Wu Yuan paused and glanced at the time. "At 1:32 in the afternoon, I'm going to have a splenectomy." Fong Yangyang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it. What? Splenectomy? This is secondary surgery. This Wu Yuan is too courageous. How can you, a beginner in surgery, do secondary surgery alone? This kind of surgery is not something that a novice can handle. Fong Yangyang, you, don't be impulsive. Wu Yuan waved his hand, making Fong Yangyang quiet. Where can Fong Yangyang be quiet? If something really happened, she is also jointly and severally responsible. Fong Yangyang, are you really going to do it? The other nurses were also a little nervous. This kind of surgery can only be performed by Zhao Qin himself. But Wu Yuan said, "It's this time, don't ask such silly questions." Yujia, scalpel number 3. Chen Yujia made an "ah" and handed the scalpel over. After Wu Yuan got the scalpel, he continued to expand the incision in the injured abdomen to facilitate the next operation. As Fong Yangyang thought, splenectomy is actually very difficult. Even if Wu Yuan is very sure now, he should handle it with care. This life is in his hands, Wu Yuan, so he can't be careless. Wu Yuan felt a little nervous at this time. After all, the next thing was something he had never done before. Wu Yuan reached into Zhang Weiqi's abdomen and held up his spleen. The lower end of the gauze is fully stuffed and the spleen is exposed. Wu Yuan cut and ligated the short gastric blood vessels, and then carefully separated the spleen pedicle. At this time, the splenic artery and vein were exposed. Fong Yangyang's eyes didn't blink, watching Wu Yuan's every movement. It could be described as incomparably precise. Every step was done very well, and there was no such thing as doing it. Incredible. Why is Wu Yuan so powerful? Have you done this kind of surgery often before? I saw Wu Yuan start moving again. He cut off the splenic artery and splenic vein successively, and then made a perfect proximal double knot. Beautiful. After Wu Yuan cut off the spleen pedicle, the splenophrenic ligament was severed using a full-tooth vascular forceps clamp, and the accessory spleen was completely detached. Wu Yun glanced at the surgeon's electronic timer. After 40 minutes, it was fine. Wu Yuan removed his spleen, heaved a sigh of relief, and flushed the mask off. Wu Yuan quickly sorted out the mask, and then Fong Yangyang said, "Fong Yangyang, rinse the abdominal cavity." Fong Yangyang was stunned, and immediately replied, "Okay." Fong Yangyang did it carefully. Although his movements were a little stiff, he was indeed meticulous. This is not easy for a little girl who is the second main knife for the first time. Rinse is complete. Wu Yuan restarted the operation. After he made sure that there were no other wounds in the spleen, he stopped the bleeding completely. The action was quick, and Fan Yangyang was taken aback for a moment. Wu Yuan's needle is like doing flower work and embroidering. In a blink of an eye, hemostasis was completed. Wu Yuan checked other organs in the abdominal cavity again. Wu Yuan, the second confirmation has been completed, and other organs have not been damaged. We are ready to close it for the end. The next step is to close the cavity and suture. Wu Yuan closed Zhang Weiqi's abdominal cavity, and then began to suture. At this time, Wu Yuan felt that his physical strength was almost exhausted, and he could not hold the needle steadily. He simply handed over the final finishing work to Fan Yangyang. Fan Yangyang's basic skills are still good, and things like stitching can't trouble her. Fan Yangyang also seemed willing to exercise more. Although she does not need to develop in the direction of a pure surgeon in the future, it is still very useful to be able to experience the feeling of being on the operating table. Sure enough, after a blunt operation, Zhang Weiqi's abdomen was sutured. Wu Yuan glanced at the monitor. All vital signs were normal. The injured Zhang Weiqi's breathing was very stable, and he could wake up when the anesthesia wore off. Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the operation was really a challenge. Not because the operation is difficult, but because it is too physically exhausting. The operation took more than an hour, and Wu Yuan was already feeling collapsed. Wu Yuan felt that he still lacked exercise. Compared with those old surgeons who were used to the operating table, this was a big weakness. Chen Yujia asked softly, "Dr. Wu, are you all right?" Wu Yuan, "It's okay, just a little tired." Chen Yujia wiped the sweat off Wu Yuan. "I have to say, this feels really good," the main knife wipes sweat without having to do it yourself. What's more, the experience is even better if the beauty wipes the sweat. Later, Wu Yuan announced the success of the operation, recorded the operation time, and left the operating room. Family members were already waiting outside the door. They grabbed Wu Yuan's arm and kept asking about Zhang Weiqi's situation. Wu Yuan finally had a chance to speak out, "Don't worry, the operation went well, and you can wake up after the anesthesia expires." When the family heard this, they all smiled and thanked Wu Yuan repeatedly. Wu Yuan also felt very relieved and had a sense of accomplishment. This kind of feeling of saving lives is still wonderful for a doctor. Just too tired. Wu Yuan returned to the office, sitting in the chair with a feeling of being unable to move. At this time, Fan Yangyang also came back. Fan Yangyang really didn't dare to underestimate Wu Yuan anymore, and even had a little admiration. To be able to perform such a beautiful operation in a secondary operation, it would be a lie to say that there is no strength. Although I don't know why Wu Yuan is so powerful, and how this surgical technique is practiced, he is indeed amazing, which is obvious. Fan Yangyang couldn't be a blind man who couldn't see anything. Fan Yangyang saw Wu Yuan looking very tired and said, Are you all right?" Wu Yuan pointed to his shoulder, "Press it for me." Fan Yangyang, "Ah." Wu Yuan said weakly, "Don't, hurry up and press my shoulder, this operation is too tiring." Fan Yangyang made an "oh" and really pressed it. Fan Yangyang pressed it well, and Wu Yuan really enjoyed it. Wu Yuan, "Yes, have you done it before?" Fan Yangyang was angry, and slapped Wu Yuan on the shoulder hard, "You have done it before. If you say that again, I won't give you a press." Wu Yuan, don't, just hold on for a while, I won't say any more." Fan Yangyang was obedient, and pressed him again. Fan Yangyang, "By the way, Dr. Wu, I have a question for you." Wu Yuan half opened his eyes and said vaguely, "Ask." Fan Yangyang, "Do you often have surgery? Look at your state, well, you seem to be very skilled." Wu Yuan, "It's okay, I've done it a few times. Fong Yangyang's eyes widened. What did he say? How many times have you done it? Wu Yuan's surgical skills look like he has done hundreds or thousands of operations. Fong Yangyang, you're kidding me. You've only had a few operations, so how can you do it so well? Dr. Wu, you don't want to tell the truth, right? Wu Yuan, do you think I have the opportunity to perform hundreds, thousands of operations? Fong Yangyang was at a loss for words, feeling that it was indeed impossible. At Wu Yuan's age, she is not even a few years older than Fong Yangyang, and she only works for 2 or 3 years after graduating from medical school. In such a short period of time, there are not many operations at all. But with Wu Yuan's level, why does Fong Yangyang feel that he is not inferior to those experienced surgeons? Or is it just Hao Yangyang's own delusion? Wu Yuan glanced back at Fong Yangyang. This is talent, do you understand? Fong Yangyang, I don't understand. Wu Yuan, you're a frog jumping into a well, just keep pressing it and you'll understand. Fong Yangyang, I believe in you. At this time, Zhou Changjun came in and saw Fong Yangyang massaging Wu Yuan's shoulders, and he was directly petrified on the spot. Fong Yangyang really felt that the influence was not good, and quickly returned to his seat. Zhou Changjun glanced at Wu Yuan. There was no way to hide secrets in the hospital. Zhou Changjun had already heard about Wu Yuan's wonderful performance in the operating room, and when he saw Fong Yangyang's transformation at this time, he was really envious and jealous. But what can Zhou Changjun do? He really has Wu Yuan's ability, he has already gone on it himself, and it is his turn to get Wu Yuan to show his power in the operating room. But having said that, even if Wu Yuan's surgical ability is indeed a little stronger, it will be even more difficult to get the system. No matter what, it will be difficult for Wu Yuan to have the last laugh. From Zhou Changjun's point of view, Wu Yuan is quite a water without a source, a tree without roots, all manifestations are nothingness and have no effect. In the end, it is still a contract doctor, and there is no possibility of any change. After Wu Yuan completed the operation, he also gained a lot of additional benefits. The talent of helping others brought Wu Yuan an income of 50,000 soft RMB, which is much higher than the cholecystitis removal operation. Wu Yuan found that the higher the difficulty of the operation, the more complicated the situation, and the higher the reward after completion. In addition, Wu Yuan felt that he was about to reach the critical point of upgrading. Just shivered. And this operation was also known to Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin. They were naturally amazed for a while behind their backs. They had been doctors for more than 10 or 20 years. Naturally, it was a little incredible for Wu Yuan's sudden and explosive performance. To be honest, Wu Yuan's situation is not scientific. It's a bit like someone suddenly opened up the second line of Ren and Du, and became a martial arts master. Unusual. No matter how surprised, Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin did not praise Wu Yuan excessively on the bright side. On the one hand, they were afraid of affecting the mood of other doctors, and on the other hand, they were also afraid of Wu Yuan's pride. Of course, both of them have their own selfishness and ideas. For example, in the matter of weaving, Yan Buiyuan mainly promoted Zhou Changjun, while Zhao Qin was Wu Yuan. Yan Buiyuan is not a fool. If Wu Yuan's performance spreads in the hospital, then Zhou Changjun will probably be out of action. As for Zhao Qin, he was more determined to push Wu Yuan. Not to mention that Zhao Qin has a good impression of Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan has such strong strength, and it seems that it is normal to take a system. If Wu Yuan develops in the future, it will actually be good for Zhao Qin. This incident did not stir up too much wind and waves, and it passed quickly. On this day, Wu Yuan was on the night shift again. But today was quite boring. Fong Yangyang and Qin Yujia were not there, only Yulin, a stinky man, was with the doctor's office. There was nothing to do in the first half of the night. Wu Yuan chatted with Yulin for a few days, and then began to write the medical record again. It took me an hour to write several medical records, and it was finally finished. There was nothing wrong anyway. Wu Yuan got up and went to the emergency department to get some air. The emergency department is generally arranged near the main entrance of the hospital, and the location is obvious, which is also to facilitate the ambulance to send people in. Wu Yuan went out and looked out the door. It was dark, it was still spring, and the wind was blowing at night. It was quite cold, like an evil wind. Wu Yuan shrank his neck and smoked a cigarette. He was about to go back when he heard a movement, turned his head and saw a car driving in. It was a Toyota Alpha, which is an expensive $1 million nanny car. A favorite of rich people, big stars, and rich big stars. The car stopped at the door of the emergency department, and a woman came down, looking like she was in her 20s, looking very smart. The woman asked Wu Yuan, "Is there a doctor here?" Wu Yuan thought that there was no doctor in his mind, so would he still call a hospital? Wu Yuan said, "I am, what's wrong?" "See a doctor." The woman said, "It doesn't count, I just want to prescribe some medicine." Wu Yuan gave an "oh" and looked at the woman carefully. "What's the situation? Where is it uncomfortable? You don't look sick. What medicine do you take?" The woman, "It's not me, it's the person in the car." Wu Yuan waved his hand, "Then come in." The woman, "Do you still want to go in?" Wu Yuan, "How can I prescribe medicine if you don't go in?" The woman was speechless for a while. I saw another person got out of the car and said, "Fong Fong, let's go in." This voice is quite nice, crisp and sweet, very magnetic, obviously a girl. Wu Yuan took a closer look. The girl was tall and slender, wearing a slim-fitting windbreaker with a windbreaker hat on her head and a baseball cap inside the hat. This is a cap-in-cap configuration, which is fairly stealthy. Not only that, but the girl wore a black mask, which basically covered her face. Fortunately, I didn't wear sunglasses to see those beautiful, spiritual, and round eyes. Wu Yuan was stunned. How did he act like a ninja? Maybe he was still some amazing person. However, people who can sit in Toyota Alpha are indeed not ordinary people. As I said before, people who ride in this kind of car are either big shots or big stars. Is this girl a star? Looking at the eyes, it is quite similar, belonging to the configuration of a beautiful woman. Of course, Wu Yuan didn't dare to ask, even more embarrassed to read more. As a doctor, you still have to pay attention to your appearance. However, Wu Yuan observed the mysterious girl's movements a little, and didn't think there was any problem, just a little stiff. It was probably too windy and cold outside. The person called Fong Fong walked beside the mysterious girl and whispered, "Oh, it's really troublesome, I have to go in to get some medicine." Mysterious girl, "Forget it, there are rules here. Yo, the quality is quite high." Okay. Wu Yuan looked back at the mysterious girl. The mysterious girl lowered her head. The mysterious girl keeps chi bangs, either she is not young or she is pretending to be tender. Wu Yuan prefers the first possibility. No matter her stature or gait, this girl is a real girl, maybe even younger than he imagined. No way, Wu Yuan is an old driver, and he has a lot of experience and research on this. Wu Yuan took the mysterious girl to the consultation room and said lightly, "When you enter the room, don't cover it so tightly, and don't be afraid to cover up the prickly heat, so take off your hat." The mysterious girl froze for a while, then took off the hat of the windbreaker. "Wu Yuan, take off the baseball cap too." The mysterious girl was speechless for a while, and took off her baseball cap again. Mysterious girl, "Doctor, I want to get some medicine." "Wu Yuan, take off the mask first, otherwise I won't be able to diagnose you." Fong Fong immediately said, "That's not good, you can't pick it." Wu Yuan glanced at Fong Fong, "Why can't you take it off? Is there a scar on your face? Or is there no face to see anyone?" Fong Fong, "You. This doctor's mouth is quite poisonous." The mysterious girl stopped Fong Fong. "Fong Fong, it's okay, there's no one else here." Saying that, the mysterious girl took off her mask. Wu Yuan's eyes lit up and he was stunned. Fair skin, beautiful face, long eyelashes, big bright eyes, tall and beautiful nose bridge, beautiful lips. Every part of the face is perfect, it's even more perfect when put together. Where is the scar on her face? She is clearly a super beauty, and she is of an extraordinary standard. Let Wu Yuan look at it at a glance, only to feel very surprised. Huh. Not only beauty, but a more important point. This girl looks familiar, she seems to have seen it somewhere. Wu Yuan's complexion changed, and he suddenly remembered. Wu Yuan rubbed his chin and said lightly, "Isn't it possible, you are the one, Tang Jianing?" Tang Jianing is a big star. From now to the next few years, the actress has always been the top class in the country, and has never strayed from the scope of first-line stars. It belongs to the kind of topic that even if there is nothing related to her, as long as they appear in the internet and TV media, they can cause hot actresses. How famous is Tang Jianing? Even Wu Yuan, who doesn't chase after stars, knows a lot about the TV series and movies she has acted in. However, according to Wu Yuan's memory, after about 5 or 6 years, Tang Jianing starred in fewer and fewer works. Some rumors said that his physical condition was not very good, and some rumors were that he was secretly married and had a child. Retired from the entertainment industry, none of these are true or false. Anyway, this Tang Jianing is still a very mysterious existence in general. At this time, Tang Jianing is much younger than Wu Yuan's image. If you count the years, she is about 20 years old now, and she has just debuted. Tang Jianing belongs to the type that is the pinnacle of his debut, and for Wu Yuan, who has lived for 10 more years, Tang Jianing is a star who has disappeared for 4 or 5 years, so he didn't remember it for a while. Having said that, a big star who has only been seen on the screen suddenly appeared in front of him, and no one dared to recognize it for a while. Wu Yuan's reaction was quite good. Now it's explained why this girl is wearing a hat and mask all the time. Coupled with that Toyota Alpha, it is indeed a star standard configuration. Seeing that Tang Jianing blinked her eyes, she didn't confirm, but she didn't deny it. This is the big star Tang Jianing, and that Fang Fang is Tang Jianing's assistant Wang Rufang. Wu Yuan murmured in his heart, how could such a big man appear in Yanjiang City? It's kind of incredible. It is as rare as seeing a great white shark in the Yangtze River. Fortunately, it is midnight, and there is no one in the hospital. Otherwise, if Tang Jianing's crazy fans really see it, it will definitely cause a sensation. In fact, it is not uncommon for Tang Jianing to appear in Yanjiang, because there is a film and television base on the outskirts of Yanjiang City. Although it is not as good as the famous film and television city in the south, many movies are filmed here every year. It's just that the housing conditions in the film and television base are not very good, so if the production crew is large, they will usually settle in a hotel with better conditions in Yanjiang City. Is Tang Jianing ill? Why break into the emergency department at night? Unusual. Wu Yuan hummed and asked, what kind of medicine do you want to take? It won't be that kind of medicine, right? Tang Jianing was stunned, that kind of medicine? What kind of medicine? Wu Yuan opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. He meant to say, emergency stun pills. If you really say it, it is estimated that Tang Jianing and Wang Rufang will definitely be fried. No wonder Wu Yuan thought so. There is a saying how to say, your circle is really messy. Especially in the entertainment industry, handsome guys and beautiful girls are running all over the place, and all kinds of scandals are flying all over the sky. Today the male star and the female star are on good terms, tomorrow they will break up again, and then they will be on good terms with which director. A super beautiful woman like Tang Jianing, in the entertainment industry, is also the top level among the top, and many people must be thinking about it. Maybe something unexpected will happen, and that kind of medicine is needed to deal with the emergency. But that kind of medicine is available everywhere in the pharmacy, there is no need to go to the emergency department of the hospital. By the way, maybe there are fewer pharmacies around here, and it is really hard for outsiders to find them. Just when Wu Yuan was thinking about it, Tang Jianing whispered, I have something to do. Thank you for your support and encouragement, please continue to vote. Your support is my motivation, thank you. Also feel like my OP, I think I'm high 85. Thank you IME0929, the tickets and rewards for the fans' questions. Thank you. Wu Yuan was a little confused, huh? Tang Jianing, auntie, she's here. Wu Yuan made an sound, and then he came to his senses. Something happened, that's what it meant, which was completely different from what Wu Yuan thought. Co-authoring is that Wu Yuan's thoughts are too dirty and filthy, and he always feels that there are no beautiful girls in the entertainment industry, but only lustful girls, so he thinks in that direction. Just now, Wu Yuan was still scolding the director who was both stupid and sanctimonious for doing a good job. Wu Yuan couldn't help shaking his head, it's too hasty. Tang Jianing, what? Wu Yuan waved his hand, it's nothing, you just said you were here, then what? Tang Jianing, my stomach hurts, it hurts badly. Wu Yuan completely understood. Absolutely solved. It seems that Tang Jianing is still a very strong girl. She still tries her best to maintain her demeanor when her stomach hurts. There is nothing unusual about her appearance. Although dysmenorrhea also varies from person to person, from mild to severe, but the pain is so painful that you need to take painkillers, it must be unbearable. This shows that there is indeed a problem with personal physique. Looking at Tang Jianing's face and lips, it was indeed a little pale. This is a symptom of body cold. Judging from this point, the media has always been rumored that Tang Jianing's physical health is very poor, and it should not be a matter of groundless speculation. In the following years, Tang Jianing faded out of the entertainment industry, because of some illnesses, the possibility has greatly increased. Tang Jianing glanced at Wu Yuan's doctor's dog tag and said, Dr. Wu, so I want to get some medicine, painkillers. Wu Yuan just thought about it for a while, and the moment of things didn't show on his face, but he looked dumbfounded. Tang Jianing, doctor. Wu Yuan said with an, I'm sorry, I was thinking about it just now. Actually, it's easy for you to handle this situation, just wait a moment. Tang Jianing made a sound of, Wang Rufang urged, please hurry up. Wu Yuan, don't worry, you can't slow down. Wu Yuan got up and went to open an order and handed it to Wang Rufang, go to pay the fee first, then go to the emergency pharmacy to get the medicine. Wang Rufang asked how to go, and then went out immediately. Now only Wu Yuan and Tang Jianing are left looking at each other, feeling a little embarrassed for a while. However, Wu Yuan has lived for 10 more years, his mental age is relatively old, and he is the host of the system, so he will not be timid when dealing with a big star like Tang Jianing. And Tang Jianing's appearance is as beautiful as a flower like a jade, like a water girl, she looks very seductive. Wu Yuan suddenly had an idea, wondering if he should ask Tang Jianing to sign a few names, sign dozens, and then sell it and make some money. Wu Yuan thought about it again, he is not a person who is short of money now, and there are millions of soft sister coins in his account, so he still can't do this kind of thing, it's no big deal. But anyway, it is very meaningful to invite Tang Jianing to take a photo, and then ask for a signature for collection. When you have a son, show it to your son, look, your father treated a beautiful female star back then, how awesome it was. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan revealed silly joy, which made Tang Jianing feel uncomfortable for a while. Just as Wu Yuan was about to speak, he heard hurried footsteps. It shouldn't be Wang Rufang, she was wearing high heels, but that's not her voice. Tang Jianing quickly put on the mask and hat again. It turned out that Nurse Feng Qing broke in. Wu Yuan felt strange and stood up. Looking at Feng Qing's expression, there must be something important. Feng Qing's eyes widened, her face full of panic, Dr. Wu. It's not good. Wu Yuan waved his hand, don't worry. What's the situation? What happened? Feng Qin was out of breath and replied, there was a huge car accident in the North and North Ring roads, and dozens of people were injured. I was notified just now that they are bringing the injured over. When Wu Yuan heard this, his expression became solemn. The North Ring Road of Yanjiang City is nearby. If there is such a big emergency, it will definitely be sent to the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University, especially those seriously injured patients. Wu Yuan asked solemnly, when will it be delivered? Before Wu Yuan finished speaking, a siren sounded outside. The ambulance arrived, and looking at the situation, it was not one ambulance, but a dozen. This catastrophic car accident is indeed more serious than expected, and it may cause more injuries. Wu Yuan calmed down instantly, and immediately said, go to inform Dr. Yu immediately, and then call Director Yan and Director Zhao, as well as other doctors in the emergency department. No, the general surgery department and internal medicine department are also called. All come here. After Feng Qin heard this, she nodded and ran out. To be honest, the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University is not a big hospital. Although the equipment and facilities are decent, there is still a shortage of experienced doctors, especially surgeons. This kind of time is not the time to be concerned about their mood, they must come to help. Try to keep the number of immediate deaths to a minimum. The atmosphere changed suddenly, as if the alarm had been raised. Tang Jianing was also a little nervous. Doctor, it's okay. Wu Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, it's all right, Teacher Tang, it might be messy here in a while, you can go first. Before Wu Yuan finished speaking, the outside suddenly became a mess. The sound of shouting, the sound of pushing the moving bed, and the screaming sound made the scene instantly out of control. The paramedics pushed the portable mobile beds in one by one. Hurry up, hurry up. This doesn't seem to work, hurry up on oxygen. Number 3 and number 3 have lost too much blood, and the blood bag is not enough, who will get it? Doctor, where is the doctor? Hurry up and help the handle, damn it. The door here is too small. It's so stuck. Wu Yuan didn't care to talk to Tang Jianing anymore, and ran out quickly. Speaking of which, Wu Yuan did remember that this incident happened, the huge car accident on the North Ring Road. More than 30 cars crashed on the highway, including 2 long-distance buses full of passengers. In that life, Wu Yuan was not in the emergency department, but in the general surgery department. When he arrived at the hospital in the middle of the night, there seemed to be more than a dozen corpses lying aside waiting to be pushed to the morgue. How many people died in total? If Wu Yuan remembered correctly, there were about 20 people in the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University alone. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan's heart tightened, he felt that his steps were vain, and the burden on his shoulders was very heavy. At this time, Yu Lin also hurried over. When I saw this scene, I was stunned. Yu Lin, a young doctor, has never seen such a scene before. The key is that Wu Yuan has never seen it before, so he can only bite the bullet. Yu Lin stammered and said, what about this? Wu Yuan, what should I do? Let's make a cold salad. Now it's just the two of us. Hurry up. Let someone push these patients to the consultation room first. Yu Lin was at a loss as to what to do. At this time, when he heard Wu Yuan's orders, he was very obedient, and hurried to do it. In normal times, this is unimaginable, and Yu Lin will murmur more or less. There are about 30 mobile beds that have been pushed forward. As Wu Yuan had guessed before, they were basically moderately and severely injured. Some of the injured appear to be in urgent condition. The ambulance staff said that some of them were still sent to other hospitals, which slightly reduced the burden on this side. However, because the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University is the closest hospital to the North Ring Road of Yanjiang, the injuries of the people who are pulled over are relatively serious. This situation is terrible for emergency doctors like Wu Yuan. Even in the daytime, the medical resources of the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University cannot afford such a big situation, not to mention that it is still at night, and there are only 3 or 2 kittens in the emergency department. However, Wu Yuan has calmed down now. He is quickly formulating strategies in his mind. What can he do to better bring these seriously injured people back from the gate of hell? In other words, Wu Yuan wants to reduce the number of deaths as much as possible. As a doctor, this is not a child's play, but you can't wait for death. People often die in the emergency department, but no matter which doctor, no matter how many life and death they have witnessed, it is very uncomfortable to watch life disappear from their hands. Now that Wu Yuan has lived for 10 more years, he has the opportunity to do it again, and the super doctor system helps, so the previous history cannot be allowed to happen again. Thinking of this, Wu Yuan could only cheer himself up. Together with Yu Lin, Wu Yuan directed the ambulance personnel and nurses to push all the injured to the consultation room. The area of the consultation room is large and can accommodate 40 or 50 hospital beds, and preliminary treatment and diagnosis can be carried out there. The problem is that there are only more than 10 monitors in the consultation room, not 1 per person. It can only be given to the seriously injured first, and the patients who urgently need first aid are connected first. It is no exaggeration to say that the consultation room immediately turned into a purgatory on earth. The morning sounded, and occasionally there were screams. Some patients have blood all over their bodies, and they don't know if it's their own or someone else's. It's shocking and appalling. Especially the bloody smell in the air makes people feel like vomiting. People with poor psychological quality will collapse within a few minutes of staying here. More than 30 wounded patients were either lying or lying down, but they were finally settled down. The faces of doctors, nurses, and the ambulance staff were all covered in sweat. Yu Lin ran over again. "Dr. Wu, what should I do now?" "Wait for Director Yen and Director Zhao to come over." Wu Yuan sighed, "Can't wait, hurry up, let's split the rescue." Yu Lin, this. As soon as Yu Lin heard the words, split rescue, he was very unconfident. In the past it was the director who led the rescue, but now I have to stand on my own, which is quite lacking. Wu Yuan knew what he was thinking, and waved his hand. "Okay, listen to me." Before Yu Lin could react, Wu Yuan began to check bed by bed. "Wu Yuan, bed number 1, the trauma is more serious, the problem is not big, first do the wound treatment, stop the bleeding, and transfuse blood. Wu Yuan, the second bed is unconscious, get on the monitor, oxygen. Check the vital signs. Wu Yuan, number 4. Number 4's arm should be a comminuted fracture, so it needs to be reinforced first. Wu Yuan, there is still number 5, which is more critical. Emergency surgery is required immediately. Feng Qing. Feng Qing. Push number 5 to the operating room and get ready, I'll be there in a while. All the more than 30 beds were read, and all the injuries were classified into 3, 6, and 9 grades according to the severity level. Yu Lin, Feng Qing and others were almost all around Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan has become the backbone of the emergency department. He has completely released himself and issued a series of instructions. Some of these instructions were unfounded, but others chose to follow suit. There was no way, only Wu Yuan dared to do this at the scene, and everyone else was afraid of taking responsibility. After Wu Yuan read it, he had a rough idea. About 5 people were injured in particularly serious conditions, all of which required emergency surgery. Based on medical knowledge and experience, Wu Yuan classified the 5 people into critical grades. The most critical should be given priority to surgical rescue. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Wu Yuan ran to the operating room by himself, and asked Yu Lin to stay here for emergency treatment. The first operation went well. Although there was bleeding in the body, the internal organs were not injured. Fortunately, Wu Yuan performed emergency surgery to stop the bleeding, otherwise such an injury would be enough to take people away in a short time. The first operation took half an hour, which was extremely fast, and shocked the anesthesiologist for a while. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yuan did not take any rest, went to the second operating room, and performed the second operation directly. The second operation took a little longer and took 40 minutes. Then, Wu Yuan began to transfer back to the first operating room for the third emergency operation. This is a normal operation for an experienced surgeon, but for a doctor as young as Wu Yuan, this is simply playing with fire. This requires strong mental stability and psychological quality to support such an intensive operation. Physical exertion is too great, and energy is more depleted. Wu Yuan felt that the scalpel had begun to not obey. Fortunately, the third operation was completed without a hitch. There were 2 other injuries. To be honest, Wu Yuan was at a loss and worried that he would not be able to hold on. At this moment, Feng Qing ran over and said, "Director Zhao is here. She said that she can do the rest of the 2 people. Zhao Qin is here." When Wu Yuan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Qin arrived just in time. Wu Yuan asked, "Director Zhao has gone to the number 2 operating room?" Feng Qing nodded. "She asked you to rest for a while." Wu Yuan waved his hand. "I see, go get busy." After Feng Qing left, Wu Yuan pondered for a while and went to the consultation room. Now there are some injured people who haven't had time to do emergency treatment. How can Wu Yuan rest in peace? Yulin was so busy there that he didn't see Wu Yuan at all. Wu Yuan moved his wrist a little and felt better, so he started to get busy again. Check and bandage one by one. At this time, a male victim suffered a head injury and was bleeding all the time, which was particularly terrifying. In this case, the blood needs to be washed first and then dealt with. Wu Yuan said loudly, "Water, give me water." Called twice, no one responded, and now the nurses are all too busy. Wu Yuan had no choice but to find water by himself. At this time, a bottle of mineral water was handed over. Wu Yuan turned his head to look. "What the hell? How did you do it? Why is Tang Jining still here?" Wu Yuan took the mineral water. "Big Star, you didn't leave." "Tang Jining, I can't leave if I want to. Those ambulances blocked our car." Wu Yuan stood up and looked out. Outside the warning lights flickered, many ambulances did not drive away. "Wu Yuan, what happened? Are you stuck here for a meeting?" "Tang Jining, there was a car accident outside the door." Wu Yuan was stunned. "Is there another car accident?" "Tang Jining, it shouldn't be too serious." Wu Yuan stretched his neck to take a look, and sure enough, he could vaguely see a few traffic policemen in green vests dealing with the problems outside. "Wu Yuan, if it's not too serious, it's also messing up. I can't blame those drivers. This kind of big scene may not be encountered once in 2 or 3 years. Once the psychology collapses, it is easy to cause traffic accidents." Wu Yuan heard another groan from the injured patient next to him. Wu Yuan stopped talking nonsense and began to clean the wound on the injured patient's head. "Wu Yuan, dude, can you hear me?" The wounded nodded, and answered vaguely, "Listen, heard." Wu Yuan didn't think it was a big problem. "Endure the pain." Wu Yuan used a cotton ball a few times, and finally cleared the wound. Then he got the first aid kit, put medicine on the injured head, and wrapped him with medical bandages. Wu Yuan was tired and sweaty, so he simply sat down against the wall, feeling lead was poured on his feet. Tonight makes people feel particularly long. Wu Yuan seems to have done a lot of things, and it feels like he will never finish. "Give." A tissue was handed over, wet. Wu Yuan took it and wiped it on his face. "Don't say it, it's all in the spirit now." Wu Yuan raised his head and glanced at it. Tang Jianing also handed over the wet tissue. "Wu Yuan, thank you, Big Star. Tang Jianing, you are working hard. How is the current situation?" Wu Yuan was startled. "Yes, I've been busy for a while, and I don't know what's going on. But at least so far, it seems that no one has died, and although some will face amputation and paralysis later, this is a good start. Wu Yuan, it should be fine, as long as there are no deaths. What Wu Yuan said was the truth. I can't help but let the tragedy of this day in the previous life repeat itself 10 years ago. No, as long as the original number of deaths can be reduced, Wu Yuan's exhaustion is worth it. Tang Jianing glanced at Wu Yuan and said, "Do you want to drink water? I'll get it for you." Wu Yuan waved his hand, "No need, where's your grumpy little assistant?" "Tang Jianing, I went outside to call." Tang Jianing paused for a while, and then said, "She has a good temper, but she is sometimes impatient." Wu Yuan waved his hand, "Did you take medicine?" Tang Jianing, "I ate." Just as Wu Yuan wanted to tell Tang Jianing some remedies for body cold, he suddenly saw some blood stains on Tang Jianing's hands. It should have been more. Tang Jianing had obviously wiped it, but not wiped it clean. Mostly because Tang Jianing saw that the medical staff were overwhelmed, so she helped. "I didn't expect such a big star. With fine skin and tender meat, he can bear hardships and stand hard work." At this moment, Wang Rufang walked in. "Wang Rufang, Jianing, the road has been cleared, we can go now." Tang Jianing made an "oh" and turned to Wu Yuan and said, "Dr. Wu, thank you today." Wu Yuan waved his hand, "Drive slower, the road conditions around here are not good, there are potholes." Tang Jianing nodded. Wu Yuan was talking nonsense, and it was not Tang Jianing who was driving. Not Wang Rufang. Tang Jianing and Wang Rufang walked out the door. While walking, Wang Rufang said, "Jianing, does it still hurt?" Tang Jianing nodded, "Much better, this medicine works very well." Wang Rufang, "Look at your dirty body, do you still look like a star?" Tang Jianing, "Just go back and take a bath." Wang Rufang, "No, I can't take a shower today." Tang Jianing sighed helplessly. "If you can't wash it, it's dirty." The two got into the car while chatting. At the same time, Wu Yuan, who was sitting in the hospital corridor, suddenly said, "Fuck." Wu Yuan remembered that he hadn't asked Tang Jianing for an autograph. The car had already driven away, and Wu Yuan was too late to catch up. Wu Yuan was a little annoyed. Such a big star is hard to come by, and most likely there will be no chance to autograph in the future. Taking a group photo, not to mention it, is estimated to be in the next life. Fortunately, the emergency department did a perfect job in the battle tonight. Because the most seriously injured were rescued in a timely manner, and the other injured patients were handled well, at least there were no deaths on the first day. As for whether there will be serious injuries in the future, it depends on luck. After all, no matter how well the operation is done and the rescue measures are in place, there are still cases where it cannot be saved. To tell the truth, the emergency department that does not die is not called an emergency department. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Wu Yuan is actually the biggest contributor. Without Wu Yuan's coming forward, I'm afraid the situation would get out of hand. The dead are light, and may cause confusion in medical treatment. The next day, the little nurses who love gossip got together and started talking. "Have you heard? Dr. Wu did a great job last night. He saved a lot of people." "You said that. I just wanted to ask, how good is Dr. Wu, who broke a big stone in his chest?" "Cut, the dog can't spit out ivory, and the silver spear stabs the throat. Dr. Wu's call is turning the tide. Almost, this car accident is too terrifying. I also heard that if it wasn't for Dr. Wu, a lot of people might have died." "You're not news, nothing specific. Let me tell you, Dr. Wu has performed 3 rescue surgeries in a row, and he has made no mistakes at all. 0 mistakes. According to what you said, Dr. Wu's level is not ordinary. Let's put the level aside first, the average person really can't do it to his level. The key is Dr. Wu, he is still handsome, so what is in the legend? Talented and handsome. What's the matter? Have you decided to commit yourself? I think so, don't you? The more these women talked, the more outrageous they became, and they entertained Wu Yuan over and over again. But after this night, Wu Yuan's status in the emergency department has indeed improved a lot. Today Wu Yuan is on the night shift again, but because he was too tired last night, the two directors gave him a day off. When Wu Yuan arrived at the house, he really fell asleep and slept until dawn. Wu Yuan felt sore and groggy, as if he had a bad cold. What's wrong? Even if I'm too tired, it's not like this. Soon, Wu Yuan knew the answer. Turns out he upgraded. Does this work too? Upgraded in a dream? Wu Yuan suddenly became excited. He sat up from the bed and exhaled the system interface to view the information. Name, Wu Yuan. Occupation physician. Level, intermediate physician. Talent skill, helping others, the key is locked. Professional skill. Intermediate communication skills level 6. Intermediate consultation skills level 7. Gastrointestinal perforation repair grade 5. Gastroscope and colonoscopy biopsy level 6. Debridement and suture level 8. Wu Yuan took a closer look and saw that his level had become an intermediate doctor. This made him feel great. Wu Yuan found that some of his skills had been improved by 1 level, or even 2 levels. That is to say, with the improvement of Wu Yuan's level, the skills he possesses will also be improved more or less. Although there are only 1 or 2 levels, Wu Yuan now has dozens of doctor skills, which is quite impressive. With such an improvement, the low-level skills have basically risen to the top, and the intermediate skills, as well as the second-level surgical skills, are also less than half of the 5th-level skills, which makes Wu Yuan even more confident. Of course, there are 1 or 2 more difficult skills that have not been upgraded. Mostly because the experience value required by the skills is more, so it is more difficult to upgrade. But there are not many such skills. Wu Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that he had another talent skill. In addition to the original, helping others, there is another, key lock. What kind of talent is key lock? I couldn't tell from the name, so Wu Yuan checked the description. Key lock. It can lock the lesion location and cause of the target human body at the first time, and provide the doctor with a reference for the treatment plan. Success rate, 60%, with the improvement of level ability, the success rate will also increase. Valid range, surgery. After reading the instructions, Wu Yuan understood it roughly. This is equivalent to opening a plug-in for the doctor, which can quickly identify the diseased parts and lesions of the patient. Wu Yuan can make appropriate treatment for these parts and lesions. It's just that this key lock also has a limit on the success rate, and it is not 100% successful. This is also very normal. If it is 100%, then other doctors on Earth don't have to play. At the same time, it also stipulates the usage scenario of key lock, that is, during the operation. This is a useful skill for a surgeon. With 2 talents, coupled with numerous doctor skills, Wu Yuan felt that his strength had greatly increased. For breakfast, he ate 3 fried dough sticks, a bowl of bean curd brain, and a bowl of wontons for breakfast. The dry man, the dry soul, and the dry rice are all people. A young body is indeed more awesome, able to eat, drink, sleep, and be omnipotent. Wu Yuan had enough to eat and drink, so he took a taxi to the hospital. I was not very lucky today. I encountered a big traffic jam. When Wu Yuan arrived at the hospital, he was already half an hour late. Although Wu Yuan and the others are late, there is no rigid requirement to deduct money, but if they are seen by the leaders, most of them will be scolded. As soon as he entered the office, Wu Yuan saw that Yan Buiyuan and Zhao Qin were both there, thinking that this is really going to be bad luck. Wu Yuan was very acquainted and quickly apologized. Wu Yuan, Director Yan, Director Zhao, I'm sorry, there is a traffic jam today, so I'm a little late. Yan Buiyuan took a sip of water from the cup and nodded to Wu Yuan, it's alright, just pay attention next time. Zhao Qin also said softly, Xiao Wu, if you are too tired, let me know in advance and I can grant you another day off. Wu Yuan was taken aback. Today is the sun coming out of the west, and it's still the end of the world. No, Wu Yuan felt that it was probably in a dream now. He hasn't woken up yet. Wu Yuan looked around, but it didn't look like he was in a dream, it was so real. How did this happen? In the past, if someone was late in the emergency department, it must have been a lecture if they were caught by the two of them, but now they let him off so easily. And the love on his face, which made Wu Yuan really flattered, his back was cold and his scalp was numb. But Wu Yuan thought about it carefully, this is also normal, Wu Yuan still made a contribution after all. If it wasn't for Wu Yuan, at least several people would have died that night in the catastrophic car accident on the North Ring Road. Wu Wujiu is not only people, but also the reputation of the hospital and the emergency department. As soon as Wu Yuan sat down, Fang Yangyang came up. Fang Yangyang, Dr. Wu, you have become a hero, do you know that? Wu Yuan glanced at Fang Yangyang, and pretended to say, me? A hero? You think too much. Fang Yangyang nodded, yes, didn't you hear the rumors? Wu Yuan, what rumor? Fang Yangyang, those little nurses are discussing how to make promises to you, and now maybe the child's name has already been decided. Fang Yangyang opened his mind when he hugged his arms. Fang Yangyang, Wu Di. Wu Yong. Wu Ning. Wu Ning, your sister. Wu Yuan glanced at Fang Yangyang, turned on the power of the computer, and said, then you have to hurry. Fang Yangyang was stunned, what should I do now? Wu Yuan, good things have to be snatched up, hurry up and promise them. Fang Yangyang, to you. Wu Yuan, nonsense, I've already thought of the child's name. Fang Yangyang asked curiously, what's it called? Wu Yuan, Wu Qing has no righteousness, Wu Zhongxing has it, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, which one do you choose? Fang Yangyang nodded Wu Yuan's head, how does your brain grow? Play with me. Wu Yuan glanced at Fang Yangyang, I really want to, okay? Fang Yangyang was angry, you. At this moment, Chen Yujia came in and handed over a stack of documents to Zhao Qin. When walking past Wu Yuan, he lowered his head and whispered, morning, great hero. Wu Yuan laughed, the hero is here, where is the beauty? Chen Yujia smiled, pushed the door and walked out. I have to say, it feels really good. Wu Yuan didn't do much work in the morning, just messing around. In the afternoon, Zhao Qin called Wu Yuan over. Zhao Qin, I'll go to the observation room for a ward round later, remember to go with me. Wu Yuan nodded, okay, no problem. The observation room is only available in the emergency department, which is equivalent to the exclusive ward of the emergency department. Patients are temporarily unable to leave the hospital, or stay in the observation room before being transferred to other wards. The ward round is to check the patient's condition one by one, communicate with the patient, and then determine the next treatment plan. In the past, the occupancy rate of the observation ward in the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University was not high, and the maximum number of patients did not exceed 10. But it was different now. Wu Yuan was taken aback as soon as he followed Zhao Qin in. Almost every hospital bed is filled with patients, and there are 30 or 40 people densely packed. There is no doubt that most of them should be survivors of catastrophic car accidents. And Wu Yuan didn't know until he entered that it was not only Zhao Qin and Wu Yuan who were doing the rounds, but also several doctors in white coats. Among them was Sun Jianzhong, the old leader of Wu Yuan. Chao Jigang was actually there, and the two of them represented the general surgery department of the hospital. One is the director of general surgery, and the other is the future star of general surgery. Others include Lu Dazhu, director of internal medicine, and director Shenhua Shen, director of orthopedics. Basically all relevant departments are here. They are all the big guys and the little guys from the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University. In addition to these people, Zhou Changjun was actually there, which surprised Wu Yuan. Zhou Changjun was chatting and laughing with these department directors, with a high-spirited, long-sleeved and good-natured look. In addition, Chao Jigang's performance was also very high-profile, and he also sang with Zhou Changjun there, as if he was playing a double reed. Wu Yuan was confused. What were the two of them doing? There, like two peacocks vying for beauty, expressing themselves crazily. Don't you know the rules of ward rounds? During the ward rounds, the juniors, like Wu Yuan, Chao Jigang, and Wu Changjun are just followers. The bosses let them speak, and they only speak when they express their opinions. Just record it. Now that the two of them are talking to each other, don't you worry about making the big guys look upset and scold them when you turn around. In the hospital, it is common for the bosses to scold people. Without memorizing their lines, they will come with their mouths open. Wu Yuan remembered the last life, and he was often scolded, and he was almost used to it. At this time, Zhao Qin said, "Don't be influenced by them, this may be part of the assessment." Wu Yuan, assessment. Zhao Qin lowered his voice and said, "Weave." Wu Yuan immediately understood. The directors of these departments are probably members of the so-called assessment working group. Zhao Qin, do your best if you can, but don't be too explicit, do you understand? Wu Yuan nodded, understood. Zhao Qin was very thoughtful. Like Chao Jigang and Zhou Changjun, it is indeed a little too high-profile and too blunt. This so-called establishment qualification assessment is not a matter of lip service. In fact, there are not many extra points. In the end, it may be necessary to win in the doctor's business. The most important thing in a profession like a doctor is technology, and everything else is secondary. A surgeon like Wu Yuan is even more powerful. This is really not the same as internal medicine. Whether the level of the surgeon is there, the scalpel has the greatest right to speak. Of course, this is something on the table. If there is a secret operation, it is not impossible. When encountering an opponent who will do this, no one can do it. Zhao Qin and Wu Yuan walked over and joined the army. Of course, the directors should chat for a while, ask whether the work is going well, what difficulties and key points need to be cooperated, and so on. Zhao Qin introduced Wu Yuan to everyone. This is Dr. Wu Yuan and Wu who was on duty that night. He is a very good guy. If he hadn't tried his best to rescue him, the consequences would be unimaginable. People like Lu Dazhu and Shenhua will of course praise them loudly. Sun Jianzhong looked at Wu Yuan a few times with a complicated expression. Then, this group of people began to round the room again. Time is tight and tasks are heavy. 30 or 40 people, it takes a lot of work to check them one by one. Wu Yuan was too lazy to speak, he just watched Zhou Changjun and Chao Jigang jump there. The reason why Wu Yuan's mentality remains so peaceful is also because his strength is already very strong. Say nothing else. Experienced surgeons like Zhao Qin and Sun Jianzhong should have little advantage over Wu Yuan's ability in surgery. Wu Yuan is even more comprehensive than them. Dozens of surgical skills are no joke. Although most of these operations are minor operations, mosquito legs are also meat. This is not to mention the key lock that Wu Yuan has just acquired after upgrading. So Wu Yuan is not worried at all about whether he can get the system. If he can't get it here, he will change to another hospital. As for the salaries, bonuses, and subsidies of formal physicians who are established, they will increase a lot, and Wu Yuan doesn't care. He really has no shortage of money now. So Wu Yuan still kept a low profile and only spoke when he was asked to speak. In the meantime, Zhao Qin will certainly say good things for Wu Yuan. Zhao Qin, the big car accident a few days ago was a heart-wrenching scene. You can see that, like that one, and that one, Wu Yuan performed emergency surgery. When the other directors heard it, they would naturally look at Wu Yuan a few more times and praised him again. Any doctor can handle emergency treatment, but doing emergency surgery will test the psychological quality of the doctor very much. Especially with so many critically ill patients waiting to be dealt with, the psychological pressure is not something ordinary people can bear. Sun Jianzhong looked at Wu Yuan, his mind was really full of question marks. He really didn't understand. In his impression, Wu Yuan was a half-hearted doctor with mediocre qualifications, who didn't work very hard, and was rather lazy. Why do you act so violently when you arrive at the emergency department? Incredible, incomprehensible, incredible. However, although Sun Jianzhong was curious, he did not take it too seriously. After all, Wu Yuan was no longer a general surgeon and had little to do with him. Sun Jianzhong is now thinking about how to push Chao Jigang up, which can be regarded as a face for the vice president. This is good for his promotion. Everyone checked all the way, and when they found about 20 patients, they finally found something strange. The main problem is to check the indicators. The director of internal medicine, Lu Dazhu, is of course the strongest in internal medicine. He pondered for a moment, look at the results of the color Doppler ultrasound. This is a problem with the pancreas. Zhao Qin nodded, yes, we have further verified that it is a pancreatic pseudocyst, and we are preparing to operate on him. Lu Dazhu, who will perform the operation? Is it Director Zhao again? Shen Hua, that's for sure. I'm afraid that only Director Zhao can handle the emergency department. Sun Jianzhong suddenly said, you can also let Wu Yuan try. Everyone looked at Sun Jianzhong with puzzled expressions on their faces. Wu Yuan was also at a loss. What kind of nerve is Sun Jianzhong getting? How could he do this kind of surgery? Lu Dazhu, let him be the main surgeon. The risk is too great. This operation is not easy, and it is easy to cause problems. Sun Jianzhong glanced at Wu Yuan, if Director Zhao is present, there will be no problem. Sun Jianzhong waved his hand again, I'm just making a suggestion. Didn't Wu Yuan perform well recently? It's always a good thing to have the opportunity to exercise more. Sun Jianzhong said it lightly, as long as anyone who knows about internal medicine and surgery knows that pancreas-related operations are very difficult to do. Although the operation itself is not too complicated, it will be very difficult compared to minor operations such as appendicitis. Why? Because the location of the pancreas is more sensitive, just behind the stomach may be manipulated during the operation, which makes it difficult. A more important reason is that it is easy to cause complications in various situations, and such complications are not easy to find the cause and difficult to cure. Therefore, relatively young surgeons generally do not want to touch pancreas-related operations. If you do it well, you can, but if you don't do it well, you will get into trouble. Of course, the treatment of pancreatic abscess should be better, but it is only relatively speaking, and it is easy to cause various complications and sequelae. Therefore, this type of pancreatic surgery is generally performed by experienced surgeons. A novice like Wu Yuan would at most stand on the opposite side and act as the second main surgeon. Just do a little favor and gain some experience. From this point of view, Sun Jianzhong's suggestion is too abrupt and incomprehensible. Shen Hua, this is still risky, it's too reluctant. Sun Jianzhong, I just think that young doctors need more exercise, especially surgery, exercise is more important. Speaking of which, Sun Jianzhong pointed to Chao Jigang and said, like our general surgeon, Dr. Chao Jigang, he can now perform operations independently, and the intensity is not low. He will participate in at least one operation every week. When everyone heard it, they immediately understood what Sun Jianzhong meant. It was nothing more than taking Wu Yuan as a stepping stone to support Chao Jigang. Although Sun Jianzhong's mind is relatively bad, other people really can't say anything. After all, Chao Jigang is also very famous in the hospital, and belongs to the new generation of surgeons that the hospital focuses on training. In addition to Chao Jigang's relationship, his talent is also quite good. Chao Jigang can also do some operations independently, and he can handle it more maturely. From this point of view, it is appropriate for Chao Jigang to get a system. This is what makes Zhao Qin depressed. Sun Jianzhong's behavior is a little unkind. Since Chao Jigang can probably get the system, why should he step on Wu Yuan? Others just thought about it. After all, they didn't know Wu Yuan at all, but she, Zhao Qin, was a little angry. Wu Yuan is already her direct descendant of Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin turned to Wu Yuan and said, "Xiao Wu, what do you think? Can you go on stage to perform this operation?" Wu Yuan nodded, "I don't think it's a problem, you can try it." Zhao Qin turned to Sun Jianzhong and said, "Okay, now I've decided to hand over this operation to Wu Yuan. You are welcome to come and watch." Sun Jianzhong laughed and said, "That's fine, we'll definitely come over and take a look. By the way, Director Zhao had better be prepared. If something goes wrong, no one can afford it." Zhao Qin thought to himself, "It's not just you, Sun Jianzhong, who is responsible." When the others saw this scene, they all shook their heads secretly. Zhao Qin was still a little younger after all, so she couldn't help being irritated. Although Wu Yuan made a great contribution to the catastrophic accident this time, but unlike surgery, the difficulty of emergency surgery is generally not too difficult. It doesn't matter if it's difficult. Either it is to be saved, or it is not to be saved, there are possibilities, and no one will be held responsible. However, if this type of pancreatic surgery is not a problem, it is a medical malpractice. These belong to two different properties. Moreover, Wu Yuan did make a contribution on the night of the catastrophic accident, which shows that he was very diligent, but for a surgeon, diligence alone is not enough. Diligence, talent, practice, actual combat. For in one is indispensable. Generally speaking, a mature surgeon is very difficult to train, and it takes 10 years of practice to be able to stand alone. Except for Zhao Qin, I am afraid that no one is optimistic about Wu Guo. Comparing him with Chao Jigang is a bit difficult for a strong man. Even Zhao Qin didn't have a clue at this time. Wu Yuan went on the field for pancreatic surgery, no matter how he thought about it, it was too much of a joke. Zhao Qin also had some regrets, feeling that she was too impulsive, ill-considered, and unsafe. But if you say it out, you can't get it back if you want to take it back. I can only hope that Wu Yuan can live up to his expectations, and Zhao Qin can only comfort himself like this. In this way, Wu Yuan received another operation in confusion. The fact that Wu Yuan was going to perform pancreatic surgery quickly spread in the emergency department. Of course, Zhou Changjun took the initiative to pass it on. Zhou Changjun also called on everyone to cheer on Wu Yuan if he has nothing to do at that time. It's not hard to guess what Zhou Changjun's idea was, he just wanted everyone to see how Wu Yuan made a fool of himself. No matter how good Wu Yuan is, it is impossible for him to perform pancreatic surgery. There are many emergencies in this kind of surgery, which requires a lot of experience and can be controlled by seeing many examples. Zhou Changjun even imagined that as long as Wu Yuan saw the situation of the pancreas, he would be helpless and retreat, asking Zhao Qin to take over. Of course, the response of others in the emergency room can only be described in 2 words, surprise. Everyone is in the medical circle and naturally knows the difficulty of this operation. Wu Yuan's recent performance is indeed amazing, but it does not mean that he is omnipotent. What surprised them even more was that Zhao Qin would actually hand over the operation to Wu Yuan. Fang Yangyang came over again, "Dr. Wu, are you really going to play?" "Wu Yuan, the challenge letter has been received, and I can't even play if I don't want to." Fang Yangyang, "Then are you sure? Don't lose anyone in the emergency department." Wu Yuan glanced at Fang Yangyang, "Do you think I would be ashamed?" Fang Yangyang nodded firmly, "Yes." Wu Yuan was about to run wild when he saw Chen Yujia walking over. "Chen Yujia, Dr. Wu, come on, we all support you. Wu Yuan laughed, it doesn't matter to others, as long as you support it. Chen Yujia chuckled and left. Soon came the day of the surgery. The operation was arranged in the second operating room. Zhao Qin also specially called Wu Yuan over to let him relax and not be nervous. Zhao Qin, don't worry, don't be afraid of what will happen, I will be the second chief knife. Although Wu Yuan was confident, he also knew that Zhao Qin had good intentions, so he said, Director Zhao, I will feel at ease with you here. Zhao Qin nodded and told Wu Yuan some important points about the operation. Wu Yuan also listened humbly. Experienced surgeons have their own surgical methods, especially Zhao Qin, whose surgical skills and knowledge are as good as Sun Jianzhong's, so there is still something in his mind. Wu Yuan listened very seriously, and it was considered a gain. In fact, after several surgeries, Wu Yuan is no longer nervous. And to be honest, surgery related to pancreatic cysts, no matter how high the risk, cannot be classified as a very difficult operation. As long as Wu Yuan has the ability to respond on the spot, he should be careful not to cause unnecessary postoperative complications. Is this difficult for Wu Yuan? Of course not. He is the host of the superphysician system. After signing in for so many days, he already has the hard power. Therefore, Wu Yuan couldn't figure out what the two guys, Zhou Changjun and Dong Jigang, were thinking for a while. What was the use of cynicism? Wu Yuan entered the operating room, and the preparations for the operation had been completed at this time. The patient was lying flat on the operating table, unconscious. The shadowless lights have been turned on, illuminating the area brightly. A professional observation room is built above the side of the operating room, where people can watch the surgical process. Almost all the directors that Wu Yuan had met in the observation room had also arrived. Including Lu Dazhu of internal medicine, Shen Hua of orthopedics, and Sun Jianzhong of general surgery, of course, are indispensable. In addition, Chao Jigang, Zhou Changjun and Fang Yangyang also arrived. Yu Lin didn't come, he was struggling and stayed in the emergency department for emergency response. The emergency department was not very busy during the day, so there was no problem with Yu Lin staring there for an hour or two. If there is really urgent matter, Yu Lin can also come here to call someone. At this time, Zhou Changjun and Chao Jigang whispered there again. Chao Jigang, looking at Wu Yuan's posture is okay, it's like that. Zhou Changjun, hey, paper tiger, it's just pretending. Chao Jigang said with a half smile, I can't say the same, Wu Yuan's performance has been quite good recently. Zhou Changjun, I know this. He did perform a few surgeries, but the difficulty is limited. Minor surgeries can't compare to you at least. Fang Yangyang couldn't listen any longer, and glanced at Zhou Changjun. What minor surgery? Even if Director Zhao Qin and Zhao performed those operations, they might not be able to do better. This guy Zhou Changjun is really black for black's sake. The observation room is condescending, and the details of the operation can be seen clearly with the live screen, and the voice of their conversation cannot reach the operating room, and will not disturb the chief surgeon to perform the operation. Wu Yuan was standing in the main knife position, and it was Zhao Qin who was standing opposite. In addition to the anesthesiologist, there are also 3 nurses, Chen Yujia is one of them. Wu Yuan glanced at the various monitoring instruments. The patient had entered an anesthesia state, and the values of various vital signs were normal. Wu Yuan said to Zhao Qin, Director Zhao, I'm ready to start. Zhao Qin nodded, okay, you can announce it. Wu Yuan responded and said, at 15:20, the pancreatic cyst removal operation begins. All eyes were on Wu Yuan. As the saying goes, as soon as an expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. Whether it is a mule or a horse, it has to be pulled out and yoked. With the scalpel in hand, Wu Yuan opened the patient's body through a sterile cloth. With this one hand, Chao Jigang and Zhou Changjun were stunned. It also surprised Zhao Qin. Sun Jianzhong was also stunned, and couldn't help but say, "It's very stable." The knife at the beginning of the operation is the starting style of the operation. In fact, it is also a direct reflection of the surgical level and psychological state of the main surgeon. Novices and veterans, novice and skilled, whether the main knife has experience, whether the experience is rich, you can roughly tell at a glance. It is not important for Wu Yuan to hold the scalpel steadily. The key is that he is also very stable when he uses the knife, and it is more stable to cut the skin. Frankly, only an experienced surgeon can do this. If you are a young novice, actions are bound to appear stiff and hesitant. These problems did not appear in Wu Yuan at all. Of course, you have to raise the bar and say that the next step can be done well, and there are cases where it is messed up later, but after all, it is a minority and not representative. And if the surgical situation is more complicated, it is easy to affect the status of the main surgeon. Lu Dazhu and Shen Hua also showed admiration. The two are a physician and an orthopedic surgeon, but they also know a lot about surgery. Lu Dazhu, yes, this guy does have experience. Shen Hua, old son, didn't he come out of your general surgery? He has such good basic skills, so he should stay. Sun Jianzhong laughed dryly, because there is a shortage of people in the emergency department, he is willing to exercise. He has ideals and ambitions, so I can't stop him. Sun Jianzhong's words were strange inside and out, but Lu Dazhu pretended not to hear it. Lu Dazhu, that's right, your decision is right. It seems that Xiao Wu has made rapid progress. This step is worth it. Sun Jianzhong's face was unhappy, and he was muttering in his heart, how many days has it been? No matter how fast the progress is, it can't be so fast, right? It seems a little outrageous. But where does this operation go? Whether this kid Wu Yuan is real or not, we have to look back. Zhao Qin was the closest and could see it the most clearly. Wu Yuan's technique really doesn't look like a naive novice in surgery, but has a somewhat sophisticated taste. Of course, she was also surprised, but she was wearing a mask and couldn't show it. Still, Zhao Qin raised his eyes and glanced at Wu Yuan. At this time, Wu Yuan concentrated and opened a wound in the middle of the patient's upper abdomen. He did it very well, with the incision extending to about 2 centimeters below the navel. Just like a textbook. Wu Yuan, complete the abdominal opening, and begin to explore the abdomen. Wu Yuan reached out and went in, exploring layer by layer. As mentioned earlier, the so-called pancreatic body is probably just behind the stomach, and sometimes it does not adhere to the stomach. Wu Yuan quickly found the location of the pancreatic body, and also saw a pancreatic cyst. Wu Yuan immediately added, I have seen a pancreatic cyst, located at the tail of the body of the pancreas, about 10 by 10 millimeters in size. The cyst wall is intact, and it can be removed. Wu Yuan, number 5 scalpel. Chen Yujia handed over the scalpel. Wu Yuan took the scalpel and punctured the cyst, and a large amount of white, thick cyst fluid could be seen flowing out. Wu Yuan nodded, it's true, start to remove the cyst. Zhao Qin was stunned. He didn't expect Wu Yuan's basic knowledge to be so solid. She was still thinking of instructing him how to do it. Others also stared blankly in the observation room. Wu Yuan's movements are quite skilled and smooth. This is completely different from what they expected. As a novice, Wu Yuan would follow Zhao Qin's guidance even if he stayed in the position of the chief knife. But looking at Wu Yuan's actions, he didn't stop at all. He had his own way of surgery. Zhao Qin should have done no detailed guidance. This is really not something a novice surgeon can do. Wu Yuan's level is indeed unexpected. People who know him know that he is a novice who has just worked for more than 2 years. What they don't know, just looking at this surgical ability, they think he is an old surgical fritter. What Wu Yuan is doing now is not very difficult in theory, but the practical operation is very professional, and it is not as simple as it seems. Even many surgeons with slightly poorer basic skills cannot do it independently after practicing for a long time. Everyone is in the medical profession, and even if they are not surgeons, they probably know the depths. More importantly, Wu Yuan performed these surgical actions with almost no guidance. Both Chao Jigang and Zhou Changjun were stunned. Especially Chao Jigang, he is a surgeon. If he is replaced, he will definitely not know the steps of this kind of pancreatic surgery. This is very unbelievable. Has Wu Yuan performed similar operations before? Totally impossible. He has only been working for more than 2 years, and he has only a handful of opportunities to be on the operating table, let alone as the main surgeon. Even if Wu Yuan has watched many video recordings of the operation and familiarized himself with the movement several times, when it is time to perform the operation, it will not be the case. It takes someone to bring and build a few sets before they can fully grasp the essentials. Just looking at it is not enough. The affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is not a key city hospital, and there are not many cases of pancreatic cysts here. It would be good to have more than a dozen units in a year. Novice surgeons simply don't have that many opportunities to perform such operations. Wu Yuan's performance is incomprehensible, every action seems to be well known, and he doesn't need much thinking at all. Only Wu Yuan knew the reason. His pancreatic cyst drainage has actually reached level 6, which has basically reached the level of a master, and of course surpassed the vast majority of surgeons. The next step is the focus. Wu Yuan began to perform some unconventional operations. Just listen to Wu Yuan say, 10 milliliters syringe. Qin Yujia was stunned for a moment, and then she came to her senses. She took an unopened syringe, unpacked it, and handed it to Wu Yuan. Zhao Qin did not stop Wu Yuan, but was very surprised that Wu Yuan actually thought of using a syringe to remove the cystic fluid, which was indeed an ingenious method. Chao Jigang, what is he going to do? Sun Jianzhong was silent. He obviously knew what Wu Yuan was going to do, and it was brilliant. Typically, a suction drain is used to remove pancreatic cysts. However, the tube was slightly thick, but it was actually inconvenient to operate, and a bad one would damage the organs and cause complications. Wu Yuan switched to a syringe to remove the cyst, which is a great alternative and is used by some surgeons who are used to similar procedures. The small size of the syringe makes it easy to operate and less likely to cause errors or complications. This may only be thought of by experienced surgeons. I didn't expect Wu Yuan to be able to achieve this step, isn't it surprising? I don't know if he has seen the video recording of the actual operation and learned from it. Next, Wu Yuan used a syringe to draw out almost a whole tube of thick cystic fluid, which was heavy. Wu Yuan put the syringe on the tray handed over by Qin Yujia, and then his eyes returned to the original position. Wu Yuan, the cyst fluid has been extracted, and now we are ready to remove the remaining part of the cyst. Zhao Qin nodded, let's start. This time, Wu Yuan showed off another meticulous operation. The scalpel and the scraper were already quite proficient, and the people in the observation room were stunned. Lu Dazhu, this Wu Yuan is really amazing. There is no ambiguity in doing this kind of surgery. Shenhua, yes, the key is still so young. I said, Lao Sun, why do I think your general surgery has suffered a lot? Sun Jianzhong was speechless for a long time, and there were 10,000 question marks in his head. Why didn't he know that Wu Yuan had such a hand? Could it be that Wu Yuan was deliberately hiding his clumsiness in order to go to the emergency department? How is this possible? This possibility is almost impossible, too outrageous. The conditions of the general surgery department are much better than the emergency department. What is he doing like that? Sun Jianzhong is like this, Chao Jigang and Zhou Changjun are naturally more stupid, and their eyes are straight. Chao Jigang, didn't you say that Wu Yuan has no real ability? Zhou Changjun murmured for a long time, not knowing how to respond. As for Fang Yangyang, now he has begun to admire Wu Yuan somewhat. She had seen Wu Yuan perform a splenectomy, and she was amazed at Wu Yuan's concealment at the time. At that time, Fang Yangyang thought that Wu Yuan only had expertise in splenectomy, so he performed so well, but he didn't expect this guy to have more than one expertise. Fang Yangyang couldn't figure it out, what kind of sacred Wu Yuan is. Where did he learn surgical techniques? How can it be so reliable? At this time, Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief temporarily after removing the remaining parts. Zhao Qin, what do you do next? Wu Yuan looked up at Zhao Qin and replied, I'm going to do internal drainage of gastric cyst. Zhao Qin was slightly startled, why? Tell me the reason. Wu Yuan, because the main body of the cyst is too close to the stomach, if my judgment is correct, there will also be cysts in the stomach wall. Zhao Qin was very surprised, but Wu Yuan didn't expect to think so thoroughly. The spread of pancreatic cysts to the stomach wall is not new, but if it is taken into account in the operation, it will be more difficult to solve it at one time. In many cases, in order to reduce the risk, it is done in 2 operations. Zhao Qin, okay, since you've made up your mind, let's do it. Wu Yuan glanced at the monitor value, and the patient's vital signs were completely normal. Wu Yuan, number 3 scalpel. When the people in the observation room saw it, they all showed inexplicable expressions. Lu Dazhu couldn't help but ask, isn't the cyst cleared up? What else is he going to do? Shenhua looked at Sun Jianzhong, old Sun, please explain quickly, how is this right? Sun Jianzhong didn't answer for a while, but at this time he stood up, approached the glass, and stared at him to see clearly. Sun Jianzhong, Wu Yuan, this kid is really brave enough to actually want to solve the cyst of the stomach wall at one time. You are not afraid of accidents. Chao Jigang also stood up, no way, as the operation takes a long time, there may be problems. Sun Jianzhong glanced at Chao Jigang, look at the time. When Chao Jigang saw it, his face turned pale. What the hell? Only half an hour has passed. It only took Wu Yuan half an hour to remove the pancreatic cyst. Chao Jigang thought it was almost an hour. How the hell did this guy do it? Have you practiced secretly before? I saw Wu Yuan holding a scalpel, approaching the patient's stomach, and making a small incision in the part covered by the pancreatic cyst. Wu Yuan, the gastric wall incision is completed, about 6 centimeters. I saw a thick white liquid flowing from the stomach wall. Wu Yuan immediately said, find the location of the cyst in the stomach and prepare to remove the cyst fluid. Wu Yuan, 10 mm syringe. This time Chen Yujia gained experience, and quickly took a newly opened syringe and handed it to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan took it and did the same, and then absorbed the pus from the cyst on the stomach wall and put it into the tray. This is not over yet, Wu Yuan cut out a piece of cyst wall fragment, which requires pathological research to see if there are any other problems. Wu Yuan, round needle, absorbable thread. Chen Yujia was ready and handed it to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan performed continuous sutures on the back wall of the stomach and the cyst wall. These continuous operations made Zhao Qin's jaw drop. The stitching technique is not so clever, but Wu Yuan's fingers are too flexible. If he wasn't a doctor, he probably wouldn't have had so much experience. As a professional surgeon, Zhao Qin certainly had a lot of experience. Zhao Qin believes that he cannot do this. After a while, Wu Yuan finished sewing. The effect of sewing can be called perfect. This is not unusual, Wu Yuan's fingers are now several times more flexible than ordinary people, and naturally he can do what ordinary people can't. No matter how long ordinary people practice, they may not be able to reach such a level, which belongs to the category of innate talent. It's a pity that the people in the observation room couldn't see Wu Yuan's operation on his stomach very clearly, otherwise he would be amazed again. Then, after Wu Yuan rinsed the cyst several times with PVP solution and normal saline, the surgical treatment was basically completed. Everyone was amazed when they saw this. This kid Wu Yuan is really a very powerful rising star. With these performances, he is already a qualified surgeon. Chao Jigang felt uncomfortable when he saw it, and wanted to say a few words, but he couldn't say anything. He is also a smart person, it is better to shut up at this time, otherwise people will laugh. Fong Yangyang looked at it very seriously. She felt that Wu Yuan on the operating table was simply too handsome. Every movement was done very elegantly, and there was no stiffness or reluctance at all. Fong Yangyang imagined whether he could do this on the operating table. The answer is obvious, no comparison at all. Fong Yangyang even felt that Wu Yuan's surgical movements were smoother and better looking than the teaching videos he watched in medical school. The next steps are simple. The abdominal cavity was irrigated, the bleeding place was stopped, and then the abdominal incision was sutured. Zhao Qin helped Wu Yuan to do it together, and the speed was much faster. After a few moments, the operation is complete. Wu Yuan glanced at the monitor and said, at 16:10, the operation was completed, and the patient's vital signs were normal. The anesthesiologist couldn't help but say, so soon? It's less than an hour. The anesthesiologist remembered correctly. It was 15:20 when the operation started, and it's only been 50 minutes now. Everyone in the observation room was also stunned. It's also too fast. It should have been 2 operations, but now it is combined into one, and it is not even used for an hour. Lu Dazhu turned to Sun Jianzhong and said, Old Sun, why do I think he is faster than you? Sun Jianzhong was speechless for a while. To be honest, if Sun Jianzhong went all out, he didn't know if he could control the operation within an hour. There is really no bottom in the Sun Jian Center. Zhao Qin said with a smile, the operation was very successful. Wu Yuan, Director Zhao, thank you for your guidance. Zhao Qin glanced at Wu Yuan, you are quite good at talking. I didn't give any guidance on this operation. Wu Yuan laughed, Director Zhao, you don't understand this. If it wasn't for you sitting here, I would have less worries, I really couldn't have done it so smoothly. Wu Yuan is someone who has lived an extra 10 years, but he is not the stunned boy he used to be, and he naturally understands the world. When he is most proud, he should also respect others, especially those who are willing to help him like Zhao Qin. Zhao Qin waved his hand, it's all right, don't be rude, go out and talk to the patient's family. Wu Yuan agreed, took off his gloves, and walked out. Families are already waiting. Seeing Wu Yuan coming out, he quickly asked about the operation. Wu Yuan, don't worry, there's no problem, the operation was successful, but the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet, and I'll have to wait a while before I wake up. The family members are naturally very happy to hear it, and they are grateful. To be honest, Wu Yuan is also very happy. Although the operation is tiring, every time it is successful, it can bring him great satisfaction. At this time, the door of the observation room also opened, and the people inside filed out. After they saw Wu Yuan, they came over. Lu Dazhu patted Wu Yuan on the shoulder, it's really good, it's really terrifying, the emergency department has really picked up a treasure, focus on training it, and you can become a talent in the future. Shenhua, yes, I'll just say it, Director Zhao's vision is really good, if you say you can do it, you can do it. Of course, Wu Yuan has to be humble. Sun Jianzhong glanced at Wu Yuan, and also said a few words of encouragement symbolically. At this time, he was not in the mood. He thought that Wu Yuan was playing tricks on him when he was in general surgery before. If it wasn't for playing him, how would he explain his behavior now? Wu Yuankai didn't care what Sun Jianzhong thought. In fact, he also knew that although Sun Jianzhong was a more slick person, he didn't have any particular malice, he was just a little confused. Chao Jigang and Zhou Changjun didn't dare to say anything to Wu Yuan, so they left in despair. Wu Yuan was in the dressing room of the operating room, changed his surgical gown, and washed his hands well. As soon as he went out, he saw Fong Yangyang. She held 2 cans of coffee in her hand and handed one of them to Wu Yuan. Drink? Wu Yuan took the coffee. It's almost the same, it deserves praise. Fang Yangyang, yo, what do you mean? I'll buy you coffee. If you don't thank me, it's fine. Why are you still talking nonsense? Wu Yuan, we are both so familiar, we don't need those red tape. Fang Yangyang said with a cut, who is familiar with you, self-indulgent. Wu Yuan, don't talk nonsense, continue to press my shoulders for a while, I'm too tired to go to the operating table. Fang Yangyang was angry, press again. Why? Wu Yuan, good, little sister, go back and buy candy for you. Fang Yangyang, unless you give me a little more guidance, I won't give you a shoulder. Wu Yuan, guiding is no problem. I can guide you and me in all aspects, but you have to be obedient. Fang Yangyang pouted, how can you make me obedient? Wu Yuan patted his shoulder, oh, after this operation, I feel sore shoulders. By the way, Fang Yangyang, do you think I have frozen shoulder? Fang Yangyang, you don't have any inflammation in your shoulder. Wu Yuan turned his head and asked, what's going on? Fang Yangyang, your brain has inflammation. Always trying to take advantage of me. Wu Yuan said solemnly, what you said is wrong. Fang Yangyang was stunned, why not? Wu Yuan, I don't have to take advantage of you, you can take advantage of me too. Fang Yangyang found himself being tricked by Wu Yuan again, you. Wu Yuan laughed out loud, and it was interesting to play with Fang Yangyang. At this moment, Wu Yuan received a system message. System, help others succeed and get 30,000 soft sister coins as a reward. After Wu Yuan received the account information, he felt better. 30,000 soft sister coins are easily credited. But if you think about it, it's not that easy. In theory, this operation is still a bit difficult, but Wu Yuan's basic skills are too solid, so it can be done easily. To be honest, 30,000 soft sister coins were rewarded for this operation, which was not a lot. But this is extra, free money. On this day, of course, Wu Yuan became the most beautiful boy in the emergency department again, and naturally it was also the talk of the little nurses after dinner. The key is that Wu Yuanren is handsome, and his recent surgical skills are outstanding among young people. It can be said that he is the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. The female nurses are generally not young, so naturally some people have ideas about Wu Yuan. There is also gossip between them. Feng Qing, Yujia, can you get on? If you can't, I'll get on. Zhu Yuanyuan, yes, let's go together. Chen Yujia said helplessly, go on, I'll watch how you go, and I'll learn too. The girls were chatting and laughing, but they were quite happy. As for Wu Yuan, after this operation, it can be regarded as a big win for the emergency department. Not only Zhao Qin is happy, but Yan Weiyuan also feels quite proud. The emergency department is different from those special departments. It is a hodgepodge of doctors. Basically, all the doctors in the 18th class must know the martial arts. But it will be, but not fine. Therefore, those special departments have always been less interested in the emergency department, thinking that they are just a department that does chores, with a lot of things, and the treatment is not high. This is why the truly elite talents of internal medicine and surgery are particularly reluctant to work in emergency departments. The general surgery department, in particular, is the one who looks down on emergency doctors the most, thinking that they are all rough jobs and have no future. The leaders of the emergency department were also angry in front of them. Now Wu Yuan has performed well in this operation, which is equivalent to overpowering the general surgery department. Of course, Yan Weiyuan is happy as the director. So today Wu Yuan was given preferential treatment. As soon as he got off work, Zhao Qin signaled that he could go home and rest. Of course Wu Yuan was very happy, and immediately took a taxi back to his residence. As soon as he arrived at the door, Wu Yuan's cell phone rang. I took out my phone and saw that it was the landlord who called. Wu Yuan answered the phone. Sure enough, the landlord asked Wu Yuan to pay the rent for the next quarter as soon as possible. After Wu Yuan hung up the phone, he began to ponder. Wu Yuan's current place of residence is some distance away from the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University, and it takes about 20 minutes by bus. The decoration of this house is average, and it is not comfortable. The most important thing is that it is just a small single room. The only advantage is that it is cheap. But now Wu Yuan doesn't care about this advantage at all. Don't you understand? Wu Yuan has millions of cash in his bank account, so what is he doing in this broken house? Wu Yuan was quite busy some time ago. Today, when he was urged to rent, he remembered that it was time to change the house. Wu Yuan wondered if he should buy a house. Now then 10 years from now, the house is not too expensive, 300,000 to 500,000 soft sister coins can buy a house in a good location. Moreover, the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is actually located in the downtown area, and the location is also good. You can buy a house near your workplace. After making up his mind, Wu Yuan began to look up the sale information on the internet. Tomorrow, Wu Yuan will just take a break from work, so this is the right thing to do. Wu Yuan is a bachelor. As long as he finds a house, he can move in after a few tidying up, which is quite simple. However, on the second day, Wu Yuan just slept in, and when he was about to go out, he was disturbed by a phone call. Wu Yuan saw that it was actually Yi Ziping who called. I guess that's what happened. Yi Ziping made an appointment with Wu Yuan some time ago, and will take him to treat Yi Ziping's little sister's scars later. There has been no movement in the past few days. Wu Yuan originally thought this matter was yellow. Unexpectedly, Yi Ziping suddenly called today. Wu Yuan pressed the answer button, and Yi Ziping's hearty voice came from there. Yi Ziping, Dr. Wu, you didn't forget me, did you? Wu Yuan, Sister Yi, I can't forget you if I forget anyone. Yi Ziping laughed, that's good, do you have time today? Wu Yuan, yes, I'm just resting today. Yi Ziping, then I'll pick you up. The little sister I told you last time came back. I'll take you to find her about the scar. Of course Wu Yuan agreed, and then told Yi Ziping the address. Yi Ziping personally drove a Mercedes-Benz SUV over, which was quite pompous. Wu Yuan quipped, Sister Yi, aren't you driving a Volkswagen 4S shop? Why don't you drive a Volkswagen car? This boss is unqualified. Yi Ziping, hi, I also opened a Mercedes-Benz store. Wu Yuan was speechless for a while. This Sister Yi is really proud, and Mercedes-Benz 4S shop is even more popular. Mercedes-Benz drove out of the city and went to the eastern suburbs. Wu Yuan felt a little strange. Could it be that he was going out of town? Wu Yuan soon found out that Yi Ziping took him to a high-end villa area. This is not surprising. Yi Ziping's little sister must be a rich person, and she must be a very rich person. After a while, the Mercedes-Benz stopped. Yi Ziping, that's it. Wu Yuan got out of the car and took a look at the villa. Oh, it's amazing. It's a 5-story building, as big as a castle. Opposite the gate is a sparkling lake, and beyond the lake is a mountain. This lake, this mountain, and this villa, it's nice to be a rich man. There were several cars parked in front of the villa. I wondered if they belonged to Sister Yi Ziping. Wu Yuan didn't care to sigh, and followed Yi Ziping into the villa. In this lavish villa, Wu Yuan finally met Yi Ziping's little sister. The little sister's name is Zhengli, she is older than Yi Ziping, she is in her 40s. It wasn't little sister, it was Miss. No, Miss doesn't sound good, it should be Miss. However, Zhengli is well maintained and looks much younger than her actual age. Rich people don't have to do any heavy and rough work. At most, they go outside to blow air, play with water, and drink 2 sips of coffee. Naturally, they are all fine-skinned and tender. Especially for women, the skin care products and cosmetics they use are the world's top brands, and the skin care and moisturizing effects are top-notch. Zhengli's large villa looks frighteningly large from the outside, and it is even more exaggerated when you enter the living room. Visually, it is about 200 square meters, so my aunt invited several. Not only Wu Yuan and Yi Ziping were guests, but two others were also guests. Both are men. A young man named Yang Jianyong. One was older, named Wang Hongda. In addition to Zhengli talking to the guests in the living room, there is also a beautiful woman named Jiang Xiaoya. Jiang Xiaoya was very young, she looked like she was in her 20s at most, and she seemed to be still in college. Jiang Xiaoya is Zhengli's daughter, and she is a pro-daughter. The two look alike. As for the other two guests, who are Yang Jianyong and Wang Hongda, it's actually very well explained. Yang Jianyong is Jiang Xiaoya's classmate and also has a wealthy family. If you have money, you have connections, maybe to please Jiang Xiaoya, An Jianyong called Wang Hongda over this time. Wang Hongda is an expert in plastic surgery. In his early years, he went to Nanhan country for exchange and study. He has a professional license for plastic surgery. At the same time, he also runs a large professional plastic surgery hospital in the imperial capital. It seemed that Zhengli was really worried about the scar on her neck. If you think about it carefully, it's right to be so fashionable. It's so uncomfortable to be able to wear a suspender in summer and only cover your neck. Women's psychology is also very well pondered, and all life creeds are nothing more than two words. One is beauty and the other is enjoyment. The key point is that Zhengli is not short of money. She has to find a way to get rid of the scar and restore her flawless neck. After Wu Yuan and Wang Ziping were about to come in, Zhengli was very happy and took Wang Ziping to sit next to her. Zhengli, Ziping, you want to kill me. Wang Ziping, oh, don't come with me. Why don't you think about me when you go out to play? Zhengli, why didn't I think of you? I called you. You are busy selling cars, so you don't have time to pay attention to me. Wang Ziping waved his hand, okay, look, I have brought you an expert who is very skilled in surgery. Wang Ziping paused again and said, your unspeakable addiction is saved. Zhengli rolled her eyes at Wang Ziping, don't talk nonsense. What the hell? Zhengli was playing around with Wang Ziping, so she said hello to Wu Yuan. Wang Ziping should have told Zhengli about her intention in advance. Zhengli looked at Wu Yuan a few times and felt a little lack of confidence. It's no wonder, what can such a young guy do that those plastic surgeons can't handle? After everyone is seated, Zhengli asked her aunt to prepare snacks, juice and coffee for everyone to chat while eating. At this time, Wang Hongda said, Ms. Zheng, the scar on your neck is not impossible to deal with, but it may be more troublesome, and the recovery period will take a month or two. Zhengli, I'm not afraid of trouble, the main thing is whether this scar can be completely removed. Saying that, Zhengli also pointed to her neck. Wu Yuan looked at it. Although it was a little further away, he could still see the scar clearly. I have to say, it's pretty obvious. Especially Zhengli's skin is white and thin, and the scar is even more eye-catching, like a reptile digging into the flesh. For a woman who loves beauty, this is indeed a fatal flaw. Wang Hongda said, this depends on the final effect. I can only say that there will be a great improvement. Wang Hongda is not exaggerating. Such scars are really difficult to deal with, and Wu Yuan certainly has no confidence that he can do better. When Zhengli heard this, she was obviously not very satisfied with the answer, and sighed and said, I'm really worried, even if there is improvement, I still can't get rid of it. At this time, Zhengli's daughter Jiang Xiaoya said, Mom, you can't ask too much. Look how big your neck is. It would be nice if you can tone it down a bit. Zhengli was unhappy when she heard it, you girl really doesn't have back pain when you stand and talk. It would be nice if you can tone it down a bit. Dare not to grow on your neck. Jiang Xiaoya, Mom, you are so hypocritical. Zhengli, how do you talk? I'm your mother. No big or small. Jiang Xiaoya pouted, but she didn't speak anymore. This mother and daughter can make others happy. However, seeing that boy Yang Jianyong frequently looking at Jiang Xiaoya, it was obvious that he was poisoned by lovesickness, and most of them were unrequited lovesickness. At this time, Yi Ziping said, Sister Lily, why don't you ask Dr. Wu to take a look at it for you? Miss Lily. Wu Yuan felt awkward no matter how he heard it. Zhengli waved her hand, okay, then let Dr. Wu help me take a look. Yang Jianyong and Wang Hongda glanced at Wu Yuan and were stunned. When Wu Yuan and Yi Ziping came in just now, Yi Ziping introduced Wu Yuan and said he was a famous surgeon. At that time, the expressions of the people were quite strange. Saying he is a surgeon is fine, but whether he is famous or not seems to be a question mark. How famous can you be so young? Kind of like putting gold on someone's face. But it's not difficult to understand. Of course, she has to hold the person Yi Ziping brought over. Jiang Xiaoya glanced at Wu Yuan a few times. The little girl, the handsome guy is still quite eye-catching, at least seductive. It doesn't matter to Zhengli, so many people have seen it, it doesn't matter if there is one more. Zhengli, then Dr. Wu, sit down and help me see if there is any way to deal with it. Now that you're here, you have to work anyway. Wu Yuan walked over and sat on Zhengli's side. Zhengli opened her collar a little, revealing the full face of her scar. Wu Yuan took a closer look, and felt that the scar was longer and more obvious. Wu Yuan, how did it hurt? Zhengli, the car accident is very unfortunate. I didn't feel the pain at the time, and I didn't take it seriously. Later, I left such a long scar. Wu Yuan nodded, this kind of situation is difficult to handle, mainly because of careless care. At this moment, Wu Yuan's eyes lit up and suddenly saw some changes. The scars Wu Yuan saw in his eyes were actually covered with red and green lines. At first glance, I thought it was dazzling. But Wu Yuan shook his head and swayed left and right, and those colored lines were still there. It's like it's reflected in the retina. What's wrong? Wu Yuan closed his eyes again, let his vision fly for a while, and then opened his eyes to take a look. What the hell? Still exists. Is this some kind of hallucination? Vision? It's not acting in a movie, and the real vision is not like this. What's going on? Are your eyes broken? It can't always be floaters. Wu Yuan soon discovered that these red and green lines only existed within the scope of the scar, and overlapped with the chaotic scar lines. No matter how Wu Yuan moved his body and vision, those colored lines were always on the scar, and the relative position did not change. This is worth studying. Apparently the problem was the scar. Wu Yuan suddenly thought of a possibility. Could this be the effect of the key lock of talent? This is very likely. Wu Yuan took a closer look. Those red lines are the parts that need to be dealt with, while the green lines are places that don't need to be dealt with. Wu Yuan suddenly realized, Mao Su suddenly opened. It turned out to be the case, the talent of the key lock was originally used in this way. This talent is too awesome, it's not like a plug-in, it's a plug-in at all. At this time, Zhengli asked, Dr. Wu, how is it? Do you think it can be handled? Wu Yuan came back to his senses and put on a contemplative expression, as if thinking about a solution. Yi Ziping, Sister Lily, you don't know, Dr. Wu's technique is very good, let Dr. Wu think about it. Zhengli made an "oh" and looked at Wu Yuan again, so let him think about it. Jiang Xiaoya was also curious about Wu Yuan. Would such a young surgeon be very skilled? How good can it be? Where can I get better? Anyway, Jiang Xiaoya thought it was quite suspicious. I think it's Auntie Wang Ziping who is looking for a funny guy again. Plastic surgery expert Wang Hongda showed a disapproving look. Is the surgeon here for plastic surgery? It's not impossible, but experience is also required. Plastic surgery and real medical surgery belong to different categories, and the gap is still quite large. And for a young man like Wu Yuan, it's good to be able to hold the scalpel firmly. Isn't it embarrassing to let him do plastic surgery? At this moment, Wu Yuan said, "Sister Zheng, I can try." When everyone heard it, they couldn't help but look surprised. Of course, except for Yi Ziping. I don't know what happened, but Yi Ziping had great confidence in Wu Yuan and felt that this young man was the strongest surgeon. This may be the edge of the legend. Yi Ziping, I'll just say, Dr. Wu must have a solution. Yi Ziping played the side drum again, she was really rough and carefree. Zhengli, Dr. Wu, are you sure you can remove my scar? Wu Yuan couldn't say too much. I think, it shouldn't be a big problem, just do your best, but you need to have suitable instruments, scalpels, suture needles and sutures, as well as anesthesia and tourniquets. Zhengli, do you need these? Wu Yuan, yes, I need a day or two to prepare. Zhengli waved her hand, what else are you preparing? I have it here. Wu Yuan was stunned, you have it here? All of it? Zhengli, yes, I have a full set and a sterile operating room. It is for the convenience of plastic surgery at home. What the hell? Wu Yuan cried out in his heart, too proud. I set up an operating room at home, just to have nothing to do with surgery. What could Wu Yuan say? He asked, Sister Zheng, do you want to do it now? Zhengli, of course it's the best thing to do, Dr. Wu, let me tell you, I can't wait for a moment. Jiang Xiaoya was a little worried, Mom, why don't you wait, is it too hasty? Zhengli, what's the hurry? By the way, Dr. Wu, how long does it take? Wu Yuan pondered for a while and replied, about an hour. Wang Hongda was startled, an hour? You can finish it in an hour? Wu Yuan nodded, I think so. Yi Ziping waved her hand, Dr. Wu said yes, that's all right. Let him help me sew my injured arm, and it will be done in a while. Wang Hongda didn't know whether to laugh or cry, that's two different things, the situation is different. Zhengli, in that case, let Dr. Wu handle it for me. Mr. Wang, you can help me too. If you need it, you can also help me. Zhengli obviously didn't have much confidence in Wu Yuan, so let Wang Hongda keep an eye on him. If there is a problem, he can stop or take over in time, so as not to cause a catastrophe. Of course Wu Yuan doesn't care what other people think, as long as Zhengli wants to do it, then do it for her. So, Zhengli took Wu Yuan to a room on the second floor. Sure enough, aseptic processing has been done here, the fresh air system, the air quality is excellent, and the configuration is even better than the standard operating room. There is an operating bed. What is even more exaggerated is that even the shadowless spotlights for surgery are installed. Not to mention plastic surgery, it's just a kidney replacement, a heart picking, and so on. Zhengli took the suture bag and handed it to Wu Yuan, Dr. Wu, see if these are enough. If not, I'll find someone to prepare it. Wu Yuan glanced at it and said, enough, more than enough. In order to facilitate the operation, Zhengli went into the room and changed into loose clothes, and then lay on the operating table, exposing her neck and arms. As soon as the shadowless spotlight is turned on, it is more convenient to operate. In addition to Wu Yuan, of course Wang Hongda also followed. He was going to see if the young surgeon was really that good. Wu Yuan put on sterile gloves first, and then used a syringe to give Zhengli local anesthesia. Although Wu Yuan is not an anesthesiologist, he has basic anesthesia skills, which is enough for ordinary local anesthesia. After the anesthetic took effect, Wu Yuan began to operate. The whole procedure is actually quite complicated. This kind of scar is different from other wounds. To put it in layman's terms, it means that dead flesh and living flesh are mixed together, so no matter how long it grows, it doesn't grow well. It is logically impossible to completely remove the scar, because it is impossible to accurately distinguish between dead meat and living meat, so it is impossible to dig out the whole piece of meat, right? For Wu Yuan, it was different. Wu Yuan can visually identify those dead flesh through the talent of key lock. As long as the dead flesh is removed with a scalpel and sutured, the scar should be removed. But it is easier said than done, but also very difficult. This is actually beyond the scope of normal surgical operations. A normal surgeon, or an orthopedic surgeon, does not operate with such precision. But Wu Yuan is different. He is not an ordinary surgeon, but a Superman with golden fingers and extremely flexible fingers. Wu Yuan's ability to use scalpels and suture needles may be the best in the country, or even the world. If there is a doctor who can sew better than him, it must not be human, at least not ordinary people. Wu Yuan didn't think much about it and chose the smallest scalpel. This is also for more delicate surgical operations. Zheng Li is only in a state of local anesthesia, and her consciousness is still very clear. "Dr. Wu, I'm ready, you can start." Wu Yuan nodded, and then moved his gaze to Zheng Li's scar. "I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but those colored lines seem to be clearer. It's just too messy and dense, making people feel a little bit numb when they look at it. No way, since I took this job, let's do it bit by bit." Wu Yuan began to strike. Wang Hongda was sitting next to him and looked a little careless. Wang Hongda also turned from a surgeon to a plastic surgeon. At that time, Wang Hongda was also a strong surgical scalpel. In his imagination, Wu Yuan was just a junior who couldn't make waves. Wang Hongda glanced at it, his expression immediately became serious, and his neck gradually elongated, just to see more clearly. As the saying goes, as soon as the expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. It's normal. Wu Yuan's use of a scalpel is a must, and it's terribly stable. Not only is it stable, but every movement is smooth and without pause. The tip of the knife dances, nothing more than that. Wang Hongda's eyesight was good enough, but he still couldn't see how Wu Yuan got down to the knife. Too fast and too detailed. If Wu Yuan hadn't just scratched with a scalpel, it would have been terrifying. And in the eyes of plastic surgery experts like Wang Hongda, Wu Yuan's actions are even more exaggerated and terrifying. Because Wu Yuan's movements were too fast, he didn't spend much time at all to determine the position of the knife and the stop. Is it really okay to do this? If the cut is in the wrong place and the blood vessels are injured, a lot of blood will be sprayed. If you lose too much blood and you can't stop it, it can be fatal. Isn't he messing around? Wang Hongda couldn't help standing up so that he could see more clearly, thinking that if something went wrong, he would stop Wu Yuan quickly. But Wang Hongda was stunned again, and the situation he expected did not happen. In just a short while, Wu Yuan had already removed several long wounds on Zheng Li's neck scar. Although the flesh and blood have been exposed, there is not a lot of blood, just a little oozing. Wang Hongda is an experienced plastic surgeon. What does this mean? It means that Wu Yuan just cleaned up the dead flesh without hurting the real skin. Wang Hongda couldn't help muttering to himself, "Is this possible? How is this possible?" Wang Hongda has worked in the industry for so many years, but he has never seen such a situation. Even the top plastic surgeons in the world may not be able to achieve this level. But with the facts in front of him, Wang Hongda couldn't bear to disbelieve. At Wu Yuan's speed, it would probably take less than an hour. At this time, Zheng Li seemed to be a little worried, and said aloud, "Dr. Wu, is everything going well?" Wu Yuan, "It's going well, Sister Zheng, don't worry." Zheng Li said, "Oh /" Just relieved for the time being. And Wang Hongda didn't seem to see anything wrong. Zheng Li wanted to see the operation, but she didn't dare to, for fear of being scared. In the meeting room on the first floor, Jiang Xiaoya, Yi Ziping and Yang Jianyong chatted while waiting. Yi Ziping said a bunch of good things about Wu Yuan, saying that not only is his medical skills excellent, but also his attitude is very good. Yi Ziping added, he's still a handsome guy. Jiang Xiaoya jokingly said, Enti, you don't like this handsome guy, do you? Yi Ziping laughed, I think so, but my husband doesn't agree, you have a chance. When Yang Jianyong heard this, his expression changed, and he turned to look at Jiang Xiaoya with a worried look. Jiang Xiaoya was stunned, me? What does it have to do with me? Yi Ziping, why doesn't it matter? Dr. Wu is a talented person, and he is a respected and serious job. What was that called in ancient times? By the way, he is simply a golden tortoise-in-law. Jiang Xiaoya laughed, Aunt Yi, don't make trouble, how old am I? I haven't played enough yet, so I don't think about that. Yang Jianyong breathed a sigh of relief, squeezed out a smile and said, yes, we are still in school, and we must focus on learning. Jiang Xiaoya made a cut, but if it's suitable, you can have a partner. It's not for the purpose of marriage. Yang Jianyong hurriedly said, that won't work, isn't that a rush? Jiang Xiaoya, go. Can you talk? Yang Jianyong immediately changed the subject, how long has it been now? Will nothing happen? Jiang Xiaoya, isn't Expert Wang staring at it, it should be fine. This girl Jiang Xiaoya has a big heart. That's a knife on her mother. However, Yi Cuiping also let Jiang Xiaoya put 1,000,000 hearts, and then gave Wu Yuan a big blow. Even Wu Yuan would be very puzzled when he heard it, why did he become a flower in Yi Cuiping's eyes? At the same time, Wu Yuan was still operating attentively. Now is the most critical moment, but it can't be sloppy. Wang Hongde had already looked straight at this time, and he didn't even dare to take a breath. Wu Yuan is about to clean up the dead flesh on the scar. Oddly enough, there was still not much blood, only a little oozing. Wang Hongde understands that this is because Wu Yuan's surgical operation has 0 mistakes and no mistakes at all. Now it can be seen that more than a dozen red blood grooves of different lengths have been marked on the scar. The blood troughs are very small, and on the surface it looks really scary. Wu Yuan made the last knife, which was also the most difficult one. It took more than 10 seconds to operate before putting away the knife. Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, the dead skin has been cleaned up, and now we will start stitching. Wang Hongde's expression was astonished, and he took a few steps closer, Qing, cleaning up. Wu Yuan, Mr. Wang can help me check it. Wang Hongde looked and looked carefully, his face turned pale. Where did this kid come from? This craftsmanship is simply amazing. Zhengli asked again, is there a problem? Wang Hongde reacted, no problem. How dare Wang Hongde say there is a problem? If Wang Hongde hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that anyone could do this with a scalpel. Wang Hongde couldn't help thinking, this is so strange, how could such a surgeon appear in Yanjiang City? Could it be a surgeon from any tertiary hospital in Yanjiang City? That hospital is so crouching, how strong is its overall strength? More importantly, Wu Yuan is so young, definitely no more than 30 years old. How did such an age practice such a fine operation of a scalpel? Wang Hongde has also held a scalpel for most of his life, and he thinks his technique is quite good. However, seeing Wu Yuan's set of operations, he felt like a novice. Thinking about it, there is no way to compare it, it is much stiffer than Wu Yuan's movements. Wang Hongde was also a surgeon before. He wanted to break his head, and he had never seen a colleague who could use a scalpel so smoothly. Not only young surgeons, but also experienced surgeons do not have such abilities. Wu Yuan, Sister Zheng, I'm going to start stitching, and there may be some discomfort. Zhengli, does it hurt? Wu Yuan, the anesthetic hasn't expired yet, it doesn't hurt. With that said, Wu Yuan put the scalpel aside and started selecting needles. It was also at this time that something even more surprising happened to Wang Hongde. Wu Yuan began to suture the wound on the scar. Wu Yuan thought about it for a while and chose a circular needle. As mentioned earlier, round needles are relatively small and soft, and are generally used when suturing internal organs and soft tissues. But Wu Yuan chose to use a circular needle to suture the epidermis, obviously very confident. And Wu Yuan chose the thinnest and softest wire. Of course, Wu Yuan is not a big caretaker. He needs more delicate operations when stitching scars. The triangular needles generally used to suture the skin are not so satisfactory. Of course, Wang Hongde saw this at a glance. Wang Hongde, are you sure you want to use this needle? Wu Yuan nodded. In this way, the suture marks can be minimized. Wu Yuan's explanation is reasonable, but Wang Hongde can't agree. How can ordinary people have such a needle to sew the outer skin? It's not that I don't want to do this, but the needle is too soft and thin, and the outer skin is so hard that it can easily break. Wang Hongde, yes, but this. Wu Yuan didn't wait for Wang Hongde to finish speaking, and the needle was already placed. Wang Hongde's eyes gradually widened, and his eyes widened. What did he see? As soon as Wu Yuan stitched, he was astonished, and the needle flew over, like a skilled embroidery girl embroidering. It was as smooth as oil, and there was no pause at all. Not only that, the most commonly used simple interrupted suture technique used by Wu Yuan, but the thread is very dense and neat, just like machine sewing. Wang Hongde witnessed Wu Yuan's scalpel technique, but he didn't expect even the suture technique to be so perfect. This is the role of the golden finger. Wu Yuan's control of his fingers has reached the pinnacle. No matter what kind of needle, it has become a part of Wu Yuan's body. Moreover, Wu Yuan's stitching has an advantage, that is, the stitches will be very secret, and if you don't look carefully, you can hardly see them. Of course, the premise is that Wu Yuan has always maintained such precision and quality, otherwise it will be ugly. There is no doubt about it for Wu Yuan, he is very precise in every stitch. Of course, the dozen or so wounds are indeed a lot, the workload is huge, and Wu Yuan's energy is also being consumed a lot. If the physical exertion reaches a certain level, the precision of delicate operations will be reduced, which is a big risk. But because Wu Yuan went faster, he has the confidence to get all the stitching done before the energy run out. The silver light flickered, and Wu Yuan's needle-holding hand flew up and down, making Wang Hongde stunned for a moment, as if he was in an illusion. Wang Hongde watched those thin wounds pass through the thread and then slowly shrink together, which was very miraculous. Wang Hongde suddenly had an idea in his mind: should I record this scene with something and go back and study it carefully? There might be no gain. But when Wang Hongde hesitated, Wu Yuan suddenly tied the last knot, and then put down the ballpoint needle. Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and moved his arms. It's not easy. Wang Hongde was dumbfounded and couldn't help asking, it's over, it's over. Wu Yuan nodded slightly. Mr. Wang, please check it for me to see if there is any problem. Wang Hongde's eyes were bigger than a bull's eye. If his chin could fall, he would have fallen to the ground long ago. That's right, the final effect made Wang Hongde sweat on his forehead. Except for some oozing blood that has not been wiped clean, the overall look does indeed have some traces of stitching, but at first glance, it is not so obvious. Wang Hongde also understands that as long as the wound is healed, the sutures can be removed, and as long as the sutures are removed, the scar will most likely be repaired. Based on Wang Hongde's experience, I dare not say that it is 100% completely restored, but it is very possible to be close to perfection. Incredible restoration. At this time, Zhengli asked, have you finished? Wu Yuan nodded, it's done. When the effect of the anesthetic wears off, Sister Zheng can check it out. Zhengli was half numb, and it was really hard to look down now. Zhengli is in a very complicated mood now, she wants to see it, but she is afraid to watch it. Why? Worry that the effect is not as good as expected. Zhengli couldn't help but ask Wang Hongde, Mr. Wang, how is the effect? Wang Hongde was stunned, looked at Wu Yuan, then at Zhengli, and replied, very, very good. Zhengli, really good? Wang Hongde, it's really good. Zheng Li immediately called an aunt excitedly, "Call my daughter for me." And Zipping also called. After a while, Yi Zipping and Jiang Xiaoya walked in. Jiang Xiaoya asked in surprise, "Mom, are you ready? So fast." Zheng Li was a little anxious. "Daughter, Zipping, come and help me see if it's better than before." The two came over curiously, and when they took a closer look, they couldn't help but look surprised. Jiang Xiaoya, gosh. Mom. Zheng Li was frightened when she heard it, and her voice trembled. What's wrong? What's wrong? Jiang Xiaoya took a closer look. "This is too amazing. I don't understand, it looks much better than before." Yi Zipping was also quite surprised after reading it. Although she had confidence in Wu Yuan, she was still surprised that she could achieve this level. Yi Zipping smiled and said, "I see, I'll just say, Dr. Wu is definitely fine." Zheng Li, quickly bring the mirror here, or take a picture for me, I want to see it now. Jiang Xiaoya brought the mirror, and Zheng Li had one arm numb, so she held the mirror with the other hand and took a picture. Looking left and right, up and down, Zheng Li was speechless for a while. Yi Zipping leaned over and looked at it for a long time. "Yo, I feel much stronger than before, I can hardly see it. Dr. Wu, will it be much better when the sutures are removed?" "Dr. Wu, that's for sure, there may still be some traces left, but it will gradually subside." Yi Zipping turned to Zheng Li and said, "Sister Lily, how is it? Are you satisfied?" Zheng Li looked at Yi Zipping, and then at Wu Yuan. "Dr. Wu, are you telling the truth? This thread. It's better if you remove it in the future." Wu Yuan nodded. "Sister Zheng, don't worry, what I said is relatively conservative, and it may be better than you think." Zheng Li, will there be no scars? Wu Yuan nodded, "Probably not." Zheng Li, "Well, then I'm so satisfied. Dr. Wu, you are too amazing." Zheng Li was about to sit up when she was excited, but now the anesthesia effect has not completely subsided, and Zheng Li couldn't get up, making her a white sweat. Jiang Xiaoya hurriedly said, "Mom, don't move." "What are you moving? You are too embarrassed." Zheng Li didn't move, and said to Wu Yuan again, "Dr. Wu, don't you know, I really searched for a famous doctor for the scar on my neck, both at home and abroad, but it's not good. Dr. Wu saved me, master, really master." Zheng Li said to Yi Zipping again, "Zipping, you are too good, where did you find such a good surgeon?" Yi Zipping, "It's not that I have a pair of discerning eyes, Sister Lily, you have to learn a little bit." Zheng Li, "Okay, I have to learn from you." Zheng Li was so happy now that it didn't matter if someone took advantage of it, and then she gave Wu Yuan a rainbow fart. Wu Yuan was stunned by the praise, and hurriedly pretended to be modest, saying that he was just lucky and used the right path. Of course, humility is modest, and Wu Yuan has to quietly demonstrate his strength and show off his muscles. Wu Yuan, but Sister Yi did find the right person. I don't dare to say anything else. I am very confident in the suture technique. I really put a lot of thought into this, and it won't be so perfect if it's a little bit closer. Wu Yuan's words are absolutely over. Not only praised himself, but also brought Yi Zipping with him. Of course, Yi Zipping and Wu Yuan complimented each other again. This does not violate the harmony at all, and she said Zheng Li with a smile, and she was so happy that she could not close her mouth. To be honest, Wang Hongda was indeed a little uncomfortable. But that's all, after all, Wu Yuan's strength is simply against the sky, and experts like Wang Hongda have to be convinced. After a while, the anesthetic wore off, and Zheng Li was finally able to move, so she invited Wu Yuan and the others back to the first floor for afternoon tea. Zheng Li looked at the luxurious European-style pendulum clock in the living room and said, "Yo, Dr. Wu, your level is really not high. Saying that an hour is an hour." Yi Zipping quickly reminded, "Actually, the time for the operation is less than an hour for Dr. Wu." Zheng Li and Yi Zipping began to praise Wu Yuan again. No matter how thick-skinned Wu Yuan was, he would be embarrassed to hear it. But Wu Yuan also sounded weird, as if he had become a fast man. Jiang Xiaoya also often looked towards Wu Yuan, obviously curious about the young surgeon. This made Yang Jianyong a little restless and uneasy. Yang Jianyong originally wanted to make a contribution, but he didn't expect that he would go bankrupt in the blink of an eye. But he can't do anything about it. Who made Wu Yuan make a big contribution? At this time, Zhengli said again, Dr. Wu, your level is so high, is it a bit too subservient to stay in Yanjiang to work? When Wang Hongda heard this, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, that's right, Dr. Wu, if you have the idea of going to the imperial capital for development, you can visit our hospital. You don't have to worry about your salary, no matter how much money you make now, I'll double it for you. Yi Ziping, oh, you are still doubling, how many times do you want to double? Wang Hongda stretched out a palm, I don't dare to say more, 5 times that is for sure. Wang Hongda is still very calculating. 5 times it sounds very arrogant, but in fact it is only within a reasonable level. The overall salary in Yanjiang City is not high. Even if Wu Yuan earns a little more here, it is really nothing in the imperial capital. 5 times the salary can hire Wu Yuan to be a star surgical plastic surgeon, which is definitely a big profit. Wang Hongda is still very insightful and knows that talents are rare. Wu Yuan's level is absolutely evil, and there is no such level of surgeons in China. However, Wu Yuan waved his hand, I don't plan to leave Yanyan City yet, I'm doing well here. Wu Yuan really doesn't need to leave here now. First of all, life here is familiar and generally smooth. The other 5 times the salary is not much money, and Wu Yuan is not going to change jobs for the salary. At this time, Zhengli said, Dr. Wu, how will the payment be settled? Wu Yuan was stunned, remuneration. Zhengli, thank you. You have solved such a big thing for me. You can't help me in vain. Your doctor has to pay for the doctor's visit. Wu Yuan was right when he thought about it. He didn't think about it so much at the time, and was dragged over by Yi Ziping in a confused way. But Wu Yuan is also an old fritters, but he said, hey, no need, it's all for Sister Yi, there's no need to pay anything. As soon as Yi Ziping heard this, she felt that her face was much lighter. Zhengli was anxious, then how can I do it, I have to be paid, otherwise how can I feel at ease? Yi Ziping also said, yes, Dr. Wu, don't refuse, you have to take what should be taken, otherwise how can we ask you for help in the future? Zhengli, Ziping comes to the point, you have to ask for it. Wu Yuan was speechless and took a sip of the juice, thinking that since you have to give it, then take it, anyway, Zhengli is not a poor person. Wu Yuan was a little curious about how much Zhengli would give. I just heard Zhengli say, I think about it, in our relationship, it's customary to raise money. Otherwise, I'll give you a house. Laugh. Wu Yuan almost spit out the juice in his mouth. What the hell? Did you hear that right? Zhengli wants to give Wu Yuan a house. Wu Yuan said quickly, Sister Zheng, no need, it's too precious, I don't dare to ask for it. Zhengli waved her hand, hey, it's not a very good house. Wu Yuan was stunned, a house that is not very good, it is also a house. Zhengli said to Jiang Xiaoya, Xiaoya, I want to give Dr. Wu the apartment in the Zhejiang Huafu in Yanjiang City. Do you have any opinion? Wu Yuan was directly stupid. What? What's happening here? Zhejiang Huafu. Wu Yuan has been in Yanjiang City for so many years, and he doesn't know much about Yanjiang City, but he can also be called a door-to-door clear-cut. Of course, Wu Yuan didn't have time to pay attention to any communities in Yanjiang City, but Zhejiang Huafu was different. Zhejiang Huafu is not an ordinary community, it is one of the best communities in Yanjiang City and belongs to a luxury community. The location is good, just in the center of Yanjiang City, surrounded by office buildings, shopping malls, and very developed transportation facilities. Because there is also a large park, the neighborhood is not particularly crowded. The environment in Zhejiang Huafu community is also excellent. Although Wu Yuan has never been in it, he has heard a lot about it. It is said that it was designed by a famous garden community engineer in China. There are mountains, water and rivers, and it is very comfortable to stay in it. There are also property services. A residential property service is very important. The property company of Zhejiang Huafu is one of the property companies with the best service in China, with 24-hour security, separation of people and vehicles, safe and considerate, polite and thoughtful. Of course, such a community can't be cheap. Even in this era, the unit price per square meter is more than 15,000 soft sister coins. In a second and third tier city like Yanjiang City, it is simply a sky-high house. Ordinary people would not buy such a community at all, only rich people would consider it. Is Zhengli serious? Wu Yuan was a little flustered for a while. Even if Wu Yuan lived an extra 10 years, such a thing as giving away a house had never happened before. Having said that, it is not unusual for Yi Ziping and Zhengli to get together. People are divided into groups, and things are grouped together. Yi Ziping had to deliver the car at the beginning, but Zhengli was not at all cowardly, so she was going to deliver the house directly. Did the two sisters have money and nowhere to spend? But no matter how complicated Wu Yuan thinks, he still appears calm on the surface. Sister Zheng, stop joking, I don't dare to have a house, it's too expensive. Zhengli waved her hand, if you don't want it, you have to ask for it. Xiaoya, aren't you going to go to the city in a while? You can take Dr. Wu over there. No problem, the transfer will be done in 2 days. Wu Yuan said in his heart, fuck, and he thought about the transfer. He was really thoughtful. Jiang Xiaoya gave an oh, and agreed. Where can Wu Yuan feel at ease? Don't, you can't, I can't afford it. Yi Ziping, Dr. Wu, don't say anything else. Sister Lily has too many houses. If you ask her how many houses she has, and where she has houses, she may not be able to explain clearly. Zhengli raised her eyebrows, nonsense, how can I remember so many houses, as if you can remember them. Yi Ziping was not convinced, of course I remember, my house is not as much as yours, and my memory is better than yours. Zhengli, yo, you're still not convinced, then come and tell me, where do you have a house? Yi Ziping, today's situation is wrong, I won't raise the bar with you, another day I have to tell you. Wu Yuan was speechless for a while, and the two little sisters even quarreled about the house. Wu Yuan's sin is really big. After they finished arguing, Wu Yuan wanted to tell Zhengli that he didn't want the house, but Zhengli didn't agree, saying that Wu Yuan looked down on her. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuan shut up. Look down on anyone, and you can't look down on sister money. After a while, Wu Yuan and Yi Ziping were about to leave. Before leaving, Wu Yuan also specifically told Zhengli some precautions. Wu Yuan, Sister Zheng, I will take 1 day a week to change the dressing. It will take about 2 to 3 weeks to heal almost completely, and then I will remove the stitches for you. Zhengli was overjoyed when she heard it. Okay, I'll find someone to pick up Dr. Wu when it's time to change the dressing. Of course Wu Yuan didn't say anything. Anyway, he doesn't have a car now, so he can't take the bus if he comes all the way here. Yi Ziping said to Wu Yuan, by the way, you can take Xiaoya's car. I'll have something to do in a while, so I won't go back to the city for now. I'll treat you well after I turn around. Wu Yuan looked at Jiang Xiaoya and asked, in your car? Jiang Xiaoya, yes, over there. Wu Yuan followed the direction of Jiang Xiaoya's finger and saw a red BMW, the sports car type, it should be a BMW Z4. As expected of the daughter of the rich family, she drove such a good car while she was still in school. Wu Yuan sat in the co-pilot seat and asked casually, are you 18 years old? Can you take a driving test? Are you driving without a license? Jiang Xiaoya glanced at Wu Yuan, I'm a college student. Can I be under 18? At this time, young Janyong knocked on the window of the main driver's seat. Jiang Xiaoya, what's wrong? Young Janyong, Xiaoya, where are you going? Would you like to get together at night? Jiang Xiaoya waved her hand. What's the gathering? I'm going to my grandma's house. Next time, you can go back first. With that said, Jiang Xiaoya closed the car window. Yang Janyong was embarrassed, and then looked at Wu Yuan with envy and hatred. Wu Yuan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It is estimated that in the eyes of Yang Janyong, he has become the great devil. At this time, Wu Yuan also heard the sound of knocking on the car window. Wu Yuan turned his head and saw that it was Wang Hongda. Wu Yuan opened the car window. Wang Hongda said, Dr. Wu, please leave me a contact information. Wang Hongda, a great expert, seems to have a thief's heart and wants to poach Wu Yuan away. Wu Yuan thought about it and it didn't matter, so he told Wang Hongda his mobile phone number. Wang Hongda hurriedly recorded it in his mobile phone, and then said, Dr. Wu, we will have an appointment in the future. Wu Yuan waved his hand and regarded it as goodbye. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Xiaoya started the car, turned the steering wheel quickly, and then walked away. Wu Yuan, you don't really want to show me that house, do you? Jiang Xiaoya, of course, this is a task that my mother gave me, and I must complete it. Wu Yuan glanced at Jiang Xiaoya and suddenly felt that it didn't matter. Such super rich people really don't care about a house. Wu Yuan's refusal would appear to be a mother-in-law. Moreover, according to Wu Yuan's estimation, most of it was a small apartment, with 40 to 50 square meters. Jiang Xiaoya ran all the way and drove very fast. This is no ordinary female driver. A moment later, the red Mercedes-Benz entered the urban area of Yanjiang, and after another 20 minutes, it finally arrived at the gate of Zhejianghuafu in the center of the city. As mentioned above, the property management of this community is relatively strict, and it adopts the method of separating people and vehicles. People leave on the road, and cars enter the basement directly from the channel outside the community. The car stopped in a parking space. Wu Yuan got out of the car, followed Jiang Xiaoya and went upstairs from an elevator in the basement. Room 1805, Building 5. Jiang Xiaoya opened the door, and Wu Yuan followed him in, and was stunned. What the hell? This living room is so big. Jiang Xiaoya walked in, threw the small bag on the sofa, and said, Brother Wu, this house is yours. After Wu Yuan came in, he forced himself to remain calm, that is, after taking a few glances, he withdrew his gaze. What a joke, such a good house, if you look at it a few more times, Wu Yuan can't refuse it at all. Where is this small apartment of 40 to 50 square meters, depending on the area of the living room, it is not only 40 to 50 square meters. There are also large floor-to-ceiling windows that let in sunlight, making the living room look like a palace. Wu Yuan pretended to cough twice and replied, I said, Miss Jiang Xiaoya, are you sure you want to give me such a nice house? It's too exaggerated. Jiang Xiaoya waved her hand, hey, you don't need to say this, what my mother decides, 10 cows can't hold it, you just keep it. Since Jiang Xiaoya said so, Wu Yuan naturally refused. No one else cares, he cares about shit, just keep it. In fact, Wu Yuan's heart has long been happy, and he is not reluctant at all. The decoration of the house is still very new, and there is no trace of living in it at all. And from the view of the living room, it is definitely luxurious and refined decoration, the soft decoration is simple, just right, and it makes people feel comfortable. Complete with furniture and appliances, ready to move in. Jiang Xiaoya squatted down and took out a file bag from the drawer of the TV cabinet. Then, she took a look at the contents inside and said, Dr. Wu, you put this thing away first. It's all the house's bills and certificates. I'll find time tomorrow to find you to go through the transfer procedures. Wu Yuan glanced at it and knew that it was the purchase contract and the real estate certificate. Of course Wu Yuan agreed. Now Wu Yuan has no embarrassment at all. It's all said to this point, and if you say something else, it will appear pretentious and hypocritical. Then, Jiang Xiaoya took out a bunch of things. What electricity cards, water cards, gas cards, as well as access cards and house keys. In the end, Jiang Xiaoya turned out 2 more property certificates. By the way, there are still 2 parking spaces, and the household will pass by then. Wu Yuan was stunned. There are even parking spaces. Jiang Xiaoya, that's necessary, or where will the car stop? Wu Yuan was at a loss for words, so why not eat minced meat? If you didn't buy a parking space, of course you rented it. Especially in the imperial capital in the next few years, some residential areas cannot be rented, and the car can only be parked outside. But a lady like this probably doesn't know how scarce parking spaces are, how nervous. Jiang Xiaoya waved her hand. Brother Wu, I'll leave this house to you, I'll go first. Wu Yuan was stunned. You just left. Jiang Xiaoya glanced at Wu Yuan. What's the matter? You still want me to sleep? Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, that's fine, stay here to sleep. Anyway, there are many rooms, and I can invite you to play skewers at night. Jiang Xiaoya said with a cut, you want to be beautiful, Dr. Wu, you don't have any good intentions, I don't want to be you. Bye-bye. With that said, Jiang Xiaoya opened the door and went out. Wu Yuan stood for a while before he could react. What the hell? This house is really his Wu Yuan's. This is a bit outrageous. Outrageous. Wu Yuan took a look at the property certificate and almost fainted. Good guy, 189 square meters. No wonder this living room looks so big. As I said before, the living room has all the furniture, and also built a small bar and wine cabinet, which looks very sentimental. Outside the living room is a balcony, no, it should be said to be a large terrace, with an area of 20 to 30 square meters. Wu Yuan imagined sitting outside while drinking beer and blowing the air, and was stunned. Home appliances are also full of work: refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwave ovens, coffee machines. A water brand. Especially the large 180-inch TV, which takes up a large piece, is particularly eye-catching. In this day and age, such a large LCD TV still costs tens of thousands of dollars. Wu Yuan turned around to other houses. Good guy, the 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartment is indeed spacious and comfortable. The lighting is also very good, the kitchen and bathroom are bright, and there is no dead angle. Not bad, much better than the 80 square meter small house that Wu Yuan bought 10 years later. The key point is that this house doesn't even need money, take it for nothing. What kind of bicycle does Wu Yuan want? Wu Yuan walked around the house a few times, feeling that he had spent a lot of energy. In addition, I also ran for a day today, and also had a complicated suture operation. Wu Yuan is too lazy to move now, so he can simply live here. Wu Yuan heard his stomach growl. At this time, there was not such a developed takeout software system, so you had to make your own meals or go out to eat. After thinking about it, Wu Yuan went downstairs, went to a restaurant near the community to settle a meal, and went back to sleep. I slept this whole night, and I went on a commute all night, and it was extremely comfortable. The next day, Wu Yuan happened to rest as well. Early in the morning, Jiang Xiaoya brought 2 real estate brokers over and took Wu Yuan to go through the transfer procedures. To put it simply, the house was originally written in her name, Jiang Xiaoya, and it was enough to transfer it to Wu Yuan's name. Because there is no loan or anything, the gift process is very fast, and it is completed in half a day. But Wu Yuan has to wait for a month to get a new real estate license. After Jiang Xiaoya finished this matter, she left in a hurry, saying that there were still classes in the afternoon. Of course Wu Yuan didn't stay, or else he would end up with a good reputation for conspiracy. In this way, this 189 square meter luxury apartment has become Wu Yuan's new home. By the way, the more important point is that this place is not far from the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University. It takes 10 minutes to walk there. If you ride a bicycle, you will arrive in a few minutes. Wu Yuan quickly returned the small single room he rented, and moved everything in large and small packages to the new house. Fortunately, Wu Yuan was a bachelor, and he didn't have many things, so he finished moving in half a day. The next day, Wu Yuan went to the hospital early. As soon as I entered the emergency department office, I felt that the atmosphere was not right. Fang Yangyang looked very nervous. Wu Yuan leaned over and asked, "What's the matter? Are your relatives here?" "Fang Yangyang, your relatives just came. Let me tell you, someone came to kick the restaurant today." Wu Yuan asked strangely, "Kick the restaurant? Who is it? How do you play?" "Fang Yangyang, do you know the Second City Hospital?" Wu Yuan, "Nonsense, I'm a doctor anyway, how could I not know about the Second City Hospital?" The so-called City Second Hospital is the Yanjiang Second People's Hospital. This is a municipal second-class hospital, and it is quite famous in Yanjiang City. Especially in general surgery, the overall level of general surgery in the city's second hospital is said to be on a par with the top 3 hospitals. Wu Yuan asked strangely, "What kind of restaurant are they here?" "No, why are they here?" The affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University is not very popular in Yanjiang City. With such a high configuration of the second hospital of the city, why do you need to come here to play a restaurant? Picture what? It's like playing chess. Playing chess with a stinky chess basket will make you stinker more and more. Fang Yangyang understood this, and began to explain. It turns out that the Second People's Hospital of the city and the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University are each other's friendly hospitals. Since they are friendly, they will regularly hold some exchange activities with each other. That is to conduct some exchanges and competitions on the medical profession. Even if it's just a symbol, it has to be done. Fang Yangyang, sometimes the second municipal hospital is the host, and sometimes it comes to our Yanda affiliated hospital. Wu Yuan, so it's our turn to be the host this year. Fang Yangyang, yes. In fact, Wu Yuan still knows about this so-called exchange activity. In the past 2 years, I have occasionally heard that people from the second hospital of the city have come here, and there are not many people who come. It looks like a mid-sized bus is needed. Wu Yuan didn't care about the specific situation, it had nothing to do with him anyway, and he never asked. Wu Yuan has only been here for 2 years, and his medical level is not good enough. Wu Yuan said casually, "How do you, a little intern, know so much? Why don't I know about this?" Fang Yangyang, that's your low. Wu Yuan was about to fight, Fang Yangyang quickly avoided. Fang Yangyang, "Dr. Wu, you bully people." Wu Yuan waved his hand and looked left and right, "Keep your voice down, you know that you are naughty, but if you don't know, you think what happened to me." Fang Yangyang's eyes widened, "What do you want to do to me?" Wu Yuan glanced at Fang Yangyang, "Forget it, you don't have much meat." Fang Yangyang was unhappy, "What do you mean? How come I have no meat?" "I haven't said anything yet, but you still dislike it." Wu Yuan laughed. Fang Yangyang, "Do you still want to hear it?" Wu Yuan, "If you want to hear it, keep talking." Fang Yangyang continued to speak. Today, the delegation of the Second Municipal Hospital will come to the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University. Wu Yuan, "I know this, come here, what's the matter?" Fang Yangyang, "The Second City Hospital has always been very strong. Those who come here are not good, and those who are good don't come." Wu Yuan roughly understood. The second hospital of the city is a second-class hospital, not to mention the equipment and scale of the hospital, the medical resources of the second hospital of the city are also much stronger. Therefore, the people from the second city hospital always have a sense of superiority when facing the people affiliated with Yan University. Of course, superiority is also supported by levels. The internal medicine and surgery of the second hospital of the city are stronger than that of the affiliated hospital of Yanda University. So now it can be imagined that the so-called exchange activities are actually people from the second municipal hospital running over to give lectures to the people from the affiliated hospital of Yanda University. Fong Yangyang, Dr. Wu, are you angry? Wu Yuan said with an, "Oh, I'm not angry." Fong Yangyang, aren't you angry? Why don't you have any collective sense of honor or shame? It's so disappointing. Wu Yuan, don't worry, people haven't bullied us yet. Besides, we little soldiers can't even get to the table, we can't see it, just go to work. Fong Yangyang pouted, that's not necessarily true. Wu Yuan, don't think about you, by the way, I'll give you a task. Fong Yangyang, what mission? Wu Yuan, press your shoulders for me. Fong Yangyang raised his eyebrows, why? I'm not a maid who specifically presses your shoulders. Wu Yuan, you really don't say it. You press your shoulders very well and with moderate strength. I am willing to spend $10 on you for an hour. Fong Yangyang was angry, At this moment, Yen Buiyuan and Zhao Qin came in. Wu Yuan and Fong Yangyang hurriedly took their places, lowered their eyebrows to pleasing the eyes, and began to stare at the computer seriously. Although the directors are not so strict, and they don't care much about chatting at work, they can't be too blatant. Yen Buiyuan stood in the middle of the emergency room, coughed lightly, and announced, today, the second hospital of the city came to our hospital for an exchange activity, everyone knows? Zhou Changjun, I know, do we want to participate too? Yen Buiyuan, yes, we have to send people to participate. When the others heard this, they all stopped what they were doing. Zhou Changjun, do you want to go? Yen Buiyuan, it's definitely not all going, let me think about it. Director Zhao, what do you think? Who is going? The daily affairs of the emergency department are actually arranged by Zhao Qinlai. Yen Buiyuan spends most of his time in meetings and in the consultation room. Zhao Qin, the emergency department is not very busy during the day. Yu Lin and I will just stay, Zhou Changjun, Fong Yangyang, and Wu Yuan, you should follow Director Yen. Yu Lin thought that he was about to get angry, why is he always watching the house? There's no way this can be done. Who makes Yu Lin high or low? He doesn't usually have the opportunity to perform. And Director Zhao Qin is still here, so it's not a loss. Zhou Changjun and Fong Yangyang were very complicated, they both wanted to go and didn't want to go. On the one hand, they want to see the demeanor of the leaders of the second city court. On the other hand, he was horrified by the possible arrogance of the second city court. In the face of those people from the second city hospital, the doctors affiliated to Yen University always feel that they can't lift their heads. This kind of mentality is also normal, especially for technical positions like doctors, strength is still the first. Wu Yuan doesn't care, it's okay to go, he thinks it's just a soy sauce at most. I sat there for a while, fell asleep, patted my butt and came back. So, Yen Buiyuan led the team, and Wu Yuan, Fong Yangyang and Zhou Changjun went to the conference room on the 5th floor of the outpatient building, where the two hospitals held exchange activities. When everyone entered, they couldn't help but startled. There were quite a few people in the conference room, and it was estimated that there were 50 or 60 people. Some people wore white coats, while others wore suits and leather shoes. Obviously, the people wearing white coats are all from the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University, and the people wearing suits are all from the Second People's Hospital of Yenjiang City, and the number is slightly smaller. The two parties were sitting on both sides of the conference room, and the differences were clear. On the table in the conference room, there are a lot of medical tools and equipment, and it is estimated that they will be used when conducting medical exchange activities. Yen Buiyuan sat the young trio in the emergency department and sat in front of him. Wu Yuan felt that the atmosphere was really a little tense. In particular, the people from the affiliated hospital of Yanda University, who were originally the host, were rather restrained. On the other hand, the people in the second city courtyard were rather high-spirited and arrogant. Wu Yuan also understands why there is a saying that people from the second city hospital come to teach and educate people, and come to Yanda affiliated hospital to popularize medical knowledge. Judging by the posture of these people, they will not give up unless they teach the rookie doctors in the small hospital to be obedient. As mentioned earlier, a doctor is essentially a technology-oriented profession. When a doctor with good skills collides with a doctor who is not very skilled, the mental state is completely different. If you have good skills, you must keep your head up and your fighting spirit high. For those with poor skills, they can't be tough even if they want to, so they can only give way in dejection. This is the comparison of the strengths of the two sides now. Yanda affiliated hospital is at home, and even the anger is lighter than the other side. Then there are some boring processes. For example, the leaders of the two sides went up to give a greeting, and symbolically talked about the results of the past exchanges between the two houses, as well as their respective prospects for the future. Of course, the affiliated side of Yen University must not forget to wear a high hat to the people in the second city hospital, for example, to learn their research spirit, medical feelings and so on. Anyway, it is a few sets of rhetoric that are stinky and long, making people drowsy. Wu Yuan was really about to fall asleep, but Fang Yangyang and Zhou Changjun were still in good spirits, staring and listening intently. After all, the two were still young in their 20s, and Wu Yuan's mental age was 10 years older, so he belonged to the old fritters. After a while, it was finally time to get to the point. Since it is a medical exchange activity, there must be a medical performance. Medical performance is essentially medical competition. The second city hospital was led by a vice president named Zhang Xiaoning. The leader of Yanda affiliated hospital is also a vice president named Wang Jinlu. Wang Jinlu happened to be Chao Jigang's relative, which shows how hard Chao Jigang's relationship is. The main content of this exchange activity is surgical exchange, and it is the exchange of surgical techniques of the younger generation. What does that mean? Set a surgical topic, and then have young people from both sides take turns to do the test. To put it bluntly, it is to see who is the bully. The purpose is to achieve friendly exchanges, mutual promotion and mutual learning. Of course, this is just a scene. Everyone knows that the surgical department of the second city hospital is very strong, so strong that it is abnormal. Basically, no one thinks that the affiliated side of Yanda will have the upper hand. If you want to win, you don't have to think about it. It's better to sleep, and you have everything in your dreams. At this time, I just heard Wang Jinlu laugh and say, "This time, let's all put our minds right, take a learning attitude, and study the teaching aspects and methods of the second city hospital, and then improve ourselves." As soon as Wang Jinlu said this, the two camps suddenly had two expressions. Of course, those people in the second hospital of the city don't need to say it. Naturally, they laugh without saying a word. On the other hand, the colleagues at the affiliated side of Yanda University were somewhat embarrassed. Wang Jinlu's speech is too weak, to put it nicely, it is low-key, modest, and gives people face. To say it is ugly, that is, it damages morale, is low, and the waist is soft and the legs are soft. This is equivalent to raising the white flag and admitting defeat before the battle. Anyway, the people on this side feel that their faces are dull, and they can't raise their heads in front of the other side. Fang Yangyang pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "How can President Wang say that? It's too embarrassing." Wu Yuan was delighted. "What else do you want him to say?" Fang Yangyang, "It's not necessarily that they can't compare to them, don't they just have 2 hands and 2 feet, 1 nose and 1 eye?" Wu Yuan, "It's 2 eyes. Hey! You can't be a one-eyed dragon, can you?" Fang Yangyang, "That's not the point." Wu Yuan waved his hand. Almost laughed out loud. Fang Yangyang, "Speaking of which, I know that their surgery is more powerful, why do they have to engage in surgery?" Wu Yuan was also a little unconvinced. "We may not be able to do internal medicine here." Wu Yuan is also very realistic. Compared with the second hospital of the city, it can only be said that the internal medicine here is a little worse than the surgery, but there are also gaps. Moreover, internal medicine is more experienced, focusing on diagnostic accuracy and diagnostic speed, and the level gap is not as direct as surgery. To put it very realistically, if the internal medicine department also loses, then the affiliated side of Yen University will not be able to raise its head, and it will be completely crushed by the opponent. Fong Yangyang, Dr. Wu, would you like to show it later? I think you might be able to compete with them. Wu Yuan, forget it, why are you so tired? There is no bonus. Fong Yangyang, cut, why do you have no collective sense of honor? Wu Yuan, can you make more money with a sense of honor? Fong Yangyang rolled his eyes. Fong Yangyang felt that Wu Yuan was very powerful, but he was only in the emergency department. In the general surgery department in the same hospital, Wu Yuan might not seem so miraculous. The second city hospital's surgical power is well known, and Wu Yuan can't even compare it, it's definitely incomparable. Zhou Changjun spoke at this time, let's do it, don't be ashamed, just study hard. Zhou Changjun is really cowardly. However, the scope of surgery is very large. What is it to compare today? At this time, someone put a few things in front. Everyone craned their necks to see that it turned out to be a skin suture practice module. As the name suggests, it is naturally a prop for practicing the skin stitching effect. Every doctor has to deal with this stuff for a long time when he is in medical school. To put it bluntly, it is more like a special yellow silicone, which can simulate human skin to a certain extent. It seems that the medical subject to be tested today is the skin suture technique. Fong Yangyang, sewing. What is there to compare to, who can't? Wu Yuan shook his head. Fong Yangyang is still too young, and he doesn't know how to grow from small to big. Although the suture technique is basic, it is very difficult to practice well. Just like Wu Yuan, it is only through the strengthening of the flexibility of his fingers that he can surpass the level of ordinary people. However, choosing suture as a subject is still a very ingenious idea. After all, it is an on-site communication topic. If you want to practice, you can only choose this kind of quick start. If a more complicated operation is performed, it is estimated that it will not be possible to perform several operations in a few hours. At this time, Wang Jinlu, the vice president of our party, named a contestant from our hospital. It was none other than the young master Chao Jigang. Putting aside Chao Jigang's kinship with Wang Jinlu, in fact, he's pretty good among the younger generation, so it's no surprise to find him. In fact, Chao Jigang is quite confident himself. His basic skills are good, and he recently worked overtime to practice suture techniques. At least they won't lose too much. When Chao Jigang stood on the stage, Wang Jinlu leaned over and whispered something to Chao Jigang. Chao Jigang nodded. It is estimated that some encouragement and small guidance should be given to him. Fong Yangyang couldn't help but asked in a low voice, Dr. Wu, what do you think? Wu Yuan, how about what? Fong Yangyang, are you optimistic about Chao Jigang? Wu Yuan nodded, I'm optimistic. Fong Yangyang's eyes widened, really? Do you think Chao Jigang can win? Wu Yuan, I think he can't win. Fong Yangyang rolled his eyes, this Dr. Wu was always making fun of him all day long. Fong Yangyang understood, just with Wu Yuan's character, how could he do so well in surgery? Of course, it's still the same sentence, at least Wu Yuan is really good in the emergency department. At this moment, Chao Jigang chose a skin suture practice module, and in the suture bag next to him, he chose a triangular needle, which is a very standard preparation for skin suture. Then, Chao Jigang started to operate. In order for the audience to see clearly, 2 monitor screens were hung on the venue. So both sides can see the details very clearly. Chao Jigang actually used the continuous seam stitching method. This is a very advanced and difficult suture method, but not all doctors can do it. Even many surgeons do not know, and most of them will only use the most familiar suture method, such as the simple interrupted suture method often used by Wu Yuan, and the ordinary continuous suture method. After all, stitching is different from other things, as long as it can be used, who would put so much effort in this area? Chao Jigang dared to show off the continuous seam stitching method, which shows that he is still a young doctor with both self-confidence and 2 brushes. At this time, seeing Chao Jigang's hands skillfully flying and swiping, the lines are also neatly arranged there, which is really interesting to watch. The people at the affiliated hospital of Yanda University were beaming with joy, feeling that Chao Jigang was really good, and he was able to perform so well in front of a group of people in the second hospital of the city. This kind of operation can at least give those insufferable guys in the second courtyard of the city a slap in the face. Zhou Changjun whispered, Dr. Chao's level is quite good. It is estimated that among young doctors, he is the only one who can learn from each other. This kid Zhou Changjun really has something to say, as if he treats Wu Yuan as nothing, and at the same time he hurts himself. Zhou Changjun was not afraid to increase Chao Jigang's ambition and destroy his prestige. In the emergency department, he was originally a medical doctor, and he was not a pure surgeon. Suture is indeed a basic skill for doctors, but internists are not the same as surgeons, and they can do it poorly without affecting their reputation. Fang Yangyang, Dr. Wu is also good. Zhou Changjun said with a cut, if it's good, let's go on stage and perform, it's not a skill to talk about with a bare mouth. Fang Yangyang glanced at Wu Yuan, worried that he would be angry. Wu Yuan was full of disdain in his heart, Zhou Changjun, you little brat, you know shit. With Lao Tzu's golden finger, if Wu Yuan is allowed to go up, they will be wiped out in minutes. It's a pity that Wu Yuan was too lazy to get the limelight. At this point, Chao Jigang has completed the stitching. It can be seen that the final stitching effect is still good, very neat and regular, and the lines are not messy at all. The crowd began to applaud. Not bad, not bad. Dr. Chao's bullshit. This is the surgical prince affiliated to our Yen University. Wu Yuan was speechless after hearing this. What is this all about? Is this the trust that Chao Jigang paid for? Wang Jinlu was obviously quite satisfied with Chao Jigang's performance, so he patted Chao Jigang on the shoulder. Then let him sit back in his seat. Zhang Xiaoning, the leader of the second city hospital, laughed and said, it seems that you have also cultivated good young juniors here. The basic skills are really good. Wang Jinlu, where, I can't compare with the young colleagues of the second city hospital. Zhang Xiaoning, this is true. Wang Jinlu was stunned, huh? What does Zhang Xiaoning mean? Public mockery. Zhang Xiaoning did not respond to Wang Jinlu, but gestured towards the bottom. A young man came up. The young man had a neat suit and a light gait. He is handsome, tall and straight, with a high profile, a talent. This is really the type of handsome doctor that exists in idol dramas. The type that can make little girls scream with every move. Fang Yangyang was all excited, wow, look, look. Handsome. So handsome. Wu Yuan is speechless, he is also a handsome guy. Can't say that a handsome guy who is used to seeing is not a handsome guy, right? Zhang Xiaoning introduced to everyone, this handsome doctor is Zhao Tongguang. Zhang Xiaoning, Dr. Zhao Tongguang Zhao is a young man trained by our city's second hospital. Now he is an excellent surgeon. He can perform 3 to 4 secondary surgeries every week, and they are all main surgeons. Colleagues at the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University couldn't help being in an uproar when they heard this. This Zhao Tongguang looks like he is only in his 20s, so if he has to say that he has performed a less difficult first-level operation, it is enough. Secondary surgery. Wed or 4 every week. Still the main sword. This is incredible too. If it is true, Zhao Tongguang is undoubtedly the legendary genius surgeon. Even if ordinary people start practicing surgical techniques in the womb, they may not be able to reach such a level. Fong Yangyang, it's amazing. He's handsome and capable. Where can I find it? Wu Yuan silently pointed his finger at himself, but Fong Yangyang didn't see it either. After visiting Zhao Tongguang's handsome guy, Wu Yuan had to put his hand down again. This little girl is so unreliable, she betrayed so quickly. Zhou Changjun didn't like it anymore, he said, we perform 3 to 4 secondary surgeries every week. How about cheating? How can there be so many secondary surgeries for him to practice his hands? Fong Yangyang couldn't help but say, you have to think about it, they are the second hospital of the city, and they have much more patient resources than us, especially the surgery department. They have a great reputation for surgery there, and there must be no shortage of surgeries. Fong Yangyang was right, but Zhou Changjun was speechless. The city's second hospital has more resources than here, and the speed of cultivating talents is naturally faster than here. Fong Yangyang, with such a talent, isn't it too subservient to perform such a simple little performance as suture? Wu Yuan, cut. Fong Yangyang glanced at Wu Yuan, what's the matter? Are you still not convinced? Wu Yuan, the little trick of carving insects, what's the point of hanging teeth? Fong Yangyang rolled his eyes and felt that Wu Yuan was just being stubborn. Of course, Fong Yangyang also knows that Wu Yuan's ability is also very strong, but there are people outside people, and there are days outside the world. Surgery is one of the most challenging fields in medicine, and neither talent nor hard work can make it work. Fong Yangyang is the mental state of a typical little girl, she thinks other people's family is good in everything, and the same goes for handsome guys. Anyway, Fong Yangyang felt that Zhao Tongguang was the son of heaven's choice, Yushu was close to the wind, and he was aloof. As for Wu Yuan, it may not be bad, but at most he is a scholar on the ground. There is still a big gap between the two. In fact, objectively speaking, Zhao Tongguang is indeed very good. His halo is too dazzling. If nothing else, the surgeons trained by the second hospital of the city can kill a lot of ordinary people in seconds. Nothing more than a super idol in the medical world. At this time, Zhao Tongguang had a new skin suture practice module in front of him, which was basically the same as the one used by Qiao Jigang before. Zhang Xiaoning, Dr. Zhao, if there is no problem, you can start. Zhao Tongguang nodded and took out a triangular needle from the sewing bag. Triangular needles are actually used for skin sutures. This is a normal operation, and there is nothing new. Then, Zhao Tongguang began to operate the needle. Everyone sat up straight and stared intently at the live broadcast screen above. Looking at it, my colleagues at the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University were dumbfounded. They looked at each other, incredible. The suture method used by Zhao Tongguang has not even been seen by many people, and it is quite complicated. Only those surgeons who are more qualified are familiar with this suture. This suture is called the intermittent inversion suture. The advantage of this suture method is that most of the sutures can basically be hidden inside the wound, which can make the wound appear flat and achieve a beautiful effect. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, the difficulty is high, it is very troublesome to practice, and it will give up quickly if you have no patience, which is very unfriendly to novices. Not to mention those rookie doctors, even older doctors rarely practice this suture method. After all, the suturing of trauma patients is a functional job, as long as it is firm, beauty is not the goal that most people pursue. It is not necessary to practice this suture method, and of course no one wants to learn it. At this time, Zhao Tongguang's performance was completely beyond everyone's expectations. The level of proficiency is not something ordinary people have, and the speed is extremely fast, more than twice as fast as Dong Jigang. And the wiring is very smooth and neat, and there are almost no mistakes. Fong Yangyang's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help clenching his small fists. That's great. How did you practice this? It's incredible. Zhou Changjun was also dumbfounded, unable to speak at all, there was only one word in his mind, cow criticism. Chao Ji-gang, who was sitting in the front seat, was pale, and he couldn't raise his head soon enough to face Zhao Tongguang's performance. Speaking of which, the most uncomfortable one is Chao Ji-gang. The leader let him take the lead. Originally, he wanted to make a good start, and he was confident that he could give the other party a blow. Now it's good, after Zhao Tongguang's operation, Chao Ji-gang's confidence was shattered, and he lost his temper at all. It turned out that the clown was actually me. And Wang Jinlu's face became more and more ugly, and Zhao Lai became more and more embarrassed. In fact, the subject of this stitching was chosen by Wang Jinlu. Wang Jinlu also acted a little clever, and felt that the basic skills of suture are no different between every doctor, and even if there is a difference in level, it will not be too obvious. And although Chao Ji-gang is a relative of Wang Jinlu, his talent is really good, especially in surgery. Whether Dong Ji-gang wins or not is one thing, at least he won't lose too badly. Wang Jinlu didn't expect that Zhao Tongguang's strength was so arrogant. Not only did he use a suture technique that was difficult to see and very difficult, but he also used it so skillfully and with such high accuracy. There are so few mistakes. Outrageous. Zhao Tongguang simply doesn't talk about martial arts. Rat tail juice. You are such a rat tail juice. The people in the second district of the city are all relaxed as usual, and some are still whispering and looking left and right. These people also looked at the affiliated hospital of Yanda University from time to time, as if saying something like, "These leopards have never seen the world, they are too low." It is true that this side has never seen the world, and they generally widened their eyes and looked at each other in surprise. Under such circumstances, morale would of course be very low, so he shook his head helplessly, bowed his head down, and sighed. Needless to say, after a while, I can listen to the Nyobi colleagues from the second city hospital giving educational lectures. That's horrible. This has not changed at all from the previous few years, and it has been crushed to death. However, most of the young girls don't have this sense of honor and disgrace, they just think that Zhao Tongguang is handsome. Fang Yangyang, for example, just said he wanted to show the collective sense of honor and disgrace, but now he looks at Zhao Tongguang with admiration on his face, and has long since thrown the collective sense of honor and disgrace out of Jiaxian. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tongguang finally completed the stitching. Wang Jinlu and Zhang Xiaoning both went up to have a look. Zhang Xiaoning smiled and said, "How is it? Are the surgeons we trained good in basic skills?" Wang Jinlu gave a thumbs up, "It's really good, no, it's really amazing." What Wang Jinshang said was from the bottom of his heart. Everyone is a doctor, and the doctor speaks by technical strength. The skills are not as good as others, then it has to be admitted that Wang Jinlu, as the vice president, still has this pattern consciousness. Zhang Xiaoning said modestly, "Actually, when you chose the subject of stitching, I thought it was a great idea. Although stitching is a basic skill, it cannot be ignored. People serve." Wang Jinlu squeezed out a sincere smile, "Yes, Dean Zhang is too right. In this regard, we have to learn from the second city hospital, and the work of educating new people must be strengthened, and we can't relax." Zhang Xiaoning is proud of himself. "By the way, President Wang, is there anything you can do better? Hurry up and ask other doctors to show off their practice results." Wang Jinlu looked under the stage, and almost everyone lowered their heads. Wang Jinlu, this. It's not that Wang Jinlu doesn't want to shout, but it's not very reliable. The young man he arranged in advance, Chao Ji-gang, is the best one, so we can't let the old surgeon come up, right? That still won't win, it's too embarrassing. Even if the old surgeon came up, he might not be able to compare Zhao Tongguang, which would be even more embarrassing. Just when Wang Jinlu was in trouble, Chao Ji-gang suddenly said, "Let Wu Yuan come up." Wang Jinlu was stunned. "Wu Yuan?" "Chao Ji-gang, Wu Yuan from the emergency department." Speaking, Chao Ji-gang also pointed to the direction of Wu Yuan behind him. Chao Ji-gang was not kind, nor did he think that Wu Yuan could kill Zhao Tongguang. On the contrary, Chao Jigang felt that he couldn't just be ashamed of himself, he had to pull back. When Wu Yuan heard someone calling him in front of him, he couldn't help sitting up straight, feeling quite unhappy in his heart. What the hell? This is really getting shot while lying down, even lying on the knees can be shot. Wu Yuan didn't want to show off on stage at this time and let people play like monkeys. Fang Yangyang saw that Wu Yuan didn't move his nest, and reminded, "Dr. Wu, it seems that I want you to play." Wu Yuan said angrily, "I heard it." Wu Yuan looked at Yan Buiyuan. Yan Buiyuan sat in the front and happened to look over. After all, Yan Buiyuan is Wu Yuan's direct leader. If he can't get up, it's better to have him nod. In fact, when Yan Buiyuan heard Chao Jigang's suggestion to let Wu Yuan go, his temples felt a sudden rush. Originally, he came here with the intention of making soy sauce, and everything was low-key. Anyway, you are better than you, so it will not hinder their emergency department. It's better now, let Wu Yuan play. Wu Yuan has always been a mysterious person to Yan Buiyuan. Yan Buiyuan couldn't see through this kid. When I first came here, I only thought that Wu Yuan was a novice among novice, and he was still quite untalented. A truly excellent surgeon, Sun Jianzhong's old fried dough sticks will definitely not be put. Since Wu Yuan was released and transferred to the emergency department, most of it was equal to making up the numbers. But during this time, Wu Yuan performed surprisingly well. He performed several operations successively, all of which were quite outstanding. Coupled with the last major car accident on the North Ring Road, Wu Yuan also made a great contribution, which made people admire. But even if Wu Yuan has a certain ability, it is impossible to compare with Zhao Tongguang. Even Dong Jigang may not be able to compare. Wu Yuan may be even more embarrassing to go up. But now that people have brought it up, Yan Buiyuan can't say a word. At this time, Wang Jinlu said to Yan Buiyuan, "Old Yan, then let Wu Yuan from your emergency department come up and try it." Yan Buiyuan turned around and signaled that Wu Yuan could come up. Wu Yuan had no choice but to stand up reluctantly. Catch the ducks on the shelves, and the overlord will bow hard. Fang Yangyang clenched his small fist and said, "Come on, Dr. Wu, I believe in you, don't lose too badly. This is such a fart cheer. Specially for oil, right?" Wu Yuan glared at Fang Yangyang, "Don't worry, I can't lose." Fang Yangyang, "Cut, you are quite confident." Wu Yuan, "Little girl, I'll let you know in a moment what it means to be outside the sky. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people." Fang Yangyang was stunned. Wu Yuan seemed to have said something wrong. There are mountains outside the mountains, and there are people outside the people. Fang Yangyang knows that, but he has never heard of, there is a sky outside the sky. Wu Yuan said again, "Look, I'll come back to clean you up later." With that said, Wu Yuan walked up. Wang Jinlu had never met Wu Yuan, so he just thought he was the third passerby and nodded to him, "Young man, do your best." Of course Wu Yuan responded and said, "I will work hard." No matter what, he had to give the dean some face. Zhang shouting, "Yo, this young man looks good too, he's decent." Wang Jinlu waved his hand, "The aptitude is ordinary, not as good as those geniuses in your courtyard." Wang Jinlu is also disheartened and has no ambition. Wu Yuan glanced at Zhao Tongguang, the genius surgeon. Zhao Tongguang was also looking at Wu Yuan, and there was an inexplicable smile on the corner of his mouth. Wu Yuan thought helplessly, Zhao Tongguang is really handsome, there is nothing wrong with him, he just lacks practice. Wang Jinlu, "Wu Yuan, you can start." Wu Yuan nodded, looked at the skin suture practice module just prepared in front of him, and then took out the needle and thread from the suture bag. Wu Yuan pondered for a moment, and his fingers crossed the triangle needle, but he chose another one. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. This move seems quite inconsistent. Round needle. Will he? The circular needle is not for sewing the outer skin. Isn't it myopia? Even the needle shape is wrong. I think he just doesn't understand, he just chose blindly. Wang Jinlu was also surprised when he saw it, and couldn't help but look at Yan Buiyuan. Yan Buiyuan immediately lowered his head, wondering why Wu Yuan was so unreliable. A surgeon can't even choose the wrong suture and needle. If you don't get it right, you're going to lose an adult. Sure enough, all the people on the good side of the second city hospital laughed, as if they were watching Gu's cross-talk. Only Fang Yangyang showed a strange look, feeling that Wu Yuan was acting alone again. Fang Yangyang had seen Wu Yuan sew people's skin with a circular needle before, and the amazing thing was that Wu Yuan could completely control it. This is indeed a plus point, but even so, it can't be compared with Zhao Tongguang's unique skills. However, it can also lose a little less and not be laughed at. On this point, Fang Yangyang was quite confident in Wu Yuan. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yuan began to needle. Everyone couldn't help staring at the screen, watching casually, ready to see how Wu Yuan made a joke. The epidermis is sutured with a round needle, which is unheard of. But soon they stopped laughing. I saw Wu Yuan's hand began to fly up, bringing with it a cold light. The speed was astonishingly fast, as if a motor had been installed. Zhang Xiaoning's eyes widened, showing an incredible look. Of course Wang Jinlu wasn't much better, and was obviously frightened too. The two of them were the closest and could see every detail. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuan used the circular needle so well. No, it's not a question of good or bad. Generally speaking, round needles cannot be used for outer skin sutures, because they are too soft and too small and are easy to break. But how could Wu Yuan be able to use it freely? Soon, they discovered another bizarre thing. The suture technique Wu Yuan used was actually the intermittent varus suture method. That's right, it's the kind of stitching method Zhao Tongguang used just now. At this time, Zhao Tongguang was already stupid, and his jaw was broken. Zhao Tongguang has always been called a genius surgeon, and he himself thinks so. He believes that at least in Yanjiang City, apart from himself, there is no other young man who can use the interrupted inversion suture method so skillfully. That's right, Wu Yuan not only knows how to use it, but also uses it very well. To what extent are cattle approved? The speed is fast and the effect is neat and smooth. More importantly, Wu Yuan did it with a circular needle. This difficulty is not ordinary high. Even Zhao Tongguang couldn't do it to such an extent. What is the origin of Wu Yuan? Is it a sewing professional? Impossible, how can there be a doctor who specializes in suture work? In the blink of an eye, Wu Yuan stopped. The others were taken aback again. What's going on? This is too fast. This speed is even faster than Zhao Tongguang. Looking at the stitching effect again, it once again gave everyone a big crit. My God, are you sure this is sutured? I can't seem to see the suture, only a seam. This technique is too amazing. Dr. Zhao Tongguang doesn't seem to have done it so well. Be confident, remove the word like, it's definitely not so good. You keep your voice down, and you have to save some face for them, don't let them get off the stage. Yes, pay attention to the pattern. After all, people are guests from afar, so they can't be too ugly. Of course, these conversations all came from the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University, which was obviously more active than before. On the opposite side, the second city hospital was silent, which was very different from just now. Stunned, dumbfounded. Some people are confused, some people are puzzled, some people can't believe it, and some people are even more angry. What kind of friendly exchanges? What promotes and learns from each other? Originally, the second hospital of their city came here with the mentality of playing field. In their eyes, the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University is actually a soft persimmon, a rotten eggplant. Now it's good, Zhao Tongguang made a good start when he went up, but he was beaten back by the other party in a blink of an eye. And it hit pretty hard. The level of Zhao Tongguang, the people in the second hospital of the city are very clear, not to mention how strong the surgical talent is, the level of suture with one hand, most experienced veteran surgeons can't do it. Of course, suturing is only the tip of the iceberg of Zhao Tongguang's surgical ability, and his real strength lies in his surgical skills. Even so, Zhao Tongguang's performance in stitching is enough to shock the world. At this level, he was even quietly put on eye drops by others, and then gave him 2 slaps. Zhao Tongguang's complexion changed, from red to green for a while, which was extremely ugly. The originally handsome and tall body was now tense and looked extremely unnatural. You must know that Zhao Tongguang is the favored son of heaven. He has always been a top student in the eyes of others since he was a child. In addition, he is indeed talented and capable, and he has never suffered too many setbacks. In the second hospital of the city, where there are strong surgical experts, Zhao Tongguang is regarded as a genius, and his status is quite high. This time, in front of so many people, Zhao Tongguang was educated by a little-known doctor, which can be described as a great shame. Zhao Tongguang's mind was blank at this time, and he was drifting away in the wind like a sand sculpture. Although he is still handsome on the outside, he is also a handsome sand sculpture now. When he is confident, he is a handsome guy. When he is wilted, his halo disappears. Then he is an empty body and a weak boy without a soul. How did this Wu Yuan train? At this moment, a smile finally appeared on the face of Vice President Wang Jinlu. Although it is a bit inexplicable, but now that it has finally regained a city, it is somewhat exalted. How to say it, this is the first time in the world. Looking at Zhang Xiaoning again, although it is not impossible to hang on, there will be a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. But Zhang Xiaoning is worthy of being an old fritters, and his expression management level is very good, so he quickly adjusted his expression. Zhang Xiaoning exclaimed, "Oh, this guy is not bad, I didn't expect you to cultivate such outstanding talents." Wang Jinlu, where, in the younger generation of our affiliated hospital of Yanda University, his surgical level can also be ranked first. Zhang Xiaoning and Wang Jinlu looked at each other and smiled, but they cursed in their hearts. What a liar you are! This level of stitching has surpassed Zhao Tongguang, but few people can do it. Wu Yuan felt that he had nothing to do with him, so he said, "President Wang, then I will go back to my seat first." Wang Jinlu smiled and nodded, "Well. Well done, keep up the good work." Wu Yuan responded and returned to his seat. Zhang Xiaoning turned his head to Wang Jinlu and said, "By the way, this is Wu Yuan, right? I wonder if he has performed some difficult operations on stage." Wang Jinlu was stunned. He didn't know Wu Yuan, so naturally he didn't know what surgery he had done. But Yan Weiyuan should know. Wang Jinlu gave him a wink and answered. Yan Weiyuan responded immediately, "Wu Yuan is an outstanding surgeon in our emergency department and has performed several very beautiful surgeries. For example, in the serious car accident in the Beihuan Road, Wu Yuan was the chief hero, who provided first aid in a timely manner. The surgery saved several lives." Zhang Xiaoning and the people from Shibei Court were quite surprised when they heard it. At that time, they also heard about the serious car accident on the North Ring Road, and some injured people were transferred to the City North Hospital. I didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. Although emergency surgery is not complicated, it is the most psychological test, and not everyone can do it. Zhang Xiaoning, how many years has he been working? Yan Weiyuan, more than 2 years. Zhang Xiaoning said, "Oh. For more than 2 years, several operations have been performed, and he has performed well in rescue operations, but he is also a talent." But Zhang Xiaoning didn't take it to heart. After all, there are very few geniuses in the world, and most of them are hard-working ordinary people. This Wu Yuan probably belongs to the latter. Having said that, this guy is really good at stitching. Even Zhao Tongguang lost, and he lost completely. There is nothing to say about the next process, and the two sides each sent a few people to perform suture demonstrations. But they are not as brilliant as Wu Yuan and Zhao Tongguang. Even if there is a level gap, it is not that big. Anyway, no matter what the other party thinks, Wu Yuan really shines and earns a face for the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University. The most uncomfortable thing for the Second City Court is that if they want to get it back, they will have to wait for next year. Wu Yuan sat below, flipping through his phone boredly, but Fang Yangyang looked at him, as if he was looking at a big baby. Wu Yuan, if you want to make promises, I can meet your requirements. Fang Yangyang, cut, don't try to deceive the little girl's feelings, you don't have a good heart. The two of you said a word, I said a word, and quarreled. However, Fang Yangyang is now convinced of Wu Yuan, and no longer dares to underestimate Wu Yuan's surgical ability. I even feel that this guy Wu Yuan is unfathomable. Back in the office, Yan Buiyuan was so happy that he kept complimenting Wu Yuan. This is also normal. Wu Yuan not only won glory for the affiliated hospital of Yanda University, but also added a lot to the emergency department. This is no joke. If the emergency department is doing well, and the hospital leaders are happy when they come back, they will just give more bonuses and put in a few more good doctors. This kind of expression is directly related to the treatment in the department, and it is not ambiguous at all. When Zhao Qin heard what happened, of course he was very happy. Xiao Wu has made such a great contribution, so he should be rewarded. Yan Buiyuan, how about giving him a day off? Wu Yuan quickly waved his hands and said, "Two directors, please don't let me rest. I took a break from yesterday and the day before yesterday, and I finally came here once today, so I can't take a break tomorrow." Yan Buiyuan, yo, I can't tell, Comrade Xiao Wu is still a model worker. Zhao Qin showed an expression of admiration. No matter whether Wu Yuan was sincere or not, this attitude is really not a pick. Unlike many young people, when they heard that they were going to be given a fake, they flashed faster than a rabbit. Wu Yuan is an old fritter who has lived for 10 more years. Compared with the young stunned youth, his emotional intelligence is of course much higher. In front of the leaders, we must be proactive, and do not forget to eat and sleep, but also to be like forgetting to eat and sleep. However, Wu Yuan really does not resist the work of doctors now, but is still a little addicted. The easiest way is to write a resume. When Wu Yuan was a doctor in the last life, the most headache was doing this, but now the more I write, the more slippery it feels. It is a small enjoyment. There is also an operation on the stage. Now Wu Yuan is looking forward to having an operation every day, hoping to show his skills on the operating table. In the previous life, Wu Yuan's mentality is unimaginable. On the one hand, this may also be the influence of the superphysician system. On the other hand, Wu Yuan can be considered a doctor now, so he is naturally more involved and enjoys it more. The two directors are very busy people. They left the office one after another and went to the meeting. At this time, Wu Yuan suddenly thought that he hasn't signed in today, so don't forget such an important thing. Where are you going to sign today? Wu Yuan pondered for a while, but went to the pharmacy. Recently, Wu Yuan checked in the operating room, and he received the most first-level surgeries, and there were very few second-level surgeries. In fact, this has not greatly improved the current Wu Yuan, and the importance is getting lower and lower. Why can't you check in with better surgical skills? Wu Yuan felt that it was due to the grade of the hospital. The affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is not a very good hospital in Yenjiang City. There are not many famous doctors, not many chief physicians, and even fewer chief physicians in surgery. Chief surgical physicians like Zhao Qin and Sun Jianzhong are like treasures in the affiliated hospital of Yanda University. In fact, there are not many surgical categories that these excellent doctors are good at. For example, Zhao Qin is good at operations related to stomach, pancreas and spleen. Although Sun Jianzhong is the director of general surgery, he is actually very accomplished in neurosurgery such as heart, brain and blood vessels. It's just that the affiliated hospital of Yanda University does not have a special neurosurgery department, and it is managed by the general surgery department. Therefore, most of what Wu Yuan signed in the operating room of the emergency department was related to gastrointestinal, pancreatic, and spleen operations. If he wanted to sign in for neurosurgery-related surgical skills, he also needed to go to general surgery. But now Wu Yuan has mastered almost all the first-level operations, and has also mastered a lot of second-level operations, and the level is not too low. At least at this stage, it is completely sufficient. Of course, Wu Yuan would not have been working in this hospital until his death. When he changed to a better hospital, he would be able to sign in and get better surgical skills. Wu Yuan came to the pharmacy, greeted his colleagues in the pharmacy with a smile, and recited "sign in his heart. System, successful sign in today and get advanced vision enhancement eye drops. Good stuff, this is pretty good. Wu Yuan saw the word advanced hanging on it, which means that it is a rare good product. Wu Yuan found a quiet place and took out the advanced vision enhancement eye drops from the system's dimensional space. Then read the manual. Advanced vision enhancement eye drops. It has a strong augmentation effect on the host's living vision, dynamic vision, medical vision and microscopic vision, and can completely replace visual instruments during surgery. Effect, very strong. Effective time, permanent. It turned out that Wu Yuan understood the effect. With this thing, your eyesight can be greatly improved. Life vision is easier to understand, that is, how far and how clear can you see normally. Dynamic vision is the ability to react and judge for moving objects, such as boxers. A boxer with good dynamics and a flexible body can effectively dodge the opponent's attack. As for medical vision and microscopic vision, it can replace medical instruments, such as laparoscopes and laboratory microscopes, to achieve the same effect. When you think about it, this is amazing. This means that as long as Wu Yuan is willing, he can directly test the blood samples, or in vitro and in vivo slice samples. The accuracy rate can reach 100%. What's more, the potency is permanent. Where can I find such a plug-in? However, there are also disadvantages, that is, it will consume a lot of energy and physical strength, and if you do it once, it is likely to become a dog. So unless this skill is to the point of last resort, or else you can't use it. Wu Yuan opened the lid of the eye drops, and then put a drop on each of his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Wu Yuan felt his eyes were burning and getting worse. What the hell? It's going to die. Wu Yuan almost cried out. Fortunately, I held back, or else I could recruit the hospital security. Gradually, this uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Wu Yuan took 2 breaths and stood up against the wall. It felt like he had been squatting in a pit for 2 hours, and his legs were numb. Wu Yuan opened his eyes and saw that there had been a huge change, and the world had changed a lot. How should I put it, Wu Yuan was not short-sighted, but his eyesight was not very good, just normal. The changes now are surprising, things are much brighter, and even the patterns on the ground in the distance can be seen. My darling, this is awesome. It is equivalent to installing a zoom function for the eyes, and it is a 10 times optical zoom. At this time, Fang Yangyang came over. Fang Yangyang, Dr. Wu, what are you doing? Why are you crying and laughing for a while? There are bugs in your brain. Wu Yuan was taken aback and pretended to be calm. What you said, can you say something about me? Isn't that cursing me? Fang Yangyang, I saw you standing here dumbfounded for a long time just now, and I didn't dare to come over, thinking I was evil. Wu Yuan, what do you think is messy and cranky? I'm thinking about some academic issues. Fang Yangyang, don't think about it. A patient was sent over just now. After the examination, it was appendicitis. Director Zhao has also undergone surgery. Dr. Wu, please help. In this case, what else can Wu Yuan say? Come on stage quickly. Appendicectomy is a minor operation that is not too difficult. Even without systematic help, Wu Yuan can handle it. However, when Wu Yuan got on the operating table, he realized that the appendicitis operation he had done before was completely different from the one he did now. Since Wu Yuan was reborn 10 years ago and became the host of the super doctor system, he has also performed several operations. But the strange thing is that I have never encountered such an operation as appendicitis. To this day, this is the first time Wu Yuan has had appendicitis surgery. Although this kind of operation is common, it is always not Wu Yuan's turn when it comes to general surgery. Wu Yuan also knew that although Sun Jianzhong was peaceful on the surface, he actually belonged to the old fritters type, and would give priority to doctors who were good at building relationships. According to surgery, appendicitis is only a first-level surgery that is not worth mentioning, and it is the simplest type of first-level surgery. The main reason is that the risk during the operation is relatively small, and there will be no problems. Even if there is a problem, it is a small problem, and it is good to deal with it a little. Therefore, appendicitis is also the sweet pastry of general surgery. There is no risk, and you can level up and fight monsters. Of course, an inexperienced surgeon has to rush to do it. A person like Wu Yuan, who has neither relationship nor money, has to stand back. If he can take the stage as the second chief knife, it would be good to observe on site. Wu Yuan remembered that in the last life, only when everyone else was scheduled for surgery, would it be Wu Yuan's turn to have an appendectomy. What a terrible word. This life is different. The atmosphere of the emergency department is obviously different. Zhao Qin is much more decent and less snobby than Sun Jianzhong. Moreover, the emergency department lacks surgeons, so Wu Yuan has more opportunities. After several performances on the operating table, Wu Yuan has won the trust of the emergency department from top to bottom. Now only Zhou Changjun is still a little dissatisfied with him. When others see Wu Yuan, they are also, Dr. Wu, very polite. What about trouble? There are only two people in the emergency department who can go to the operating table, one is Zhao Qin, the deputy director, and the other is Wu Yuan. At this time, in the emergency operating room, the patient has been anesthetized, and Wu Yuan is ready to operate. Before doing such an operation, Wu Yuan remembered that it was done according to the procedures and essentials. But at this time, before he started to use the knife, many ideas popped up in Wu Yuan's mind. This is a sign that the surgical skills have been integrated with Wu Yuan's own consciousness. For such a small operation, Wu Yuan can easily handle it without breaking a sweat. Fang Yangyang is now the second chief swordsman, she asked for it voluntarily. Fang Yangyang also became interested in surgery and wanted to have more opportunities to study. At this time, seeing Wu Yuan standing there in a daze, Fang Yangyang felt very strange. Fang Yangyang, Dr. Wu, what do you think? Are you okay? Wu Yuan waved his hand. You don't understand, this is the ceremony before the operation of the excellent surgeon. Fang Yangyang, ritual? What kind of ceremony? Is there a broken boulder in the chest? Is the silver spear piercing the throat with blood? Wu Yuan, yes, the chainsaw cuts the living. The anesthesiologist couldn't listen any longer. Two doctors, it's been 5 minutes, don't be halfway through the operation, and they're awake, so we can't explain it. Wu Yuan also felt that he was wrong, waved his hand and said, okay, he is about to wake up halfway, you just let him sleep for a while, Dr. Fang, don't talk nonsense with me, we are about to start, you have to concentrate, look carefully. Fang Yangyang, who is bullshitting you? Wu Yuan, don't quibble, watch carefully. Fang Yangyang's eyes widened, isn't it appendicitis, minor surgery, we often practice in school, but we haven't actually performed. Young, still young, too young. In fact, Wu Yuan had the same idea as Fang Yangyang before, but now it's different. Wu Yuan raised his head and glanced at Fang Yangyang, naive, any operation must be taken seriously, no matter how simple it is. This is equivalent to the fact that the laws of all things in the universe are simple, but the truths contained in them are endless and incomparably complex. Fong Yangyang was stunned. He didn't expect Wu Yuan to say such philosophical nonsense. Yep, a piece of nonsense. The anesthesiologist couldn't help but coughed again. "Two doctors, I have to go to the toilet in a while. I've been holding it for a long time, so don't gossip, okay?" Wu Yuan waved his hand. "Don't fart, there is a problem with the ventilation system in our operating room, and we don't have much ventilation." With that said, Wu Yuan started the operation. Appendicectomy, indeed, is such a small operation that even a novice surgeon can perform it. However, Wu Yuan's technique is different from that of ordinary surgeons. He's faster, smoother, and more reasonable. Wu Yuan first felt the position of the patient's abdomen and made an incision in the right lower abdomen. The length is about 5 centimeters, which is very accurate. Then cut the skin, subcutaneous tissue layer by layer. Next, the external oblique muscle membrane is incised. The internal oblique muscle and transverse muscle are bluntly separated to the abdominal layer, and the peritoneum is lifted by crossing two vascular forceps. Wu Yuan did all this very naturally and smoothly, like a chef who placed meals on a plate, and he actually had a very literary feeling. Fong Yangyang has watched many videos of appendicitis excision surgery, and he has also used model tools to actually operate it, and he thinks that he is quite proficient. But compared with Wu Yuan, it is simply incomparable and impossible to watch. Alas, Dr. Wu Yuan and Wu really got flowers from appendectomy. At this time, Wu Yuan had opened the patient's abdominal cavity. "Wu Yuan, there is no pus in the abdominal cavity, but there is clear breath." Fong Yangyang, hey. Mingxi. Mingxi is actually a type of polyp. It is relatively small next to the appendix and is difficult to find. Fong Yangyang stretched his neck, but he didn't see anything after looking at it for a long time. "Wu Yuan, number 5 tweezers." The nurse handed over a small tweezers. I saw Wu Yuan pick from it, and a small piece of polyp came out. Fong Yangyang thought it was amazing. What kind of eyes does Wu Yuan look like? Is it so small that you can see it at a glance? In such a blink of an eye, Wu Yuan had already found the appendix at the front of the cecum. Wu Yuan, appendix clamp. Wu Yuan clamped the appendix with appendix forceps and lifted it out of the incision. Then Wu Yuan started the show operation again. Double to ligation. Pouch seam. The appendix is then removed. This sounds simple, but it is actually the difficulty of appendectomy. Wu Yuan looks like he is turning over a flower rope, it is so beautiful. Fong Yangyang, okay, amazing. How did you do it just now? Why didn't I see it clearly? Wu Yuan laughed. It was an unfathomable and profound smile, and said, "You will know it after you read more. Remember, the truth is often where you ignore it." Fong Yangyang, no, you don't always say that there are some things like this. I don't understand it at all. Is this method reliable? I have never learned such a method. Wu Yuan, stop talking, don't believe it, pull it down, okay, you sew it up, you pay attention, check it carefully before you start. Fong Yangyang quickly cheered up and started to operate. The so-called surgeon is just so familiar with it bit by bit. Many outsiders think that surgeons are silent, hardworking, and sleepless when performing operations. In fact, that's a false stereotype. During most of the surgical procedures, it is very normal for doctors to gossip among themselves, talk about life depression, talk about gossip events, and national events. Of course, that would only be the case with a less risky surgery like appendicitis. If it is really an emergency operation, or encounter an emergency, it is not as big as the doctor, and it is still joking there. Fong Yangyang is quite talented in surgery, and quickly completed the suture work with high quality and quantity. After walking out of the operation, Fong Yangyang thanked him specially. It is quite interesting that Wu Yuan can give Fong Yangyang a chance to play. Wu Yuan, you can't just say it with your mouth. Come back and invite me to dinner. Fang Yangyang, okay, what do you want to eat? Wu Yuan, Manchu and Han are all seated. Fang Yangyang, don't think about beauty, can you finish eating? Wu Yuan, if I can't finish eating, I will take it away and eat it slowly without wasting it. While bickering, the two returned to the office. During this time, Wu Yuan lived a relatively dull life. This is also normal. The daily work of the emergency department has hardly caused any challenges to Wu Yuan. However, the preparation has not yet been finalized. In fact, in the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University, the problem of staffing has never been a problem. No matter what form is used to determine the candidate, it will not change in the bones. But not now. Wu Yuan's high-profile performance several times in a row disrupted the rhythm of compiling a working group. Especially in the exchange meeting with the Second People's Hospital of Yenjiang City, Wu Yuan slapped the other side a few times, which made Wu Yuan's aura appear at once. You must know that there are only 5 staffing places in the whole hospital. There are nearly 100 people in the hospital for contract doctors and interns. Among them are physicians with both connections and abilities. So under normal circumstances, there is no suspense when Wu Yuan gets the compilation. It's not possible at all. Even if Xiao Qin pushes hard, it is difficult for her to influence the overall situation with her strength alone. But it's different now. Wu Yuan's performance is so outstanding that it's hard to ignore. It should be said that there are indeed some good seedlings among the younger generation in the hospital, such as Chao Jigang, who is a relatively outstanding young man in general surgery. But compared to Wu Yuan's recent performance, it's still too inconspicuous. For example, at this moment, the assessment team formed for the preparation is having a meeting again. This time, Dean Tian Hongchun was not there, and the 2 vice deans Wang Jinlu and Gao Minsheng presided over the meeting. Gao Minsheng, we have been investigating for a few days, and what are your thoughts? Let's talk about it later. Having said that, Gao Minsheng asked people to do a good job in the projection. Above is a string of names, about 20 or so, and even photos are attached. Ishue's big head photo, the level of photography can only be described by an idiom, it's hard to describe. Of course Wu Yuan is on the list, and he is quite handsome in it. And Wu Yuan's name is still red. Chao Jigang's name is also red. What does this mean? It shows that Wu Yuan and Chao Jigang are the objects of focus. Of course, it's not just these 2 people who are marked with red names. There are 8 people in total, and they are probably the key figures in each department. These are the high scores of the inspection team. The crowd began to discuss each one by one, expressing some opinions on it. In fact, this link doesn't have much significance. Anyway, it's all about you, me, and everyone. Everyone is an old fritter in the workplace, and they don't face each other, just go through the motions. In a blink of an eye, Wu Yuan was mentioned. The crowd began to murmur in their hearts, some people didn't know it, and some people knew it, and they knew that this person was special. Zhao Qin did his part and spoke first. Wu Yuan is the best physician in our emergency department, and he is a pure surgeon. His performance is very good now. I think it is a matter of course to have a system. Lu Dazhu, this guy is really good. He is a talent. I saw him perform surgery last time. Someone expressed a different opinion. Director Lu, you are not a surgeon, how do you know that he has the posture of a surgeon? Lu Dazhu said in disbelief, I'm a physician, but I also see surgeons. Is it reliable? I've never eaten pork, and I haven't seen a pig run. Gao Minsheng waved his hand to stop them from continuing to argue, turned his head and said, Director Sun, what do you think? Director Sun, of course, refers to Sun Jianzhong. He is the director of general surgery, and Wu Yuan was transferred from general surgery to emergency department. He has a certain say in this. Sun Jianzhong hesitated for a moment. Actually, Wu Yuan used to be from our general surgery department, and he was just transferred to the emergency department for more than 2 months. Most of the people present didn't know about this, and when they heard Sun Jianzhong's words, they couldn't help but pay attention. Gao Minqing joked, "Yo, why do you agree to send such a talent to the emergency department?" Sun Jianzhong coughed lightly, "This is what I want to say. Wu Yuan has been in general surgery for almost 2 years, and I still know it well. I feel like Wu Yuan's talent is average, and his work attitude is not satisfactory." Seeing that Zhao Qin was about to open his mouth to speak, Sun Jianzhong gestured to let him finish. "Sun Jianzhong, Wu Yuan's performance recently is really unexpected and amazing, but there is one thing to understand: what is the most important thing for a surgeon?" "Wang Jinlu, what is it? Tell me." "Sun Jianzhong, it's stability." Sun Jianzhong glanced at Zhao Qin and said, "Director Zhao should understand that surgeons have high requirements for psychological quality and basic skills. It is not uncommon for people to perform well occasionally, but they are not very good talents. What is the real talent? It's all about being stable and playing at a high level." Sun Jianzhong looked at Wang Jinlu and Gao Minqing, and continued, "In this regard, I think Chao Jigang is more in line with the requirements." Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that Sun Jianzhong was determined to support Chao Jigang. Of course, Chao Jigang has a deep relationship with Wang Jinlu, and Sun Jianzhong will definitely support him. But aside from these selfish issues, what Sun Jianzhong said also makes some sense. Surgeons are often very hungry. When they are in good condition, they can perform surgery with ease, and they may perform well. When the state is poor, there may be a medical accident, which is very dangerous. Zhao Qin, Director Sun, I think what you said is a bit biased. People can change, not to mention young people. Wu Yuan's good performance is not a day or two, and his performance has been very good in the past 2 months. Director Yan, right? When Yan Weiyuan heard this, the ball was thrown to him again. However, from the point of view of the emergency department, Wu Yuan should really have a good word. Yan Weiyuan nodded, "Yes, that's true. Wu Yuan's performance has always been remarkable during this time." Sun Jianzhong said lightly, "It's only been 2 months in total, and Wu Yuan's performance is not stable." Zhao Qin was speechless for a while. This Sun Jianzhong is very oily, old fried dough sticks, let him say anything, and both ends are blocked. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stiff, Shenhua, director of the Department of Orthopedics, smoothed out, "I don't think this is a conflict. Both Chao Jigang and Wu Yuan can be listed as candidates. Wang Jinlu, Director Shen, do you mean that each of them has a quota?" Shenhua was stunned and did not speak. There are 5 places in total. Chao Jigang and Wu Yuan each took 1 quota, and they were both surgeons, so what else would other departments and other professional types of physicians do? The final conclusion is still inconclusive. To put it bluntly, this kind of meeting is a wrangling conference, and there are few results. But if you don't have a meeting, if you don't hold a meeting, it will make people feel that the transparency is not enough, and those who are not convinced will come. At this time, Gao Minqing said, "Otherwise, let's go back and hold a special seminar, and select these top-scoring candidates as the focus of the research. Everyone sit together and watch their surgery videos carefully. In the end, who is high-level, who performs well, who is more stable, and the most important thing is that the potential is better, and then we will discuss who to assign the establishment to. This is always fair, right? What do you think?" President Wang. Wang Jinlu, that's fine, it does seem fairer. Wang Jinlu actually has a good impression of Wu Yuan, but when he thinks that he is Chao Jigang's competitor, he doesn't like him. At this moment, Wang Jinlu really didn't know what to say. Now that everyone else agrees, that's all there is to it. At this time, Zhao Qin said, "By the way, I have an idea, can you mention it?" Gao Minqing nodded, "Of course, everyone can say what they think." Zhao Qin, Can we invite experts from other institutes to study this matter together, so that it can also be used as a platform for exchange of experience? When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. They looked at each other, speechless. Zhao Qin is more courageous, and these words are tantamount to words of punishment. What she means is that these experts and leaders in this hospital are not very reliable, which means that it is unfair. Therefore, it is only fair to ask for foreign aid. Zhao Qin has committed a major taboo in the workplace. It doesn't matter what you think, but it doesn't matter if you say it in front of so many people. Of course, Zhao Qin has a lot of personality, but she's not a bum, she's also mad. In her eyes, among the young doctors on the screen, none of them can compare with Wu Yuan's ability. At least in terms of surgery, although that Chao Jigang is not bad, at best it can only be said that he is very stable. In terms of actual level, he is not particularly outstanding. Dong Jigang couldn't compare to Wu Yuan at all. This also studies AP. Said that Dong Jigang can take the system, of course Wu Yuan has to take one more. Sun Jianzhong said lightly, Director Zhao, you put it lightly, the experts from the outer hospital are not just hired if you want, and they are also very busy. Where's the time to come? Zhao Qin, I'm just wondering. There are so many exchange activities that we usually have a meal and a meeting together. Why don't we study the issue of selecting candidates? Zhao Qin also completely drank it out, not afraid of offending people, and kept fighting, afraid that he would not slap the table. The others were fine, mainly because Wang Jinlu couldn't hang himself. It was obvious that he was fighting with Sun Jianzhong, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Qin was actually arguing with Wang Jinlu. That is to say, Wang Jinlu is the vice president, and he is quite cultivated, and Zhao Qin is a lesbian, otherwise Wang Jinlu would have beaten the table long ago. Gao Minxing came to smooth things out and said, Director Zhao's suggestion, we can consider it, and then study it. Wang Jinlu waved his hand, it's not difficult, I'll go back and tell Dean Tian, I'll be responsible for finding someone. Wang Jinlu couldn't help frowning, looking really angry. Everyone looked at Zhao Qin and felt that she had provoked Wang Jinlu, and most likely it was going to be miserable. Wearing a small shoe is light, and it will also affect the title of the job. Title is a big issue, no less than preparation. For example, Zhao Qin is now the deputy chief physician, and further up is the chief physician. It is relatively easy to upgrade the title of surgeon. Like Zhao Qin, as long as the surgery is done and the paper is more beautiful, it will not be a problem in 2 or 3 years. If there is a grudge with Wang Jinlu because of this, and there is no way to go up, Zhao Qin will lose a lot. She's still young and a surgeon, and she's still very promising. Since Wang Jinlu said so, he would definitely go to the experts from outside the hospital, he is quite knowledgeable. As for who to ask, that's all he can say. Zhao Qin couldn't beg for it inside or outside. But Wang Jinlu is actually not bad, and he probably wouldn't deliberately cheat Zhao Qin. It's not very beneficial to do that, and it's easy to lead people to gossip, which is not worth the loss. Later, when she returned to the office, Zhao Qin was persuaded by Yan Guiyuan for a long time, and asked her to apologize in private, and maybe she could recover some. But Zhao Qin was reluctant to live or die, and she loved it. In fact, Zhao Qin also regretted it a little, but at this time just now, she really couldn't bear it anymore. Do it again 100 times and still can't stand it. Zhao Qin is such a stubborn temper. Offend it, it doesn't matter. Zhao Qin can only think so. So the meeting was settled. Wu Yuan is currently unaware of these matters. If he knew, he would definitely not want Zhao Qin to do this, and the price would be too high. As mentioned earlier, Wu Yuan doesn't really care about whether he can get the system or not. Most of his energy is now focused on improving his medical ability. As his ability became stronger, Wu Yuan found himself more and more fascinated by medicine. Correspondingly, Wu Yuan can also get a lot of economic benefits from it. Making money and interests without delay is a beautiful thing in life. Now his personal property has reached several million soft sister coins, and he can be regarded as a small rich man without food and clothing. On this day, Wu Yuan was off work and stayed at home to study his various skills. Frankly speaking, although Wu Yuan has a lot of medical skills now, there are not many really hardcore skills. In other words, Wu Yuan's emergency department in the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University can indeed be regarded as a call for wind and rain, and no one can hold back except Xiao Qin. But if it is really put into the entire hospital world, such a few operations will not be considered dazzling. Of course, this is also the reason why outsiders don't know Wu Yuan's true strength. For example, in terms of suture, let alone this hospital, it is quite shocking in the entire medical community in China. Coupled with some special abilities that Wu Yuan recently obtained because of the super doctor system, such as key locking and supervision, it is equivalent to giving him superpowers. Now that Wu Yuan has no financial pressure, and even has a house, he naturally put most of his thoughts on the study of medical skills. In fact, there are many ways to increase your medical skills. Sign-in acquisition is one of the best ways, but if you can't get the skills you want by signing in, you can only improve it through conventional methods. For example, the opportunity to practice exercises, or to study surgical records and videos to increase related knowledge, these ways can gain experience and improve the skill level. Wu Yuan is now a nerd. He recently found a lot of medical books and video CDs, and took them home to study during his break. Wu Yuan occasionally finds some records on the internet to study. To say that the harvest is still there, that is, it is not so fast. This day, Wu Yuan rested again, got up early in the morning and ordered a takeaway, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and a bowl of tofu brain. Eating leisurely, Wu Yuan pondered for a while to read a book and study hard. However, Wu Yuan found himself overwhelmed. Well, let's go for a walk and come back to read the book. Wu Yuan put on his clothes and went downstairs. I have to say that the environment of this Zhejiang Huafu community is really good. Yenjiang City is located in the north, not far from the emperor, and it is not a city with particularly good air. But the greening in this community is very good. Not only are there many kinds of green plants, but there are also streams running through the community, which makes people feel unexpectedly beautiful and comfortable, and the environment is fresh. It's like being in a southern garden. Very good, it is indeed one of the best communities in Yenjiang. Until now, Wu Yuan still can't believe that Zhengli and Jiang Xiaoya, the mother and daughter, really gave him the house. If you want to tell others about this kind of thing, it will be regarded as a fantasy. Even a novelist who knows nonsense again can't write such a second batch of plots. Wu Yuan walked around the community, and when he arrived at the door, he thought that the rations at home were out, so he should go to the nearby supermarket to buy something. Beer, beverages, mineral water, peanuts, melon seeds, and ham sausages are all bought, and it is also practical to be an otaku. There is a large shopping mall from Zhejiang Huafu, and a Yonghui supermarket is located on the bottom floor of the shopping mall. Wu Yuan entered the first floor of the mall. It is a working day now, so there are not many people in the mall. Wu Yuan caught a glimpse of an acquaintance at a glance. It was none other than the little nurse Chen Yujia. Chen Yujia is now sitting in an open cold drink shop on the first floor of the mall, drinking milk tea. Wu Yuan walked over with a smile. "Yo, Miss Chen, why did you come here?" Chen Yujia was also very happy to see Wu Yuan. Dr. Wu, can I see you on rest days?" Wu Yuan sat opposite Chen Yujia. "What's the matter, alone?" Chen Yujia, "That's not true, I came out with a few friends." Wu Yuan looked around. "Friend? Where is it?" Was saying. 3 people came over. 1 man and 2 women. One of the women asked, "Yujia, who is this?" Chen Yujia introduced them to both parties. The man's name is Lu Guangjin. The woman who spoke out was named Peng Fong, and the other was named Zhao Yuanyuan. Peng Fong and Zhao Yuanyuan are classmates of Qin Yujia, and they are both members of the medical system. They work in a private hospital and are also nurses. And Lu Guangjin and these two girls are colleagues in a private hospital. Like Wu Yuan, they are doctors, but only in internal medicine. After Qin Yujia's introduction, the three of them knew that Wu Yuan was also a surgeon, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances. Peng Fong, Dr. Wu, how long have you been working? Wu Yuan, it's been more than 2 years. Peng Fong, it's more than 2 years. It's not a long time. It's not long after graduation. Wu Yuan, yes, I went to this hospital after graduation. Zhao Yuanyuan, I heard that the treatment of doctors in public hospitals isn't that high. Qin Yujia glanced at Zhao Yuanyuan and seemed to blame her for talking nonsense. Wu Yuan laughed and said, it's not that I haven't heard of it. The treatment is indeed not as good as your private hospital. Lu Guangjin, if you have an establishment, the treatment is still good, but it should be difficult to get a doctor's establishment. Wu Yuan responded indifferently, you're right, it's really difficult to make a weave, so I don't have it. Qin Yujia, but Corey has already reported Dr. Wu. He is so powerful, and he has a good chance of getting the system this time. Lu Guangjin said, oh, then it will help you, good luck. Wu Yuan responded indifferently, thank you. Peng Fong said to Qin Yujia, Dr. Lu is different. He is very good. Being a doctor in a private hospital is also very good, and he earns a lot. Qin Yujia was speechless and took a sip of milk tea. Du Bo could see that Peng Fong and Zhao Yuanyuan should be the ones to introduce to Qin Yujia. This potential target, of course, is Dr. Lu Guangjin in front of him. Frankly speaking, Lu Guangjin's personal conditions are quite good. The appearance is okay, the size is okay, since he is working as a doctor in a private hospital, his level should also have merit, otherwise the private hospital would not spend real money to hire him. Salary is also worth mentioning. Young doctors in private hospitals earn 2 to 3 times higher wages than contract doctors in public hospitals like Wu Yuan, and the gap is still quite large. This is still the market situation in Yanjiang City. If it is in a first-tier city, such as the imperial capital, it will be much higher. Qin Yujia is a beautiful woman, of course Lu Guangjin is very interested in her. But looking at Qin Yujia's attitude, it seems that he did not like Lu Guangjin. Qin Yujia turned to Wu Yuan and said, by the way, Dr. Wu, why did you come here? Wu Yuan reacted, I'm going to the supermarket on the basement floor to buy things. Qin Yujia, you live nearby? Wu Yuan pointed in the direction of his home and replied, yes, it's in Zhejianghuafu. The crowd caught their attention. Zhejianghuafu is still well known in the urban area of Yanjiang. It belongs to a first-class community and is a place where rich people are relatively concentrated. Peng Fong, yo, that's a high-end community, isn't the rent cheap? Wu Yuan glanced at Peng Fong, my own rent, I don't need rent. The others were stunned. Wu Yuan's own house. The owner of Zhejianghuafu? That house price is not affordable for ordinary people, nearly 10,000 soft sister coins per square meter. Not to mention the other people, even Qin Yujia thought it was incredible. Wu Yuan actually bought such a good and expensive house. Although Wu Yuan is a surgeon, he should earn more, but he is not a doctor with a staff, but a contract doctor. In the hospital system, contract physicians may also earn half as much as staff physicians, or even less. What's more, Wu Yuan has been a doctor for 2 years, and it is impossible to save any money. When it comes to Wu Yuan's family situation, the little nurses have already gossiped thoroughly. To put it bluntly, it is an ordinary family, so ordinary that it cannot be more ordinary. It is possible for the parents to give Wu Yuan the down payment to buy a house, but it would be outrageous to buy such an expensive high-end residence. But Qin Yujia saw that Wu Yuan was so sure, it should be true. Peng Fong, yo, it's amazing. How can doctors in public hospitals earn so much? Zhao Yuanyuan, by the way, maybe you don't make much money on the surface, but the gray income is a lot. The so-called gray income is nothing more than a red envelope. Especially for surgeons, there is still a lot of this kind of income. However, Wu Yuan has a short time in the industry, and there are not many opportunities to encounter such a thing. And in the next few years, the above is strictly controlled, and the red envelopes have become less and less. Lu Guangjin was a little embarrassed beside him. I said just now that Wu Yuan earns less, but now he has been slapped in the face. Even though Wu Yuan had only one mouth to tell, whether he really bought a house in Zhejiang Huafu is doubtful. But you can't follow Wu Yuan's house to visit, you can only believe what Wu Yuan says. At this time, Zhao Yuanyuan said, Dr. Wu, you have already arrived at your door, why don't you invite us in? Peng Fong also started to coax, yes. I heard that there is a garden design in Zhejiang Huafu, why don't we go in and have a look? Qin Yujia, don't mess around, Dr. Wu has to rest. Zhao Yuanyuan, oh, Yujia, what do you mean? Turn your elbows out, right? Don't take us as your own, right? Qin Yujia couldn't help laughing and crying, Jing nonsense. Wu Yuan waved his hand, okay, I invite everyone to come to my house as a guest, just so I buy more food and drink, let's have a dinner together. Peng Fong, that's right. Look at us with so many beauties and handsome guys, it's so lively and lively. Zhao Yuanyuan and Peng Fong are both playful, and Qin Yujia is not weak in this regard. Since Wu Yuan has said so, he doesn't seem to mind, and he is happy to play. Now Lu Guangjin is even more embarrassed. Lu Guangjin, I won't go. I still have something to do. I have to deal with it first. Peng Fong and Zhao Yuanyuan persuaded a little, but Lu Guangjin insisted on leaving, so he had to let him go. So, Wu Yuan took the three girls to the Yonghui supermarket on the basement floor to buy a lot of things. The four of them carried large and small bags into the park of Zhejiang Huafu. Qin Yujia, Peng Fong and Zhao Yuanyuan looked left and right, looked up and down, and felt that the park environment of Zhejiang Huafu was very beautiful, quiet, comfortable and unique. Much like the configuration of historic sites. Especially the stream that surrounds the entire park, although it is a man-made stream. But it is very realistic, and there are small fish and shrimp swimming in the water. Qin Yujia, the environment of this community is really good, no wonder it is so expensive. Zhao Yuanyuan, I didn't believe it even though I heard people say that there is a big garden inside the Zhejiang Huafu, but now I know it's true. Peng Fong, the key is the location. It's in the city center, so life is so convenient. Wu Yuan waved his hand beside him, hey, it's alright, it's just like that, I'm used to it, everything tastes the same, I can't eat it. Wu Yuan is also an old Versailles, and he is also very good at bragging. Wu Yuan took the three beauties into Building 5, took the elevator to the 18th floor and came to room 1805. When Wu Yuan opened the door and invited them in, he immediately aroused admiration, envy, jealousy and hatred from the girls. The large house is nearly 200 square meters, and the living room is so spacious that it looks like a basketball court. In particular, the floor-to-ceiling windows have very good lighting, and the sun shines in, it looks brighter, and the visual impact is great. Zhao Yuanyuan, Dr. Wu, your house is too lavish, how flat is it? Wu Yuan, 189 square meters, only 3 rooms and 2 halls. Qin Yujia is also very discerning, the decoration is also very good. It cost a lot of money, right? It will cost hundreds of thousands at least. Wu Yuan once again used the strength of the old Versailles, it's okay, just get together and live, nothing special. Peng Fong, Dr. Wu, do you live in such a big house by yourself? Wu Yuan, yes, or else. Peng Fong asked curiously, don't you feel lonely and cold? Wu Yuan sat on the sofa and said, "What's the use in my opinion? Welcome all the beauties to live with you." This made the three girls laugh and scold. This is also the normal play of Wu Yuan's flirting. That is to say, Wu Yuan is good-looking, but his appearance is almost a little bit, so saying this is equivalent to playing tricks. Wu Yuan and the girls took out the things they bought from the supermarket, spread them out, and enjoyed themselves. Chen Yujia and Zhao Yuanyuan also showed their cooking skills and cooked several dishes. While eating vegetables, drinking beer, and having small desserts after the meal, this gathering was really lively. After dinner, we also played poker, and everyone had a great time. Played until 5 o'clock in the morning before disbanding. The three girls were also very polite, helping Wu Yuan to clean up the room, and then they said goodbye and left. At the door, Chen Yujia expressed his gratitude to Wu Yuan. "Chen Yujia, Dr. Wu, I had a good time today, thank you." Wu Yuan waved his hand, "I am also idle by myself, and you are also lively when you come, which is good." Chen Yujia, Ping Fong and Zhao Yuanyuan left. After a while, there was another knock on the door. Wu Yuan was stunned, feeling strange, "Who is here again?" As soon as the door was opened, Chen Yujia was at the door. "Wu Yuan, what's the matter? Why are you back? Do you want to live here?" Chen Yujia, "Hey, something fell." It turned out that Chen Yujia's bag was left here and forgot to take it. Chen Yujia took the bag and said, "Dr. Wu, you are quite good at playing poker." Wu Yuan laughed, "How about we play a few more games? I'll teach you a new way to play." Chen Yujia put the bag on the sofa, "Okay, Dr. Wu will teach me." So, Wu Yuan began to teach Chen Yujia to play cards, and he forgot the time, and it became dark before he knew it. After playing poker, Chen Yujia was a little tired and stayed here. Chen Yujia left the next day. On this day, the emergency department was a little deserted, and there were not many emergency patients all morning. There were 2 people in total. One is a little boy, his hand was scratched by glass, and there was indeed a lot of blood. His mother brought it here. Fang Yangyang gave the little boy a few stitches, and he got a tetanus and was sent away. The other was a man, who came with his stomach covered, saying it was so painful that he wanted shit. Zhou Changjun went over, pressed a few times on the man's stomach, and prescribed a box of laxatives. The man ate a few pills, then ran to the toilet of the hospital with his stomach covered. After channeling, he ran over and said, "Okay. Thank you. I'm leaving." When Zhou Changjun said it in the office, it made people speechless. The man was so suffocated, how many days did he not pull? So, Wu Yuan passed by this morning, but never left his seat in the office, and he wrote the medical records for a long time. Wu Yuan stretched his back, thinking that it would be good to just hang around for a day occasionally. Wu Yuan suddenly remembered that he hadn't clocked in today. At this time, Zhao Qin approached Wu Yuan, handed him a medical record book, and said, "Xiao Wu, help me send these medical records to Dr. Lu in the internal medicine department later. It's a pity that Fang Yangyang was on the night shift 2 days ago, so he shouldn't be able to come today, or else he can press Wu Yuan's shoulder. That's more comfortable." Wu Yuan, Dr. Lu. Director Lu Dazhu. Zhao Qin, "Yes, I'm sorry to bother you, I have to go to a meeting soon." Wu Yuan, "Hey, just leave this little thing to me." After Zhao Qin left, Wu Yuan took a few sips of water, and then went out with the medical record. Internal medicine is on the 3rd floor of the outpatient building. The elevator on the 1st floor was too crowded, so Wu Yuan could just take the stairs and exercise. When I went up to the 2nd floor, I happened to see an acquaintance. Not really acquaintances, just acquaintances. It was a female doctor named Ning Shui, a beautiful doctor. Because Wu Yuan lived an extra 10 years, his impression of tranquility was very weak. Mainly, when Wu Yuan was in general surgery, he and Ning Jing didn't look up, looked down to see him, nodded and said hello when they met. That's all. Of course Wu Yuan also wanted to get close to the beauties, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Beautiful women have high eyesight, and when a doctor is a beauty, their eyesight is even higher. This is also very normal. People need to have good looks, and they need to have academic qualifications, so they must have a high spirit. Just like Fang Yangyang, if he hadn't seen Wu Guo's strong level, he would have to look at Wu Yuan through his nostrils. Of course, now Fang Yangyang sometimes looks at Wu Yuan with his nostrils, but that's when he presses Wu Yuan's shoulder. More importantly, Ning Shui was a well-established official doctor with a halo that was quite dazzling. At this time, seeing Ning Shui, Wu Yuan immediately said hello. Wu Yuan, it's early, Dr. Ning. This greeting is very strange, it is almost noon now. Ning Shui nodded, Dr. Wu is early. Wu Yuan, just right, I'll go to your internal medicine department to deliver something. Ning Shui glanced at the thing in Wu Yuan's hand, can I get it for you? Wu Yuan waved his hand, no need. I can send it myself. Ning Shui nodded and said nothing. The two went up the stairs to the third floor, then turned right and entered the internal medicine clinic. At this time, many patients can be seen waiting outside. Wu Yuan, there are quite a few of you today. Ning Shui, a little busy today, didn't you go to the emergency department? Aren't you even busier? Wu Yuan, I'm not busy during the day, I'm mainly busy when you get off work. What Wu Yuan said was true. Not to mention the emergency department of a real second-grade and third-grade hospital, at least a hospital of the scale of the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University is different. The emergency department during the day is relatively leisurely, and only after get-off work hours will patients go to the emergency department if they have nothing to do. Wu Yuan asked Ning Shui, by the way, is Director Lu in the office? Ning Shui, it should be there, go have a look, bye. With that said, Ning Shui entered the ward area near the internal medicine department. Ning Shui is very young, about the same age as Wu Yuan. Although her professional level in internal medicine is not bad, it should not be possible for her to sit alone in the clinic now. There should be a corresponding master to take her. I don't know who that master will be. Wu Yuan didn't think much about it and went directly to the physician's office. Wu Yuan knocked on the door, and a voice came from inside, come in. Wu Yuan pushed in the door and saw Director Lu Dazhu sitting at the desk at a glance, holding a mirror and squeezing his acne. That's right, don't look at Lu Dazhu's name, which seems to be 5 big and 3 thick. In fact, he is a very meticulous man. He is tall, but not stout. The only downside is that I often get pimples on my face. This gave him a lot of headaches, and he tried a lot of medicines, and he even used home remedies, but it just didn't work, and he was too old to squeeze. As a doctor, Lu Dazhu is also a chief physician, which is very sad. Lu Dazhu saw Wu Yuan coming in and said, Yo, Xiao Wu, it's rare, why did you come to visit our internal medicine department? Didn't you want to transfer to the department? Wu Yuan said with a wry smile, Director Lu, don't slaughter me. I'm a surgeon who was transferred to the internal medicine department, isn't it harming me? Lu Dazhu, then why are you here? Have some tea. Come, sit and sit. Wu Yuan waved his hand and quickly put the medical record on the table. Director Lu, Director Zhao asked me to send it over. Lu Dazhu made an opened the medical record book and glanced at it, so that's what it is. It's a few patients who were transferred to the internal medicine department. Okay, I see. Just as Wu Yuan was about to say goodbye, he suddenly thought, could he check in at the internal medicine department? You can't get anything good. But on second thought, this is the internal medicine office, and it shouldn't be able to sign anything useful. To sign in for good things, it has to be a consulting room or a medical ward. Mr. Wu Yuan couldn't tell Lu Dazhu to go to the internal medicine ward for a walk, right? It was just plain uncomfortable. So Wu Yuan said, Director Lu, I'll go first if I have nothing to do. You should be busy first. Lu Dazhu said, walk slowly. Having said that, Lu Dazhu began to squeeze the acne on his face again. After leaving the office door, Wu Yuan was about to go down the stairs when he saw the door of the ward area opened. A nurse beckoned to Wu Yuan, "This doctor, can you come over and help me?" Wu Yuan pointed to his chin, "Me?" Nurse, "Yes, hurry up, it's urgent." The nurse was really in a hurry, so Wu Yuan walked over and followed the nurse into the ward area. This is the internal medicine ward. Wu Yuan didn't expect it to come up with anything. I guess the nurse thought she was a physician. "Well, since you've come in, you can't come in vain, so sign up for it." Wu Yuan recited the sign-in silently in his heart. System, the sign-in is successful, and the advanced neurology diagnosis is obtained. Wu Yuan was startled when he saw it. Neurological diagnosis. You can tell by the name that this is a good thing. Unexpectedly, the internal medicine ward of Yenjiang University affiliated hospital still has such first-class skills. Neurology is a very difficult field in internal medicine, and it is also a medical department with the most intractable diseases. Don't be fooled by the name, neurology has nothing to do with mental illness. Including common cardiovascular diseases, as well as brain diseases that are very difficult to treat, all belong to neurology. Moreover, neurology and neurosurgery are closely related, and the two types of physicians need close cooperation to effectively treat patients. Therefore, the diagnosis of neurology is very difficult and requires extremely rich experience. The key to Wu Yuan's sign-in is the advanced neurological diagnosis. Different from surgical skills, there are no grades. If you learn it, you will learn it, and you can use it right away. In the future, Wu Yuan will definitely want to develop into the highly difficult surgical specialty of neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery. It is very advantageous to have the diagnostic technology of neurology, which is equivalent to opening a plug-in for the surgeon. Identify the condition faster and more accurately than a normal neurosurgeon, without the help of a neurologist. This is the artifact. Wu Yuan was very happy today, but now he is even happier. The nurse caught a glimpse of Wu Yuan smirking, and couldn't help but say, "Doctor, are you all right?" Wu Yuan came back to his senses and waved his hand, "It's okay, it's okay." Wu Yuan added, "By the way, I'm a surgeon, and I don't have the authority to manage internal medicine." The nurse smiled dryly, "I'm not asking you to see a doctor, I'm helping you out." Wu Yuan, "Help me." "What help?" The nurse explained, "A patient fell under the bed. He is so heavy that several of our nurses can't carry it. You can help us carry it." Wu Yuan said, "Oh." Generally speaking, nurses are mostly women, and their physique and strength are relatively small. If it is a patient weighing more than 200 pounds, it is indeed difficult to move. However, Wu Yuan was still surprised. Even if it took a lot of effort, it wouldn't be completely immobile, it should just be very difficult. Wu Yuan followed the nurse into a special intensive care unit, which was a single room with relatively good conditions. Wu Yuan finally understood. The patient was indeed very heavy, certainly far more than 200 pounds, and he was tall. No one would doubt that he played sumo or wrestling. The key is that the fat man of more than 200 kilograms has lost consciousness. Everyone who understands that it is very difficult to lift a person who has passed out, let alone a patient with such a large weight. The big fat man was lying on his back on the ground at this time, his breathing seemed to be balanced, he should have been rescued, and his physical signs were relatively normal. As soon as Wu Yuan raised his head, it was another accident. It turned out that Ning Shui, who I met just now, was also in this ward. In addition, there is another male doctor. The doctor was a tall, thin man with rimless glasses and a very gentle appearance. Wu Yuan also knew the male doctor. His name is Fang Qiwei, he is in his 30s and the youngest deputy chief physician of the internal medicine department of Yanda affiliated hospital. At the same time, Fang Qiwei is also the fifth Diamond King. Doctors like this, as long as they are not particularly withdrawn, must be very popular in the hospital. Especially those little nurses, who are definitely their dream lovers, the prince in white. I don't know if a beautiful doctor like Ning Shui would also bow down under Feng Qiwei's suit pants. Ning Shui seemed to notice Wu Yuan's gaze, but lowered her head. Wu Yuan turned his attention to the obese patient on the ground. What happened to him? At this time, the nurse said, "Everyone, please help and carry him to the bed." Wu Yuan felt troubled when he saw it. It is impossible for Wu Yuan and that Feng Qiwei to lift these 210s of kilograms of fat, plus a few little girls. Fortunately, another nurse called a few men soon, and we should be able to handle it together. Feng Qiwei said, "Everyone has worked hard, please help carry it." Feng Qiwei said so, but did not move, like a commander-in-chief. Wu Yuan glanced at Feng Qiwei, scolding inwardly, "Co-author is a guy who talks but doesn't do anything. Lao Tzu was drawn into a strong man, and I haven't said anything yet, but you are quite lazy." Wu Yuan's mental age is older than Feng Qiwei's, of course he is not very comfortable. At this moment, Wu Yuan suddenly saw that the fat man's fleshy hand moved slightly, and the thick fingers bent slightly as if trying to grab something. A large number of cases and judgment criteria suddenly appeared in Wu Yuan's mind, just like a big explosion of knowledge. Then, Wu Yuan felt a flash of inspiration, and an idea was fixed in his mind. "Wu Yuan, wait a minute, don't move." Everyone stopped and looked at Wu Yuan strangely. The nurse who called Wu Yuan over asked strangely, "What's wrong? Wu Yuan, what disease does he have?" The nurse didn't answer, but turned to look at Feng Qiwei. It seems that Feng Qiwei is the doctor in charge of this fat man. "Feng Qiwei, is there something wrong?" "Wu Yuan, I'm asking you, what disease does he have?" Feng Qiwei was a little unhappy, but he still replied, "Cardiogenic heart disease." Wu Yuan frowned, "Cardiac heart disease." Feng Qiwei was a little impatient, "You don't need to worry about the rest. We have already rescued him. Now his condition is stable and his life is not in danger. He just needs to be moved to the hospital bed for further examination." At this time, Ning Shui also said, "Yeah, when Dr. Feng is in a hurry, there will be no problem." First. Before Ning Shui could finish her words, the fat patient lying on the ground suddenly twitched, then grabbed his chest and began to gasp for breath. It was so painful that it terrified everyone in the room, and then it caused a bit of confusion. "What's the matter? How did you do it? How could this happen suddenly? Dr. Feng! Dr. Feng! Come and see!" Feng Qiwei also panicked for a while, hurried over and squatted down to check. Feng Qiwei, "No, it shouldn't be. The situation was very stable just now." Feng Qiwei turned his head and shouted abruptly, "Nitroglycerin. Quickly get the nitroglycerin and glucose solution. And the syringe." Immediately, a nurse took the two liquid medicines. Feng Qiwei quickly plunged a syringe into the bottle of nitroglycerin, took out 5 milligrams, and then took another 50 milliliters from the glucose solution, and then quickly flicked it twice, stuck the syringe into the blood vessel of the fat man's arm and injected it. Standard cardiac first aid, and in high doses. Usually, it will work. But the situation has not improved, the fat patient is still in pain, and his breath is getting weaker and weaker. Feng Qiwei's face was full of sweat, and he was at a loss for a while. How can this happen? It doesn't make sense. Ning Shui told the nurse beside her, "Go and call Director Liu." The nurse quickly opened the door and went out. A heart attack is no joke, rescue time is precious, and a few minutes late can cause a serious event. If it is mild, it may cause brain damage, and if it is serious, the person will die. As the doctor in charge of this patient, Feng Qiwei was reluctant for such a thing to happen. At this moment, Wu Yuan said to Ning Shui, "Give me the stethoscope." Ning Shui was stunned. Before she could react, Wu Yuan took the stethoscope in the pocket of the white coat. Wu Yuan squatted down and listened to the fat patient's heartbeat with a stethoscope. Wu Yuan's behavior is very strange. Feng Qiwei is the doctor in charge of this obese patient. What is Wu Yuan doing? Others don't know Wu Yuan's identity, but Ning Shui and Feng Qiwei know. Wu Yuan is a surgeon. Even if he has a good understanding of internal medicine, he is definitely not as good as a professional internal medicine doctor, especially a neurology doctor. If he does this, it will inevitably make people feel a little bit tricky. Wu Yuan can't handle that much now. He had already noticed an unusual reaction just now. This is no ordinary heart disease, and it is not a normal response to heart disease. If Wu Yuan's judgment is correct, this should be an upgraded version of cardiogenic heart disease. Feng Qiwei, get out of the way first, I'm going to give him first aid. Saying that, Feng Qiwei was about to reach out and push Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan opened Feng Qiwei's hand. Wu Yuan, don't move. Feng Qiwei's expression changed. Wu Yuan, the heartbeat has slowed down. This is Adams-Stokes syndrome. When the others heard this, their eyes widened in surprise. Adams-Stokes syndrome, which translates to COS syndrome, is a relatively rare heart disease. The onset is very sudden and severe. It belongs to slow and tachyarrhythmia, and it is easy to cause a sharp decrease in cardiac output in a short period of time, and then produce severe cerebral blood and loss of consciousness. This is a very dangerous sudden heart attack. For example, in second and third tier cities like Yanjiang City, there are not many cases in a year. Not to mention the general physicians in Yanjiang City, even neurology and cardiac specialists don't know much about the probable syndrome. How did Wu Yuan know this? He's a surgeon, isn't this nonsense, full of guns? Feng Qiwei, don't talk nonsense. You step aside first. Don't get in the way of me rescuing the patient. Wu Yuan stood up, turned his head and said to the nurse, go get atropine and isoproterenol. The nurse was stunned, looked at Feng Qiwei, and then at Wu Yuan, wondering if he should listen to him or not. At this time, the obese patient was dying of anger. I saw Feng Qiwei kept doing CPR there, but it didn't seem to work. Wu Yuan said loudly, go quickly, or it will be too late. The nurse woke up like a dream and ran out quickly. Regardless of whether Wu Yuan is right or not, he has to prepare first. And these two medicines are indeed emergency medicines for heart disease, at least what Wu Yuan said is not outrageous. The nurse took the two medicines. Feng Qiwei was still working hard over there, using an automatic external defibrillator, commonly known as AED, and was sweating profusely. But obese patients haven't gotten better. The vital signs on the electronic monitor have been dropping and the situation is very critical. Wu Yuan couldn't see it, he couldn't wait any longer. Inject atropine and isoproterenol into the syringes separately, and then pull Feng Qiwei away. Feng Qiwei, what are you doing? Don't mess around. Wu Yuan ignored Feng Qiwei and quickly injected 2 syringes into the obese patient's arm. Wu Yuan is really not very good at acupuncture, but after all, the injection is finished. Everyone stared at each other with wide eyes. There was silence in the intensive care unit for a while, except for the wheezing sound of the obese patient. There was no movement at all. Feng Qiwei sat on the ground, his face sluggish, as if he was frightened, but he didn't have the temperament of Yushu Lin Feng before, and he looked a little embarrassed. Of course Ning Shui was also surprised. On the one hand, I don't understand why Wu Yuan concluded that this patient has COS syndrome. Even the physicians like them can't easily draw conclusions. Why is he, a surgeon, Wu Yuan, so sure? On the other hand, Wu Yuan's decisive behavior shocked Ning Shui. In her impression, Wu Yuan is very slick, and it is impossible to do such a thing. The point is, if something goes wrong, it won't do him any good. At this moment, everyone was surprised to find that the values and curves on the monitor were normal. The obese patient's breathing is balanced, and he is not panting. returned to its previous state. Ning Shui, it worked. Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and said, it worked. Fang Qiwei didn't have a happy expression, but glared at Wu Yuan and said, you are so messed up, what should I do if something goes wrong? Wu Yuan sighed, if I don't do it, something will really happen. With that said, Wu Yuan patted Fang Qiwei on the shoulder again, Dr. Fang, I'm obviously helping you, can't you understand? Fang Qiwei was speechless. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Wu Yuan is indeed helping Fang Qiwei. The patient's condition was very critical just now, and it would be impossible to save him if he couldn't get it right. Of course, Wu Yuan can watch from the side and don't make a move. It's wise to do so. After all, the death of a patient under such circumstances is a major medical malpractice and must be written into the doctor's file. Wu Yuan chose to be indifferent, and it had nothing to do with him if something went wrong. If Wu Yuan helps like he is now, then if something goes wrong, he won't be able to run away. Of course, Wu Yuan didn't want to help Fang Qiwei, but mainly wanted to save people. In any case, human life is still the most important thing. Whether or not he accidentally helped Fang Qiwei, that is not an important matter. Wu Yuan, okay, since his condition has stabilized, I won't stay here, you guys are busy. Wu Yuan said to Ning Shui again, let's go, beauty. Ning Shui was stunned for a while, and reflexively said, walk slowly. Wu Yuan opened the door and went out. A few minutes later, the door to the intensive care unit was pushed open again. The two walked in hastily. One is a nurse and the other is Director Lu Dazhu Lu. Director Lu's face was solemn, and without saying a word, he squatted down to look at the obese patient lying on the ground, and then looked at the various values of the monitor. After seeing that the patient's current state was stable, Lu Dazhu's expression softened. Lu Dazhu turned his head and asked Fang Qiwei, what's the matter? What went wrong just now? Fang Qiwei, he had a sudden attack just now. Lu Dazhu was in a hurry, waved his hand, and said to Ning Shui, tell me. Ning Shui, Director Lu, it's like this. The patient had a sudden attack just now, and the situation was relatively critical. At that time, Director Fang used first aid, but it didn't work. Dr. Wu concluded that. Lu Dazhu was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect Wu Yuan to be involved. Lu Dazhu, what did Dr. Wu say? Ning Shui thought about it carefully and said, it's Adams-Stokes syndrome. Lu Dazhu was stunned when he heard it, Adams-Stokes syndrome. Immediately afterwards, Lu Dazhu took out the stethoscope, listened to the obese patient's chest for a while, and then carefully looked at the values and ECG monitoring on the monitor. Lu Dazhu, then what? How did you deal with it? Ning Shui, Dr. Wu took atropine and isoproterenol, and then recovered. Ning Shui, Director Lu, it should be, right? Lu Dazhu, it's really not wrong, but I don't understand. Ning Shui, what? Lu Dazhu, Dr. Wu you said is Wu Yuan, right? Ning Shui, yes, he used to be in general surgery, but now he seems to be, transferred. Lu Dazhu waved his hand, I know, he went to the emergency department. Ning Shui said with an, it turned out to be the emergency department. Lu Dazhu, yes, he has performed very well recently. Now it seems that he is not only top-notch in surgery, but also understands internal medicine. Ning Shui had never paid attention to Wu Yuan at all, and of course she didn't know Wu Yuan's whereabouts. To put it badly, even if Wu Yuan resigned and left the hospital, Ning Shui would not be able to care. A place like a hospital is neither big nor small. The spread of news was not as smooth as the outside world imagined. For example, in the catastrophic car accident in the city's North Ring Road not long ago, Wu Yuan made great contributions in the emergency department, but the spread is actually very limited. At least an ordinary physician like Ning Shui had only heard a little about a hero, but he couldn't figure out who the hero was. Here, Lu Dazhu, I mean, how did a surgeon diagnose such a rare heart disease? Also, as physicians, you didn't diagnose it. Is it too careless? Ning Shui was speechless for a moment. She also wanted to know why Wu Yuan knew that the obese patient had Adams-Stokes syndrome. Feng Qiwei couldn't say a word, all the eyes Wu Yuan looked at him in his mind. His eyes were full of contempt and mockery. Of course, this is also his psychological effect. Wu Yuan may not have such an idea. Feng Qiwei felt that he had lost an adult, which was simply a great humiliation. Wu Yuan is a contract doctor, and Feng Qiwei is the deputy chief physician, bearing the halo of the youngest deputy chief physician in the hospital. To actually lose to a small contract surgeon in the diagnosis of internal medicine, this is a big shame. In fact, the reason why Wu Yuan was able to diagnose more accurately than Feng Qiwei and Ning Shui was also because of the advanced neurology diagnosis he had just signed in. For heart and brain diseases, Wu Yuan can judge the disease through small appearances. And the accuracy rate is quite high, which can reach about 90%. Of course, for professional physicians, except for neurology diseases, Wu Yuan is still a rookie. However, this also provided Wu Yuan with an idea. Wu Yuan does not necessarily have to focus on surgical skills. In fact, there are some other medical disciplines that can be used. For example, those medical diagnostic skills that are closely related to surgery. If there is a chance, Wu Yuan can go to the internal medicine, orthopedics, laboratory and other places to sign in, and maybe he can get a very big harvest. It is an unexpected surprise to get the advanced neurology diagnosis this time. In the Department of Internal Medicine of the affiliated hospital of Yenjiang University, it is estimated that only Lu Dazhu has the ability to diagnose advanced neurology, so he will get this thing when he punches in the internal medicine ward. As long as Wu Yuan is willing, he can get the skills of all the doctors in this doctor, but it is too time-consuming. Wu Yuan doesn't want to be a big and comprehensive doctor without any characteristics, but wants to be a top doctor who dominates in one or two fields. At this time, Wu Yuan returned to the emergency department, just as an ambulance drove to the door. Paramedics then pushed a cot from the car. Wu Yuan didn't say a word, ran over quickly and asked, "What's wrong with this person?" "Emergency personnel, this old lady may be going for a walk in the park. She was hit by a car while crossing the road. Someone called first aid and was brought here." Wu Yuan was stunned. What about the car that hit people? Paramedic, escaped. This guy is so bad. Wu Yuan was speechless for a while. Lying on the movable bed was an old man with gray hair holding a hanging bottle. Female, looks to be around 70 years old. At this time, the old lady's eyes were tightly closed, her breathing was very unstable, and her life was in danger at any time. "First aid worker, you are too young, we don't dare to deal with it too much, and we don't know the blood type, so we can only take a hanging bottle first to stabilize." Wu Yuan nodded. Fortunately, the old lady had no serious trauma, but the possibility of internal organs rupture and blood loss could not be ruled out. This situation is the most dangerous, and the time must not be delayed. Wu Yuan asked, "Where are her family members?" First responder, she was unconscious in the past. She didn't have a mobile phone on her body. She couldn't find the contact information of her family members. Go back and look through the things on her body to see if you can contact her. Wu Yuan said, "Oh." The emergency personnel moved the old lady to the movable bed in the hospital and said, "I'll leave it to you. We still have urgent work, so let's go." After the emergency personnel left, Chen Yujia and Feng Qing also ran over. Chen Yujia asked, "What happened to her?" Wu Yuan, "I had a car accident, and I passed out after being hit. Help me push it to the consultation room to check it out." The two little nurses responded, one held the hanging bottle, the other two pushed, and together with Wu Yuan, pushed the old lady to the consultation room. During this period, he met Fang Yangyang and Zhou Changjun. They also followed. Several people quickly connected the monitor to the old lady, then put on a breathing mask and forced oxygen. Wu Yuan pondered for a while. Look at her body first, if she has an ID card or something, as long as she can contact her family. Chen Yujia and Feng Qing searched the old lady twice, and both shook their heads. Can't find family members, it's troublesome now. In the case of this old lady, most of them need emergency surgery. Zhou Changjun became anxious. We cannot accept this situation. Fang Yangyang was angry. What if you don't accept it? Watch her die. Zhou Changjun, without the presence of family members, we can't do anything. The hospital stipulates that in order to perform surgery, family members must be present, otherwise it is a violation. It's fine if they are rescued, but if they can't be rescued and they die, they'll be punished. If it's serious, don't even think about becoming a doctor. Zhou Changjun, in short, call the police first. Let's see if we can find the family members as soon as possible. Fang Yangyang glanced at the value on the monitor. It should be internal bleeding. She can't last long. In fact, in such a situation, everyone is very tight, but it is really helpless. Fang Yangyang, why don't you go and find Director Yan and Director Zhao? Zhou Changjun, they're not here, and the daylilies are cold when they come here. It's the same thing. Call the police first, and then call them. Wu Yuan looked at the old lady in the monitor again, and suddenly raised his head and said, if you should call the police, call the police. If you need to notify the director, notify the director. I'll go and perform emergency surgery on her. When the others heard it, their expressions changed. Zhou Changjun said loudly, you're crazy. Do you know what you're doing? Wu Yuan, nonsense, I'm saving people, get up. With that said, Wu Yuan unplugged the monitors and other equipment. Chen Yujia and Feng Qing also helped push the bed without hesitation. Zhou Changjun, oh, I said. This is not a joke. Don't regret it. Wu Yuan waved at Zhou Changjun, telling him to do what he should do quickly. In fact, Wu Yuan also understands that Zhou Changjun is not wrong. This matter actually has a great impact. It is a big no-no for surgeons to perform surgery without the signature of the family members. It's okay if nothing happened, but it's not clear if something happened. The best way is to find the old lady's family through any channel, at least to get verbal consent over the phone. But the old lady couldn't wait any longer. Saving people is like putting out a fire. If you wait another minute, you will lose one more chance of being rescued. For the surgeon, Wu Yuan was even more unbearable for such consequences. If someone died because of waiting too long, Wu Yuan felt that the psychological blow to him would be even greater. Wu Yuan may not have noticed it himself, but his emotions towards patients have undergone tremendous changes. This is actually because of the influence of the super doctor system, which injected him with this kind of personality that fits the host settings. This kind of personality is the doctor's benevolence. Wu Yuan is increasingly unable to watch the patient die, and will tend to take the initiative to rescue. Of course, this is a very normal reaction for doctors, and outsiders don't seem to think something is wrong, but they will be very admired. Fang Yangyang couldn't bear it any longer, and said, I'll be the second chief swordsman for you. Saying that, Fang Yangyang also caught up. Wu Yuan glanced at Fang Yangyang, but didn't say anything. Zhou Changjun was stunned and speechless. What a mess, this emergency room is so messed up. Since Wu Yuan came to the emergency room, nothing good has happened. The unconscious old lady was pushed to the operating room. Wu Yuan came forward to find an anesthesiologist again. Counting Chen Yujia, Feng Qing, and Fang Yangyang, there were exactly 5 people. This configuration is sufficient for an emergency operation. Fang Yangyang, Wu, Dr. Wu, there will be no problem, right? Fang Yangyang was filled with righteous indignation just now. But when I actually got on the operating table, I was still apprehensive and scared. Still a little girl. Wu Yuan replied calmly, "Don't worry, there will be no problem." Wu Yuan gave a positive answer. But Wu Yuan knows that the risk of performing surgery on the elderly is not generally high, but extremely high. For example, this old lady, in addition to the injury caused by the car accident, is likely to have other hidden injuries. In addition, whether the body of the elderly is tough and healthy, whether their physical strength is sufficient, and whether they can withstand the toss of the surgery process is also a big question mark. In a sense, Wu Yuan is dancing on the tip of a knife. Because something really happened, of course Wu Yuan would take the responsibility alone. He couldn't still pull Fang Yangyang and Chen Yujia, right? That's too out of the way, and it's not Wu Yuan's style. Now that I have been on the operating table, the arrow is on the string, I have to send it, and I can't take care of much. Wu Yuan took a look at the monitor's values and heart pulse. Fortunately, they were relatively stable and seemed to be in good condition. Wu Yuan took a deep breath, sucked part of the mask into his mouth, and spit it out. Wu Yuan, the patient is female, her age is unknown, and the car accident caused a deep coma. There is no obvious trauma. Internal bleeding may have occurred, and emergency surgery is going to be investigated. This recording of Wu Yuan's explanation is also used as a basis for surgery. Maybe it can be used later. Wu Yuan glanced at the time. At 14:48, the emergency surgery begins. Wu Yuan, number 3 scalpel. Wu Yuan was in a calm state, abandoned distracting thoughts, and went into the operation wholeheartedly. At the same time, a car galloped fast on the ring road. After a while, the car entered the Citizen Emergency Center located within the North Ring Road. On the north side of Yanjiang City, almost all the 120 emergency vehicles are dispatched from here and sent to nearby hospitals. The car was parked in the parking space, and 2 people pushed out the door. This is a man and a woman, both of them are about 40 years old. The man's name is Hu Jiangmin, and the woman's name is Zhang Fengxia. The two are a couple. Hu Jiangmin's face was a little flustered. Indeed, are you sure it's the ambulance that went out from here? Zhang Fengxia, it must be here, isn't the park nearby? The two of them didn't care to say anything else, they went directly to the emergency center and went to find someone to check the attendance record of the ambulance. It turned out that Hu Jiangmin's mother went to the park today to make a slip, but she never went back. Hu Jiangmin called his mother when he was in his work unit, but no one answered the phone. Later, I called Zhang Fengxia, my wife at home. Only then did I know that Hu Jiangmin's mother did not bring a mobile phone and never came home. Zhang Fengxia went out to look for it, only to learn that an old lady had a car accident and was pulled away by an ambulance. As soon as Hu Jiangmin heard of it, he ran out of the work unit. Most of the old lady who had the car accident was his old mother. So Hu Jiangmin and Zhang Fengxia came to the emergency center to check the ambulance's departure record, so that they could find out which hospital they were sent to. After checking it, I found out that it was the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University. Hu Jiangmin was stunned. Why did you send it there? Can that hospital do it? Zhang Fengxia, it might be a minor injury. The person who helped check the record said, it doesn't seem to be a minor injury. They all passed out. It's either internal bleeding or intracranial bleeding. Hu Jiangmin was taken aback. Then let's hurry over there, don't make trouble with such a small hospital. Zhang Fengxia, by the way, Lao Hu, you can find a reliable doctor to go with you, and it would be better to treat the injury directly at that time. Hu Jiangmin was right when he thought about it. This would buy time. Hu Jiangmin was in the city's medical system. He happened to know some good surgeons, so he called one of the doctors with whom he had a good relationship. That doctor, Shen Feichen, was the director of surgery at a top 3 hospital in Yanjiang City. He was highly skilled. Shen Feichen was also very interesting. Life was at stake. After receiving a call from Hu Jiangmin, he agreed immediately and went to the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University with Hu Jiangmin and the others. 20 minutes later, the three of them met at the door of the hospital. Shen Feichen, as usual, it should be in the emergency department. Hu Jiangmin, then let's go. By the way, old Zhang, please come out and fly. Shen Feichen waved his hand. This kind of thing is not a trouble, it is important to save people. Shen Feichen was also in his 40s. He has very high attainments in surgery and is the signature doctor of Yanjiang Dongqing Hospital. Yanjiang Dongqing Hospital is a third-class general hospital in Yanjiang City. It is very popular and many patients like to go there. In addition, the general surgery department of Jiangdongqing Hospital is very strong. If Shen Feichen can become a signature doctor in the hospital, that is a strong hand in a strong hand. Moreover, Shen Feichen is also one of several directors of the Municipal Medical Doctor Association, and he is considered to be a powerful figure in the association. The three hurried into the emergency department and walked to the front desk. Hu Jiangmin asked the nurse at the front desk, "Excuse me, is there an old man named Gao Yujuan who was brought here by ambulance?" The nurse checked the computer and shook her head, "No." Zhang Fengxia gestured, "It's an old man, an old lady, about 70 years old, without a mobile phone." Hearing this, Hu Jiangmin nodded immediately, "Yes, yes. You shouldn't know her name here, it should be, just brought over by an ambulance." If Hu Jiangmin is concerned, he will be confused, but he is not as clear as his daughter-in-law Zhang Fengxia. The nurse suddenly realized, there was indeed an old lady who was sent over just now. Hu Jiangmin, how is she, how is she? Nurse, the situation seems to be serious, in a coma. Hu Jiangmin, we are her family, where is she now? The nurse is not very clear about the situation now and does not know how to answer. Hu Jiangmin was a little anxious, tell me now. Where is she? At this time, a person walked over, it was Zhou Changjun. Zhou Changjun, what's wrong? Nurse, Dr. Zhou, the old lady who was sent over just now, they are family members. Hu Jiangmin quickly turned to Zhou Changjun, Doctor, that old lady is my mother, where is she now? Zhou Changjun was stunned, and then said, I'm doing emergency surgery. Hu Jiangmin's eyes widened, what? What's the situation? Already undergoing surgery? Zhang Fengxia, but we, the family members, don't know yet. Zhou Changjun, I stopped it. I said that it is not possible to perform surgery without family members. This is not in line with the regulations, but Wu is the doctor, so I have to do it. Shen Feichen, old Hu, now is not the time to argue, now we have to hurry over. Hu Jiangmin reacted, where? Take us there. Zhou Changjun, come with me. Zhou Changjiang took 3 people to the emergency operating room. Zhou Changjun now has some mentality of rejoicing in misfortune, thinking that Wu Yuanguang was thinking about being brave, and this time he was kicked on the iron plate. Look at the angry look of the family members of the old lady. If Wu Yuan is messing around like this, he will definitely be complained and held accountable by his family in a while. Hu Jiangmin turned his head to Shen Feichen and said, this kind of small hospital. They won't have any problems, right? Shen Feichen, it depends on whether the old lady's condition is serious. If it's not serious, it's fine, and this is also a general hospital. The doctor's ability is not as bad as you think. Shen Feichen was also comforting Hu Jiangmin. Shen Feichen didn't know much about the affiliated hospital of Yanjiang University, but every hospital had good doctors. A doctor who can perform emergency surgery should, in principle, be no different. While talking, several people came to the emergency operating room. Zhou Changjun raised his head and glanced at the operation status light above the door, which was still red. It's normal. It's just been pushed forward for a long time, and the operation has probably just begun. Zhou Changjun, the operation is already underway, why don't you wait a moment? Hu Jiangmin, how about that? No, what if something happens? Shen Feichen pondered for a while and said, old Hu, otherwise, you can go to the observation room with your sister-in-law, and you can see the situation of the operation. I will enter the operating room. If there is any problem, I can take over. Hu Jiangmin, that's fine. Please, Dr. Shen. Shen Feichen waved his hand to reassure Hu Jiangmin. Zhou Changjun was stunned. You are also a doctor. Shen Feichen took out his doctor's association certificate and let Zhou Changjun take a look. Zhou Changjun was terrified. My queen mother is actually a director of the medical association. No wonder it sucks. Moreover, Zhou Changjun had also vaguely heard of Shen Feichen's name, and he was definitely one of the leaders in the surgical field of Yanjiang City. Shen Feichen, young man, take me to change clothes, I want to go in and watch. Zhou Changjun, okay. Dr. Shen, come with me. Zhou Changjun took Shen Feichen to the surgical dressing room. After a while, Shen Feichen appeared in the emergency operating room. Shen Feichen glanced at the observation room. Hu Jiangmin and Zhang Fengxia were already looking at it through the glass. Hu Jiangmin's face was embarrassed and anxious. This feeling is understandable. Shen Feichen looked at the chief surgeon who was performing the operation and couldn't help but be surprised. Although the other party was wearing a mask and couldn't see the appearance of the doctor in charge, but the part of the exposed eyes was clearly a young man. Let such a young man do emergency surgery. Is it a little too long? And she's still such an old lady, which is too outrageous. Shen Feichen looked at the monitor again. All signs were okay, the state was a little unstable, but still within the controllable range. Looking at the operation of the young chief surgeon, Shen Feichen couldn't help being surprised. Quite skilled, quite meticulous. The movements are standard and smooth, and every step is precise. Just looking at this action, it is definitely an excellent surgeon's level. At this time, Wu Yuan devoted all his body and mind to the operation, and did not see another person in the operating room at all. Wu Yuan, the patient's spleen is damaged, and the wound, about 5 by 5 centimeters, ready to be sutured. Wu Yuan, round needle, absorbable thread. When Shen Feichen heard this, his expression changed, and he hurried forward to look. It was indeed a ruptured spleen. This is too dangerous. If the operation is performed later, the consequences will be disastrous. It is very likely that when they come, the person will be gone. I saw that this young man had already begun to sew up. Shen Feichen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he witnessed something incredible. So fast. This suture action is several times faster than that of an ordinary surgeon. Even if Shen Feichen played in person, he felt that he couldn't reach such a speed. Only to hear Wu Yuan say again, the patient has mild blood loss, and a small amount of blood should be replenished first. The anesthesiologist responded. Wu Yuan, the patient has internal bleeding in the abdominal cavity. Dr. Fang, clean up the blood in the cavity. Fang Yangyang responded and used an electric straw to suck out the blood in the abdominal cavity. Wu Yuan glanced at it intently, and immediately found the wound. Wu Yuan, the size of the incision is 2 by 2 centimeters, and the suture is started. Shen Feichen was taken aback again. 2 by 2 centimeters, such a tiny wound, how did the young chief surgeon see it at a glance? Luck. That seems to be the only way to explain it. The real situation was different from what Shen Feichen thought. Wu Yuan easily saw such a small wound. It really did not depend on luck, but on the talent of key locking. During the operation, Wu Yuan can easily find the lesions or wounds, and make accurate and fast treatment. This is the power of plugins. Wu Yuan once again showed his superb stitching strength, which made Shen Feichen stunned for a while. It was hard for Shen Feichen to imagine how Wu Yuan could practice to such a level. After the suture was completed, Wu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, the wound is sutured, and no other wounds were found, so the cavity was closed. Wu Song looked up at Fang Yangyang, Dr. Fang, ready to take over. Fong Yangyang responded and immediately cheered up. It is a very big opportunity for surgeons to be able to perform practical operations in such first-aid hands. Moreover, with Wu Yuan staring here, he is not afraid of any irreversible problems. Before he knew it, Fong Yangyang seemed to have a lot of admiration and trust in Wu Yuan's strength. Fong Yangyang is also very talented, and will soon be ready for Guan Qi's job. Fong Yangyang, prepare for the sewing operation. Wu Yuan, let's start. Fong Yangyang's suture technique is also excellent, he did it well, and it was completed very quickly. Wu Yuan glanced at the monitor, the old lady's vital signs had stabilized. It looked like he was out of danger. After confirming this, Wu Yuan left the main knife position. At this time, Wu Yuan realized that there was one more person in the operating room. Wu Yuan, you are. Shen Qinfei waved at Wu Yuan, come on, young man, let's go out and talk. Wu Yuan was confused and didn't know who this person was, but he still flew out with Shen Chen. Walking outside the operating room door, both of them took off their masks, but of course they still didn't know who was who. Shen Qinfei said with a smile, you're really young man. Wu Yuan, who are you? Shen Qinfei said, oh, took out his ID, and handed it to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan looked at it, and of course was startled. One of the directors of the Municipal Medical Association, Yo, is also a big man. Shen Qinfei, I watched your surgery just now, and it was amazing. I didn't expect that there would be such a rookie in surgery at the affiliate of Yen University. Just then, the door to the observation room opened. Hu Jiangmin rushed out first, followed by Zhang Fengxia and Zhou Changjun. Hu Jiangmin hurriedly asked, Dr. Shen, how is it? Nothing happened, right? Shen Qinfei pointed at Wu Yuan and said, it's all right, thanks to this young man's timely operation, otherwise there would be something wrong. Hu Jiangmin was stunned, and immediately understood. Although Hu Jiangmin was not a doctor, he was from a medical-related unit and knew what Shen Qinfei meant. Hu Jiangmin quickly thanked Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan waved his hand, yo, this is what it should be. I am an emergency doctor, and I must save people as soon as possible. Hu Jiangmin, of course, thanked him again and again. Of course, Hu Jiangmin knew how much risk Wu Yuan would take to perform emergency surgery on others without the presence of his family to sign. This is taking Wu Yuan's own career to save people. I'm afraid not many doctors can do this. Shen Qinfei patted Wu Yuan on the shoulder, the future generations are terrifying. With skills and character, if I have time, I really need to get to know the leaders of your emergency department. It is not easy to cultivate such talents. Zhou Changjuan's face turned green when he saw this scene. Originally, he thought that Wu Yuan had fallen into a downfall this time, and it was still a big downfall. Unexpectedly, things have developed to such a bizarre level. However, Shen Qinfei was a very busy person. There are still a lot of things to deal with in the hospital, of course, there is no way to stay here for too long, and there is no way to get to know Wu Yuan's leaders Zhao Qin and Yan Buiyuan. Shen Qinfei told Hu Jiangmin and left in a hurry. Of course Hu Jiangmin and Zhang Fengxia had to stay in the hospital to take care of the old lady. After the old lady was pushed out of the operating room, she was transferred to the observation ward of the emergency department. The effect of the anesthetic is still there, and I haven't woken up yet, but the situation is very stable. This operation took more than an hour, which is not too long, but it is very energy intensive. Wu Yuan received the system information. System, help others succeed and get 100,000 soft sister coins as a reward.